Ezio Auditor. Brave of you to stand alone against me, but also quite foolish. Assassin.
Note that the old tannery has agreed a compensating departure and will relocate. The new site will be across the Tevere from Campo Marzi. The Consiglio Rionale blesses the man and wishes him much personal good fortune
Hello,
in future.
welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, doing a no 4 damage challenge. Hey there, Idmi J. Yeah, it really is. Feels so good.
For the benefit of all Romans. Houses presently on the site are to be vacated by tenants immediately. Property owners can petition Il Cardinale's notary for compensation. Bishop Chivo of Santa Lucia.
Alright, just had some technical issues. Sorted it out now. Hang on, something else I've got to check. Be right back.
A new regulation stipulates a minimum distance of 10 feet.
Welcome back, Desmond.
My work requires attention, Desmond.
Focusing on this. Good to go.
The camera, Leonardo. Ask all bankers to please halt their wagons and carriages.
Oh, my grande Zeretto! No more. Tell your friends about me. Hey, a little respect.
Bravo. Do I know you, Messere?
You got some nerve.
Has now spread to the lower Rioni. As drastic as it may seem. What do you think you are?
What do you want?
You spoke of a senator at the meeting.
Find him on the Campidoglio. You do not need me.
Once I kill the banker, your girls must take his money back to the underground.
Fine.
Stay alert.
Escape from debt. Visit Senator Egidio Troce on the Campidoglio to ascertain the banker's location. Full sync, do not be detected while escorting the senator.
You don't own this place. Relax. Criminals in here. These. It was. Has he lost his mind? I suppose I should find a way to stay in shape. No, adesso tu mi.
Now, where is that senator?
Why would we give our money to Egidio? We know what he intends to do with it.
No more arguing. Your bill has come due. Make an exception for an old man. No.
The banker sent us to collect.
I will have his money momentarily. Not good enough. I see him! There! A good Samaritan in Roma. I thought they were a dying breed.
Senator Egidio Troche.
I don't owe you money too, do I?
I'm looking for Cesare's banker.
Ha! Cesare Borgia. And you are?
A friend of the family.
Cesare has a lot of friends these days. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them.
I can pay.
Ma che meraviglia! He fights guards and he gives away money. Where have you been all my life?
We better get out of here.
I know a place. Seguimi. You're going to have to protect me, though. The guards aren't being very friendly, if you know what I mean.
Buongiorno.
Someone really wants you dead.
A few months ago, my brother Francesco, the Pope's Chamberlain... I know, don't get me started. He told me of Cesare's plans for Romagna.
Let's do it.
I wrote to the ambassador of Venezia, warning him. One of my letters must have been intercepted. The Senate has nothing to do these days. The Borgia have taken all the power. You know what it's like to not have un cazzo to do? Changes a man. I admit I've been gambling, drinking...
And whoring.
You're good. Was it the perfume on my sleeve?
Something like that. It is not safe here. We must keep moving.
Senators used to petition about real issues, like unlawful cruelty, abandoned children. Now we write up legislation on the appropriate width of women's sleeves.
Not you. You raise money for false causes to pay back your gambling debts.
False causes. I am interested in pursuing them as soon as I am financially able to do so. You ever look at the grave and think, this is the most significant thing I will ever do?
Bootlickers! Schiavi del demonio! You do
Just looking what we did, that I might commission a padre to grant my last right.
castrate, behead, or drop from high places.
Let me go!
Assassino!
These precious and most robust.
Now, where is that senator?
Why would we give our money to Egidio? We know what.
Hey Keone, welcome.
You're going to have to protect me, though. The guards aren't being very friendly, if you know what I mean.
What on earth have you been doing?
Someone really wants you dead.
A few months ago, my brother Francesco, the Pope's Chamberlain... I know, don't get me started. He told me of Cesare's plans for Romagna. I wrote to the ambassador of Venezia, warning him. One of my letters must have been intercepted.
Don't.
The Senate has nothing to do these days. The Borgia have taken all the power. You know what it's like to not have un cazzo to do? It changes a man. I admit I've been gambling, drinking...
And whoring.
Oh, you're good. Was it the perfume on my sleeve?
Something like that.
Let me go!
Yeah, under attack by enemies that just automatically spawn in.
Senators used to petition about real issues like unlawful cruelty, abandoned children. Now we write up legislation on the appropriate width of women's sleeves.
Not you. You raise money for false causes to pay back your gambling debts.
False causes. I am interested in pursuing them as soon as I am financially able to do so. You ever look at the grave and think, this is the most significant thing I will ever do?
It is not safe here. We must keep moving.
Oh, nice Idmi J. That's cool. That's good.
Does this amuse you?
Stai attento! Guardia a cavallo di Roma! Fatti!
They are attacking me!
Out of the road, horse.
This way.
Yeah, I wish they did bring it back. Because the last game to have that system was Assassin's Creed 3. I think it's well worth having that as a feature. Thanks, game, for not letting me aim at that enemy now for some reason.
Just kill me and be done with it.
There. Put him under the fucking bridge. I tell you what. The fucking Xbox Series fucking SX controllers are really fucking dodgy. Don't buy an Xbox Series S or X.
Let me go!
That's my advice to anyone who hasn't bought one yet. Just don't bother. Go with PlayStation. I'm fucking over shit on the Xbox being fucking stupid. Technical issues. It's ridiculous. You recharge your controller to full, and then for some reason it starts acting up, turning itself off every now and again, acting like you got low battery. It's just fucking bullshit. Never had this issue with the Xbox One controller at all, ever, never. Xbox Series S and X ones though, no, can't get this shit together. The only PlayStation is superior, lol. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like technical stuff otherwise, I don't mind the Xbox. But now that I have a PS5, I'm going to be starting to stream more games that I would normally stream on the Xbox on the PlayStation instead. Means having to rebuy the games, but oh well. It will be the first time I've bought a game more than once.
Let me go!
The same game more than once. Jeez, this is fucking pissing me off too. Fucking mission and the optional objective.
Follow my lead.
Yeah. Senator's fucking under attack. When is he not under fucking attack? He's a fucking idiot.
Die in peace.
Can't fucking assassinate my ass.
They're attacking me!
Segui.
I am through.
Hey, Shin.
Santa Lucia.
We cannot stop here. Too many guards.
The Senate has requested all pork be slaughtered and eaten as possible.
Sit tight. Stay close. All yours.
Let me go!
This way.
To all Medici, take heed. A new breakthrough from Flanders of gout being hailed as a miracle.
Fall in.
Maledette letters. I should never have sent them to the ambassador. Now Cesare will murder me. Benvenuto to the home of my brother Francesco. Thank God he's not here. We haven't talked since he found out about the letters. What did you want again?
Cesare's banker.
Right. I need to arrive with the money. Problem is, there is no money.
You are meeting the banker. Where?
I never know until I'm there. I go to one of 3 places. Then his friends take me to him.
I will bring you all the money you owe.
Sul serio? You need to stop this. You might actually give me hope.
Shin spoiler, Ezio thinks of himself as a playboy. Well, if he does, I think he'd probably be true.
I cannot believe you would just do this.
There is a condition.
I knew it.
Keep an eye on the politics of the city. I want you to report back to Maria at Rosa in Fiore about targets who are helping the Borgia.
And what? You'll make them disappear? The pezzo di merda may hate me, but he's still family. Va bene, we go.
I will follow you to the banker.
Follow the money. Follow the senator as he delivers his payment to the banker. Full synchronization, do not be detected, and do not touch the ground while tailing the senator.
To all Medici, take heed. A new breakthrough from Flanders and the treatment of gout is being hailed as a miracle. It involves imbibing.
Egidio, it seems you are ready to die like a gentleman.
I have the money.
Oh, that's different then. The banker will be pleased. You came alone?
Do you see anyone else here?
Follow me, furbacchione.
Have you heard anything about my brother Francesco?
Cesare is dealing with him.
I hope he's all right. So, what are you going to do with my money?
The banker likes to treat his friends well.
How generous he is.
What did you say?
Nothing.
See where he went. Merda! I guess it wasn't important.
code of conduct.
All artisans transporting heavy materials are reminded to use the main road whenever possible. Recent congestion on the smaller Strade del Rione severely curtailed trade, which flourishes only when it can move.
Egidio brought the money.
Well, well. The banker has a special evening planned. I will be delivering your payment. Give it here. Hold him until I get back.
I better not lose sight of the money.
Why not release me? I have paid. He is counting the money. Until it is counted, he cannot leave.
Peculiar man.
What is taking you so long?
Se vuoi andare...
Vi prego.
Oh.
Would like to extend a warm welcome to all faithful Pellegrini, come to worship or passing through on their travels. The office of the Chancellor is at your disposal for all requests.
He has to count the money from all the banker's clients.
Di not do that already.
He must not have written it down.
Fucking Xbox. I tell you fucking what, this is really starting to piss me off now with this controller. Now I have to plug in the fucking bloody recharge cable on a fucking cunt.
Now, go kill that senator.
Everything going well in there?
We have to go, Luigi, or we'll be late.
Let's go, Luigi.
The count is complete. Va bene. Kill him.
No.
Lucky you. Luigi says he gets to live. Lead the way, boss.
When in Rome, disguised as the chest carrier, lead the guards to the banker's location without being detected, listen to their reactions to determine the correct route, full synchronization, arrive at your destination in less than 3 minutes.
I hope they let us go inside.
I am not questioning your authority.
Going this way makes no sense. Do you think he's forgotten where we...
Now we are making good time.
Soon this job will be over.
Now we're going the right way. Do you think he's forgotten where we're going?
He's going in the wrong direction. Isn't the banker the other way?
We're on track.
I hope they let us go inside.
Signor, are you all right? Now we are making good time. It is so not...
Isn't the banker the other?
He's going... We are nearly there. We're on track. The route you are taking is very interesting. I would not have gone this way. Well. Now,
Soon the party will be all around us.
Do you think he's forgotten where we're going? I know, the city's pretty confusing, but this is ridiculous.
Isn't the banker the other way?
we are nearly there.
Do you think he's forgotten where we're going?
What are you doing?
Soon this job will be over.
Really special.
Isn't the banker the other way? Soon we will... Isn't... The banker the other...
I hope they let us go inside.
Now it's having connection issues with the fucking cable plugged in.
Now we are... The route you are taking is very...
I'm gonna have to go back to the Xbox
We're
One
on
controller.
track.
This is fucking a new controller that I bought a few months ago as well.
Now we are making good time. I am not questioning your authority, but
I hope they let us go inside.
we are nearly there.
Soon this job will be over.
Hand me the chest, Luigi. I will bring it to the banker.
You may enter.
We can't go in.
You have to patrol by order of Cesare.
Porca puttana.
Cesare, he's here?
Luigi has been killed. We discovered his body at the Pantheon.
Luigi? We just let him in.
In and out. Follow the money to get to the banker. Kill him and escape. Full synchronization. Kill the banker from a bench without being detected. Yeah, I heard about that, Shin. That he passed away. That really sucks.
Tell Claudia that the banker is here.
And now that my carino has taken. I saw another procession go by here. Ha!
I saw cane eating what I thought was a piece of pernice or fagiano earlier.
At least we got my boy off to the Fattoria in Campania.
I come to think of it, I'm pretty sure it's mine. I've got the wrong sense. I might let myself be tamed. Oh, how's Gina? She's still on her speech.
Or the bank.
Hello there.
Hello.
Mind if I walk with you?
Yeah. I mean, I do not mind.
I've never been to Trastevere before. The old ruins make me nervous.
I can protect you.
I bet. That is quite a chest you have.
It's not mine.
But you are holding it in those strong arms of yours.
You want to trust them?
What will I tell the priest in confession?
Money for you, banker.
I will take that. And that. You are dismissed.
Where did I put my coin purse?
Onoratissima.
Welcome to my party. I am Juan Borgia.
Cesare is about to speak in the main room, Eccellenza.
Come. Are you having a pleasant evening?
Yes, Eccellenza. I am. There is so much to look at.
Oh, good. I spared no expense.
I can tell.
The finer things in life make power so rewarding. I see an apple. I can pluck that apple. No one will stop me.
Well, it depends whose tree it is.
You don't seem to understand me. I own all the trees.
Not mine.
On the contrary, I watched you steal my guard's money. I believe I've earned a free ride as repentance. In fact, I want you here all night long.
Thank you all for coming. We have a long night ahead of us. I want to talk to you.
Hi, Nemesis.
What better way to celebrate my victories than to join in the Brotherhood of Man? Soon, we will be here once more, celebrating a united Italia.
And then the feasting will last for 40 days and 40 nights. Cominciamo ora!
We did not agree to conquer Italia.
If your brilliant Captain General says we can do it, why not rejoice and let it happen?
You risk upsetting the delicate balance of control we have worked so hard to tighten.
I appreciate all that you have done for me, but I have the army, so I am making the decisions. Don't look so wrong. Enjoy yourself.
Enjoy yourself.
Isn't that illegal? Not my problem.
That one is very clean.
Courtesans, fucking move.
Down or die! Perhaps never been hurt like mine, Bobby. Hey, Shonda, you never got it like me. You'll give it away. Perhaps you've never been hurt like mine, Bobby. The things I have felt, seen, and tasted, I do not regret a moment of it.
Men of power must be contemptuous of delicacies.
But I gave the people what they wanted.
And now you pay for it. Il piacere immeritato si consuma da sé. Requiescat in pace.
Will not tolerate any more the types of abuse recently committed. You stand warned. Penalties will be unduly harsh until the situation is stabilized.
I hate Rogue Nemesis, so there's no point in me recommending it or not, because I'm extremely biased. But Unity I recommend. Paper trail. Claudio's girls have stolen the banker's money, but there's trouble at the Rosa in Fiore.
Where are Claudia and Maria?
We came back with the money. They followed us home.
What?
My sister knows how to wield a knife.
And I am ready to do it again.
Spoken like a true auditore.
Finally, you two came to your senses. It's about time.
Hello, Stocks.
Salud.
Un fiorino, messere. Vi prego, una moneta.
It is, thanks, Stocks. Having a good weekend so far. Things are going well. Only issue is technical stuff. This controller on the Xbox Series S and X is pissing me off.
Welcome back, Desmond.
Keeps messing up. Even with a fully charged battery, it's turning itself off and being an asshole.
We'll talk later.
Alright, so this is the memory sequence. Once you do sequence 5...
No, I love talking about this stuff, Desmond, but we have work to do now.
If you've been talking to the characters in present day after each sequence is over, and you get to sequence 5, that's when you can't actually get any more conversations with them. This is also the point where Lucy disappears completely and entirely. And if you play it for the first time, you might not think anything of it. You might just think that the character is scripted to be gone because maybe they went to grab some food, but when you know that Lucy's actually a Templar and she's betraying, or she already has betrayed the assassins, then you realize that the reason you can't find Lucy is because she's actually going out to communicate and give an update to the Templars on what's happening. And after sequence 5, there's no more conversations, so I'm going to mark that down for future reference. So I don't have to worry about exiting the Animus after every sequence to find out, because I already know which sequences, after you finish them, have more dialogue. But you can miss dialogue though, like if you don't start to actually get the dialogue with present day characters until later, you won't get all the dialogue from the start all the way up to the most current.
Respect for your betters, idiota.
Isn't that illegal? Just let them run away. Please.
I think someone will teach him a little respect. Rogue. Are you trying to...
Rogue. Alright, so we have new assignments. Hey.
A new regulation stipulates a minimum distance of 10 feet.
After this month, I'm going to be making some changes to the channel and the way that my scheduling works and stuff like that. I'm going to move to a system where, for my annual series of Assassin's Creed, when my Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays are freed up, Assassin's Creed annual streams will be Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday every week. That'll allow me to actually get through the games that I have planned for the marathon in a quicker time, because I need the extra time for other Assassin's Creed playthroughs, especially related to Assassin's Creed Black Flag, because I'm doing some special playthroughs of Black Flag to celebrate its 10th anniversary. Tomb Raider will still be on Thursdays, so I won't be changing that, of course. I mean, on Fridays. Red Dead 2 will still be on Thursdays. Stocks, about to do a run while you stream this. You have no idea what you're going to run. Ah, that's fair enough, Stocks. Yeah, I'm sure you'll think of something. Yeah, Stocks. Yeah, it's good to get that sorted early, because I like last year I started the annual series early. I mean late, sorry. I think it was about May. So it meant at the end of the year pushing, you know, hard to get all the games in the series that I play done. So I wanted to do it differently this year, plus get to celebrating Black Flag's 10th anniversary earlier as well. Nemesis, when was Rogue remastered? Not actually sure, to be honest.
Ezio, this is Egidio Trocchi.
We have met.
I have gone from the banker's debt into yours, and I'm very thankful for it. You know, I have not seen the inside of a tavern for months. The opportunity to change things here trumps a drink any day.
The senator was just telling me of the inner workings of Cesare's court.
Maria informs me that you eliminated the foreign ambassadors, but you must stop any message of your act from reaching Cesare. The members of the court guilty of meeting with the ambassadors should also be waylaid, if you know what I mean. Most importantly, the great agitator Prospero Colonna has been captured. If you free him, it will mean a great blow to the Borgia.
It shall be done, my friend.
Nemesis is on sale, Rod, the remaster version. Yeah, I won't be buying it.
Have you lost all reason?
But why not just a walk? Salve.
At the moment on Mondays, I've still got Resident Evil remakes being streamed, and I've already pre-ordered Resident Evil 4 Remake on the PlayStation 5, so that'll actually be the first PlayStation 5 game I'll actually be playing and streaming. So I don't have any games on it yet, because I don't want to play anything offline.
Shall we go? I am much in your debt for your assistance.
That's good, Nemesis. Yeah, they do actually. Yeah, if they eventually do a remaster, I think it's gonna really impress people, I think.
The Senator and I have uncovered the planned meeting place of the Borgia and the foreign ambassadors. You have killed the ambassadors. Now those who plotted with them must be stopped. I can show you where, but I leave the rest to you. We must run.
Bad politics. Ride to the meeting spot and kill the remaining ambassadors. Full synchronization. Kill all targets in under 60 seconds. I did Nemesis, yeah, I really enjoyed it. I played it a couple of years after it came out, so I missed all the issues that people had with it.
Scopy, what's the matter with you?
Their bed not survive much longer.
I see him!
Grazie, Ezio. I will return to the Rose in Fiore. The others will know of your bravery.
Ezio, news of our work has reached the Pope. As we speak, he prepares a courier for Romagna. If Cesare suspects his allegiances are slipping, he will fill the city with troops. Take the Pope's letter from the courier without his knowledge. Bring it to me, and I will prepare a forgery. We'll make sure Cesare receives his report.
Ghostwriting. Steal a papal letter from the courier, construct a forgery, and plant the forgery back on the courier. Full synchronization. Complete the mission in under 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
You will kill them all, though it may take a little while.
Bene. I can work with this. Give me a moment.
Hey Ryu, how's it going, dude?
Replace the letter before the courier realizes he has lost it. Cesare will be delighted to know all is well in Roma.
Another patrol.
Ah, nice Ryu. That's awesome. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Nice. That's awesome. It's always good to have a great time when you're on vacation. Is it going to be like a short one or a long one?
For the benefit of all Romans. Houses presently on the side are to be vacated by
Ezio, Cesare has captured the great condottieri, Prospero and Fabrizio Colonna. He has brought them to Roma for torture. Once freed, these men will cause significant trouble for the Borgia and their allies. They will be transferred soon under guard, but I suspect that will not be a problem for...
Troublemakers. Free Prospero and Fabrizio Colonna from their Borgia captors. Full synchronization. Finish the mission with both mercenaries above half health. It's for the weekend. Your mom's birthday was the 2nd. Oh, nice. That's a great way to celebrate, by going on vacation and spending time. That's awesome, Ryu.
Attending to the Eucharist, as was witnessed by all faithful present, the marble Vergine Santa wept bread upon the blood.
Lapdogs!
Wept bread upon the blood. That doesn't make sense, game. Must have really hurt to weep bread. Chunks of bread coming out of your eyes. Welcome back, Stocks. Oh, did you? Oh, nice. That sounds delicious.
Has he been drinking?
Has made it known a miracle.
Hey, last I checked, this was not the one.
Was attending to the Eucharist, as was witnessed by all.
You've no business here.
Finish him!
You have saved us, Anu.
You are not free yet. Prepare yourselves.
There must be some way we can repay your kindness.
Continue the fight against the Borgia.
That we will. Addio, amico mio.
Addio.
Addio. I'm gonna say addio to this Xbox Series S controller in a minute.
Before his palazzo in Ponte, for the benefit of all Romans. Houses presently on the side are to be vacated by tenants immediately. Property owner.
Alright. That is all the courtesan missions in the entire game done. Hey there, Spectrum. How's it going today? Yeah, it sounds delicious, Spectrum. Steak's awesome. Hey there, Godfather. Welcome on in. How's things? Excellent, Spectrum. That's great. I'm doing pretty good. Just having annoying technical issues with my controller at the moment. I think I'm going to have to switch to one of my other controllers. I've got 3 different controllers. I've got the Xbox One controller and I've got 2 Series S and X controllers.
Realize there is a war going on for their benefit. Realize there is a war going on.
There's more assassin contracts, but I won't be able to access them because the current memory of the main story is right there where it is. Actually, before I do this current thief thing, I'm gonna change controllers.
Without your help, I will never be able to have my lamp removed.
Sorry, Salazar.
Do give my...
You need only lift your gazes past my counter to see I tell no lie.
Come. I've done what I could, but perhaps you should avoid the deeds that brought you here.
Look at my stylish... A pleasure, Messere. Come again.
Come! That's better for now. But prevention is the best cure, I always say.
Alright, so when...
thinking of appealing to the custodian.
Why would anyone carry on like that?
Alrighty then. So, that took a while. Number one, had to find where I put my controller. The other one that I had. And once I found that, we were golden. But, this one still might have issues because the reason I bought a new one in the first place a few months ago was to hopefully get a better one than the one that came with the console. So, I'm expecting it to have issues as well. It reckons that the battery is full, so we'll see.
And now that's my Carino.
Spectrum, you were watching Twitch, and the other streamers and the streamer's friend came over. They started discussing their intimate preferences. You said, "You do know we can hear you, right?" Took them about 2 more minutes, but suddenly the discussion stopped. Laugh Marzov. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, if you're gonna stream and you have other people like living with you or visiting you, then you know you need to be really mindful of your microphone. Like, I know some people don't mind, and I guess it's fine if someone just comes into where you're streaming and just asks you a question like, what would you like for dinner tonight? And it's like, oh yeah, how about we have this? Yeah, sure, let's grab that, you know. But if you want to actually talk about private stuff and you're still streaming, you're better off muting your mic at the very least. Howdy, Ronnie. Silly controllers indeed, dude. How's it going? Very annoying. Very frustrating. Thanks for posting in their review. I'll have a look now. Some fake comic book covers for old school action movies. Note, you're aware that Demolition Man had a comic adaptation around the same time of the film's release. In fact, that was one of the primary reasons why he did these pictures, lol. DC, Mortal Kombat. Marvel, Commando. Demolition Man, DC. Okay, now I can commence what I was going to be doing before the whole wanting to change the controller thing happened. And do some more thief missions with La Volpe.
Ezio.
The Cento Occhi are angry.
Bene.
I expect retaliation.
They will have no opportunity. We take the fight to them. Seek out my spies. They plan as we speak.
That's excellent, dude. Glad to hear that you're doing well. Thanks so much for stopping in. Yeah, Ryu, you'd actually think so. But maybe they didn't want to do it as part of their marketing strategy for whatever reason.
What a skill!
What a skilled athlete.
You think it probably would have helped their marketing, especially since the movie turned out to be a hit. That's true. Big missed opportunity. I mean, there probably would have been other stuff like Mortal Kombat 95 underwear and stuff. Rogue.
Ezio, La Volpe has uncovered an opportunity too golden to ignore. A gift from the Borgia to the Cento Occhi. It is filled with pardons, promises, and payoffs. Needless to say, it holds great value for our guild if you manage to steal it.
Eye on the prize. Steal the Borgia documents from the Cento Occhi. Stay undetected while attempting to steal the contents of the box. For you, God, no. A comic would be enough. Maybe even a video game. Mortal Kombat, the movie, the game. Creed Killer, thank you so much for the raid. Eventually, Mortal Kombat 11 did include DLC skins of the movie characters. That's right, I remember when they released that. Plus, they got some of the actors back.
To members of the Guild of Architects, the Architetto Maestro Jan Jenkins of Delft will next time... You haven't pulled that blade?
What was the optional objective again? Oh yeah, stay undetected.
Force her rape, and will lead her to destruction.
That's why I switched controllers, now I remember. Jesus Christ. The right bumper button doesn't work. Be right back. Alright, so back to the other Xbox Series S controller I go, the one that I've been using for a few months now. So the one that came with the system, now I remember why I bought another one. The one that came with the system, the right bumper doesn't work anymore. So I bought this one, and this one's having issues. So what I've decided to do as a test is take the battery out and only have the cable plugged in and see if the issue still happens. Maybe it's just a battery issue. Because if so, then that's better than a whole controller fucking up issue. So that's definitely the closest you'll get to a game based on the film. Absolutely. Bleh. Was it to stab some fools? That's part of it. Which itself was based on the franchise that originated as a video game. That is so true. Hey Feebler. Going well, thank you. Aside from technical issues, hope things are going good for you. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. That's okay, Spectrum. Thanks for joining. I hope you have a good sleep.
What's this? Holy Father, protect us. Why are the guard not doing anything?
Oh, that's good, Feebler. Glad to hear that you're going well. Yeah, so do I. So do I. It's just very weird. Battery's fully charged. Yet, the controller acts as if it's running out of battery and disconnects itself. And that was the controller that I bought a few months ago. Trying the actual controller that came with the console when I bought it, didn't remember that the reason why I bought another one in the first place was because the right bumper on the original controller didn't work anymore. But yeah, it might be a battery issue. If so, that's not too bad then. So the one that was giving me trouble at the start of this stream, I have this plugged in with the cable but without the battery in it.
Grazie, Ezio. I will take this to La Volpe.
Out of my way.
Dio beato.
He will kill them all.
Ezio Auditore. I expected a younger man. How could someone of your years be as swift as they claim? Prove it!
Alright, so with the no fall damage challenge, this one's going to be interesting because we need to stay on the rooftops, of course, but to get the full synchronization I need to do it in under 60 seconds, and you pretty much have to do it perfectly. Plus there's enemies, and they could knock me off and cause me to fall damage, and I can't use a parachute either. Defeat the challenger at his own race. Full synchronization, complete the course in under 60 seconds. Yeah, lucky it is, isn't it? Such an angry... Prove it!
lethargy. But the Borgia need to suffer a blow.
Lucky, what a save. Would that have been 4 damage? That's the thing. I don't know from that height if it would have been, but that was damn lucky. Because of landing on the actual activation for the lift.
The captain said.
Bloody bastards. Let's say if Mortal Kombat 95 did have a comic book nowadays, it definitely would be by DC since Warner Brothers owns the franchise. Oh, undoubtedly. Yeah, I doubt it would be Marvel doing it.
You should hit it!
The tall one.
There we go. Alright, that was good. Didn't take any fall damage on that mission.
Oh, imbecille! Chi credi? Spare a thought for others, you might injure.
Open their legs for that cocked impotent husband.
Yeah, plus you kind of feel Mortal Kombat works well with DC, while Street Fighter and Capcom work better with Marvel. Yeah, they probably landed at the right places for each franchise. Hi Sherbot, how's things?
Suck all the Borgia thugs down to hell.
Let's get a refill on crossbow bolts. Oh.
There you go, sir. Mention me to your amigo.
It doesn't present a challenge or anything, but for this playthrough I wanted to not get any other armor upgrades for Ezio other than what the game forces you to early on. To keep his Brotherhood look throughout the whole playthrough. Because obviously the more things you add armor-wise, the less of the outfit underneath you see. Sherbot, things are pretty good. You're going through old pictures that you've taken to make digital stickers. Oh, nice. I hope you found some really good photos to use for that. That's awesome. That's a good idea to do something like that. And I'm doing really good, thanks. Having a good weekend so far. Stream's going well. Just had some technical issues though with my controller. But it might actually be a battery problem. So I'm now playing with the controller just plugged in on cable without the battery in it.
We have an unspoken agreement with the poor in Roma. We do not steal from them, and in turn, they do not see us. But the Cento Occhi prey upon these people. Their banditti patrol Roma's rooftops today. If they were to disappear, no one would miss them.
Class Warfare. Hunt the Cento Occhi bandits who patrol the rooftops, preying on the poor. Full synchronization. Kill all of the bandits with the pistol. We can do that.
How do you do that?
US, for which you prefer, similar to you with Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. You can't say you prefer Marvel over DC or vice versa. Yeah, that's totally fair as well. It's okay to like more than one thing, even if they are competing companies. Sherbo, it's kind of relaxing too. You found some cute squid and a lion mane jelly from an aquarium. Oh, nice. It's always good when you find something that really stands out, and then you can actually, you know, really use it effectively for other things as well.
Cesare, take you to bed at night too? You call yourself...
Useful hiding place, please.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you don't own this train.
Has made it known a miracle has been celebrated and investigated in his name. Was that to the Eucharist, as was witnessed by all faithful present.
There we go, that sorts him out. Sherbot, it's kind of relaxing. You started just kind of looking randomly at old pictures out of curiosity and found a nice shot, then found some like individual items that you thought would be nice to use later in other ways. Oh, that's no worries about long messages, Sherbot. I don't mind having long messages in chat. I mean, obviously, if someone was to spam chat with long messages of gobbledygook, obviously that wouldn't be good. But if you're having, you know, comments you want to make about things and you need all the space you need for typing it out, then definitely I'm fine with that. Lucky, what are your thoughts on Rogue? You've tried to play it twice, but you just cannot bring yourself to do anything further than after you come out of the Animus for the first time. It just doesn't grip you at all. Yeah, I don't really like it at all, myself. It's the only game in the series that after having played it once, I've never touched it again in all the years since.
Have you lost your mind?
So I'm very biased, though, about it. And I'm very pro-Assassin as well in the series. They're not perfect, but they do a hell of a lot more right than the Templars do.
Am I dreaming?
It's going well, Fewer. It's going good. How about yourself?
The Cento Occhi employs silver-tongued scribe, Vincenzo. Despite his eloquence, he often fights with a Borgia guard named Galvano. We now have a chance to damage relations between our two enemies. Find Galvano, kill him, and take something personal from his body. Plant it on Vincenzo. My brothers and I will make sure the Borgia hear what we want them to hear.
Pointing fingers. Frame Vincenzo for Galvano's murder to create conflict between the Borgia and the Cento Occhi. Full synchronization remained undetected. Thank you, Fewer. Yeah, that's the thing about different time zones that can be an advantage. Because when I start my stream, it's late my time, relatively. Like, late for me, my time is 10 or 11 at night, but it's only 4:50 PM at the moment. And when it comes to different time zones, you know, you've got ones that are just starting their morning. And because I do long streams, it means that someone can go and do what they need to do during the day, and then when they come back at their night time, I'm still streaming. So that's kind of the advantages of it. That's okay, Sherbot. There's no trouble at all. Yeah, I've always been like that with people's messages, because sometimes I know to get a point across, you need more than just 5 words. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you need to add details, and it's pretty hard to just convey exactly what you want people to understand without using more than 5 words, because you need more words to get the point across, you know, so that's why I don't mind having long messages. Lucky, yeah, you think that's part of it for you as well. You have no interest in going against the assassins, and you really dislike AC3, and it's far too similar in your opinion. Feels a little bit like they got stuck for ideas and mashed 3 and Black Flag together with the twist of, no, you're a Templar now. You write more essays than short messages in this chat, and that's totally fine too, Lucky. Yeah, that's the thing. I can tolerate playing as Haytham in AC3, and I always say that I would have preferred Rogue to be a game where you play as Haytham for the whole game, because that's the compromise I'd make. Because there's still a lot of stuff that could have been done with his character. There's a lot of people who don't read the books, and there's a book about Haytham that doesn't cover stuff like that doesn't get covered in the games, and I think that would have been the perfect opportunity to have the people who only play the games find out that information, you know, because a lot of juicy stuff that happens in that, you know, like it would have been cool at the start of Assassin's Creed Rogue if you saw, well, it wouldn't be cool in the sense of the character being killed, but seeing Edward Kenway get killed and a young Haytham witness it, and a young Haytham even kill one of the people at the age of 10, you know, start the game out like that, you know, and have the whole game based on that. Because the thing about Rogue was they wanted a game that they could slot in for people who hadn't moved to the PS4 or the Xbox One yet, for people who were still playing Xbox 360 and PS3 games and didn't want to jump to the next console straight away. Ubisoft wanted to have a Assassin's Creed game that they could still enjoy, that was brand new. So they took an idea that they had for a while, solely the idea of, how about we have a whole game where you play as a Templar? They hadn't come up with Shay yet, they hadn't come up with the story yet, they only had the concept. So when it came time to do that game, Rogue, they were like, we need to come up with a story that we can rush together because we need to release this game the same year that we're starting the story. So they started writing the story, and then the story that they went with, because they didn't have much time, like years worth of writing a story versus a few months, there's definitely a difference, you know what I mean? And as much as people give shit for Assassin's Creed for releasing a game every year, and I get the side of releasing a game every year can come across as, you know, desperate. But the thing about it is, it's not like in January they were like, you know what, let's write Black Flag story this year, and we'll release it later this year, you know. They don't actually start writing the stories the year that the game comes out, you know. There's at least 2 to 3 years that they started the conception of it, you know. But in Rogue's case, they were like, we need something ASAP. We need it to come out this year. What can we do? Oh, how about we come up with a story that takes place around the same time as Assassin's Creed 3. That way, when it comes to the assets, we can just use the AC3 and Black Flag assets. We won't have to worry about doing anything from the ground up much. We'll just change how the map looks. We'll change the color system, the color palette. We'll, obviously get new music and all that kind of stuff, and get all that together, and then write the story up, and then they can, use that. And the problem with that is, like, you're writing a new character to be slotted into a time that is already well covered, and trying to slot it in. It's like, imagine if you were trying to do a story about, like if you were trying to do a story that is taking place the same time as another game story. But the problem is, it's in a location that those other characters are actually in. If you add a new character into the story in that same location, but in the other story they never meet this person, then that's a big plot hole. You know what I mean? And it's harder to fit in a new character in an established timeline. Unless you're saying this happened a month before in a different spot, then that's easier. You can be like, yeah, this character was here a month before, they did all this stuff, you get to see what they did, but then a month later, what happened in the other story that you already know happens, to keep them separate. But the thing about Rogue is you're putting a character into a set of characters that are already well established, and then trying to make the story go around that. So my issue isn't really about having an assassin turned a Templar. Like, if it was a better story, then I wouldn't have minded so much. But as it is, they're just like, whatever the Templars usually do, let's make the assassins do that, and whatever the assassins usually do, let's make the Templars do that, and just swap around what they do, just for the sake of making the assassins look like evil, which is very easy to do. You can do you can take any character who's good in any story, and you can do a story where they turn evil. You can make it that Mario turns into a villain who goes around and kills people. Not only would it be tonally very different, but, doing something like that, you'd be like, what are you doing? Sherbot, you can be quite chatty, and can't gauge if you're being too chatty. Oh, really? That's understandable. Viewer doesn't show anything in the chat this time. What do you mean, viewer? Lucky, the books are fantastic. Only read a couple, but they are brilliant. It definitely seemed rush. Yeah, there's still a lot of books I haven't read yet. Like, there's one called Underworld, which deals with, I think it's Henry Green, before the Fries arrive in London. I haven't read that yet. But it did, Lucky, yeah, definitely seemed rushed. Re-releasing a game each year can definitely lead to fatigue as well. Yeah, it really can, Ryu. Like, you look at companies like Remedy Entertainment. In 2010, you had Alan Wake. In 2016, you had Quantum Break. In 2019, you had Control. So you have these big games that Remedy do. Now, obviously, they've done smaller games and they've done Max Payne games, but if you want to compare Assassin's Creed to Remedy, Assassin's Creed came out in 2007, and in 2007, Remedy didn't have any games. So the next big game that they had was 2010. By the time Alan Wake came out, we were already up to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, which is the third game in the series. Then Quantum Break comes out in 2016. By 2016, we've had Assassin's Creed 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, Black Flag, Unity, Assassin's Creed Syndicate, and then we get Rogue, and then we get like the Ezio Collection, and then in 2017 we get Assassin's Creed Origins. But after Alan Wake, we've only got one game from Remedy, from 2010 to 2016. Like a big major game, I mean, not like smaller games. I'm not counting those. Obviously, they had more smaller games between 2010 and 2016. Remedy, that is. But my point is, you look at how many games were released in Assassin's Creed series in the same amount of time that it took Remedy to do 2 major games, and I think you see a lot more polish in the Remedy games than you do with the Assassin's Creed games, as far as the ones that come out really quickly, you know. But I think that's the approach that Ubisoft should take now, instead of trying to do 10 games in 1 year. You know, like in 1 year, release 1 game in one franchise. In the next year, release a game in the other franchise. And then, in the 3rd year, release a game in yet another franchise that you have. And then, the next year after that, go back to Assassin's Creed, for example, and then, you know, bring that out. So if you had Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and, you know, Ghost Recon. So you do, here's a new Assassin's Creed, then the next year, here's a new Far Cry, then the next year, here's a new Ghost Recon, then the next year after that, here's another new Assassin's Creed game. Then you have like 3 years difference between, you know, each release. I think that's what they should really do. Sherbot? Bwah, ha ha ha. Bowser Mario sound. Yeah, could you imagine though Mario being like that? Like Mario goes around blocking toilets and snapping taps off the sink. Yeah, that's exactly what he'd be doing. And he'd be laughing. And they're like, but Mario, you need to fix this for me. And then he's like, I missed the part where that's my problem. You're looking to buy them all now, are you? Nice. Fewer, thank you so much for the 5 months in a row. Thank you very much for doing that. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. And Lucky, thank you for subscribing. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you doing that too. That's awesome of you. Goni, do you think the Series S is worth it in the long run? I'd probably recommend it as like a in-between console. Like, if you don't want to jump to... like, the thing about the Series S is obviously there's things that the X does better. But if you can persevere without that better stuff and stick with the Series S, then it's probably good to get it. But if you really want a powerful system, out of the two, you're probably better off going to the Xbox Series X. Lucky, you do prefer 2 to 3 years between AC games, but have regular decent updates in the space between the last game and the brand new. Yeah, exactly, Lucky. Ubisoft has already shown that they are willing, even though it's years later, they are willing to actually go in and make some patches for their older games, you know. But they should do more of that stuff. Instead of doing this thing where they're like, oh, we're going to shut down the servers. You know, just like patch it. Patch it so you don't need the servers. Patch it so that any content that would have been earned while connected to the server, just give it to the player. Like, surely there's a way to patch the game to give the items to the player. You know, who like when they take the like when they take it off the server. You know. What was the optional objective again? Oh yeah, remain undetected. Ryu, a lot like how NRS had a pattern with Mortal Kombat and Injustice until recently. Yeah, Ryu. Give a bit of breathing space between each one. Because the thing about it is, if you take your time, you're going to get people who want it yesterday. But you shouldn't be catering to those people. And if you lose those people, that's fair enough. You lose them. It's more important to focus on the actual people who are willing to wait for the game and for it to be great. Then that way you're going to have a successful game, because the people that you're actually focusing on pleasing will be pleased. And anyone else who's new, they might look at what you've done and be impressed and want to actually play it.
Merda, I'm losing. You will not get away.
Restart memory. Like, I'd rather wait, you know. If you look at Valhalla, it came out, you know, 3 years ago. Well, not exactly 3 years ago, more like 2 and Probably. It's over 2 years ago. I think it was November it came out in 2020. So November this year, it'll be 3 years since release. And they keep saying that Mirage will probably be August or something like that. But in any case, the point is, for a new game in the series, we have waited longer than, you know, just a year. But that's a bit different because that game has a lot riding on it, really, as well. And so the fact they haven't shown gameplay footage yet is very concerning because it shows a lack of confidence in what they have. Either that or what they're saying in the game, like in their promotional stuff that the game's going to have, isn't 100% exactly what they're saying. And so they don't want people to not pre-order the game. They'd rather people pre-order the game, and they'd rather people blindly buy the game to actually find out. And then find out when it's too late. Oh shit. They didn't actually do what they said they were going to do. Maybe they should have released gameplay footage for me so I could actually know. But there's so much other stuff too as well. Like you got to be transparent. Like you don't have to reveal everything to the player, but when it comes to gameplay things, you need to reveal what you have. You can't just keep it secret. Like yeah, if it's tied to a spoiler, that's fair enough if you want to keep it secret. But if you're using it as a marketing tool and you're using it to get people interested, then you need to make sure that you're actually delivering on what you're saying you're going to deliver on. And the best way to prove that with a game is to show gameplay footage. Yeah, that's better. Now, this can be finicky sometimes, where you need to drop his body. Gotta watch out I don't go down with the body as well. And of course, even though I'm facing the edge, you would think that's the direction that body would be thrown, but nope. Ezio wants to throw the body to the right of him, not to the fucking direction I'm fucking controlling him to. See? Bullshit like this in games really pisses me off. Now it won't let me throw the body from this height. Alright, finally, got it. Fancy that. A game actually responding to your inputs. And especially when you're holding the control stick in a certain direction. Who would have thought that was something that you should do when you program a game?
Should we do something about it?
What in God's name possessed you to do that?
Yeah, Keone, live service again. You know, like that's what they're pushing for with Infinity. But
Vincenzo, Calvano's been found dead.
What business is that of mine?
You two were on bad terms. I have to search you.
If you must, it will only serve to exonerate me. What is that?
Come with me.
They would also like to apologize.
there we go. But yeah, the other thing about the live service stuff is when you think about it, it does leave the door open for them to be lazy, because it's just like, oh yeah, we can just 100% reuse all the assets again.
They cannot catch him. He is too good. I am much in your...
That's okay, Sherbot. I hope that you enjoy taking your dog and cat for a walk. Hope it goes well. Lucky fully agree. Cyberpunk is the prime example. They just took a few more months to actually polish the game. It would have pissed the minority off, rather than put it out with loads of bugs, which just tanked the game before it even got started and pissed off everyone. Take the time to actually release a quality product, because the fans you really want to reach will be happy to wait. Exactly. When companies are trying to please everyone, that's when they start to cut corners, and that leads to the final product being affected greatly by it. Alright, so we've done all the thief assignments that we can possibly do up to this point. We've already done all the courtesan assignments. In this playthrough, the things I'm not worried about are synchronizing viewpoints, Borgia flags, feathers, or treasures. Guild challenges, not worried about any of these. Naturally, doing certain things for them will make them pop up telling you when you've done them, but I'm not actively seeking out doing them or wanting to do them all as a focus. Not doing Copernico stuff, done all the courtesan stuff, doing all the thief missions, doing all the assassination contracts, doing all the Christina memories, not doing the Templar agents. I'm doing all the Borgia towers though, done all the war machines already. Haven't done all the secret locations, but the only ones I'm doing are the lairs of Romulus, not doing the Templar ones. And doing the main story, of course, but also the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC. I'll be doing that as well. Total sync is 67.32%. Once I reach 75% total sync, every single Christina memory will be available, and that way I can just do all of them one after the other to get a good flow of them going, which I prefer to do. You can do them at certain points as you go through the game and get a certain synchronization. I don't know each increment, but I do know that the final percentage you need to get the final memory of Christina is 75%. But I like to do them one after the other anyway, because it keeps the pace of them really good, and I feel it makes the impact of the story that they tell even stronger by doing it that way. So looks like time to jump back into the main story. Assassinate the Baron.
His execution will be conducted via strangulation. There is a war going on for their benefit.
The other thing too with like Assassin's Creed is there's a lot of goodwill that was given to Ubisoft that just keeps getting less and less over time. And what I mean by that is people still giving them chances to actually improve. But there's only so many times you can be disappointed. So it's understandable that there have been fans leaving the series at various points in its life. Some left after the Ezio games because they felt that they didn't want to play as anyone else except for Ezio. Then there's players who stuck around for AC3, but then after that didn't want to. Then there's some that stuck around until Black Flag, but then were like, nah, you know, and so on and so forth as the years have gone on. But the other problem with Ubisoft is they try to chase too many kinds of things at once with all their franchises, instead of taking a more layered approach, where it's like, how about we focus on this one game in this franchise, we polish it, we make it the best that we can, don't rush it, but when we're finally ready to reveal, and this is the other thing, right, like you've got the investors who they want their investment, they want a return on their investment yesterday, you know, they want their money to come back, but they also want more than that, obviously. There's no point in getting all the money back that you put in and nothing extra. You're not making profit that way. But they've got that pressure on them. So it's like, we want you to release this game by this time. Oh, we need to delay it. So how long do you think you need to delay it for? Because the longer you delay it, the more we have to wait to get money back on our investment. You know, so you've got that side of things, which is, you know, understandable if that causes problems. Creatively, though, Ubisoft needs to scale things back a bit. They need to reassess themselves, and they need to not release as many games in a year, or want to try to, you know. Just reduce the amount of games that you're working on in each franchise and focus on one major core game that you want. Because eventually, you know, it's going to get to a point where they're going to take hits from all directions.
Who goes there?
Salve to you too.
Ezio! I was expecting my wife.
Somehow that does not surprise me.
The French putane have us under pressure.
Tell me about their general, these Baron de Valois.
Cesare persuaded King Louis to lend him an entire army to defeat me. I'm flattered.
Where can I find him?
It's only a matter of time before I have Valois by the throat. We have them in a retreat.
They seem to be getting closer.
The situation is under control. Close the gates! Bene, so maybe I could use a little help.
Hello there, Zereth. Thanks for redeeming those. So I need to say the other dialogue from this movie that I'm choosing for the random horror quote to give it a bit of context. Now I have another reason to hate Christmas. What are you talking about? The worst thing that ever happened to me was on Christmas. Oh God, it was so horrible. It was Christmas Eve. I was 9 years old. Me and Mom were decorating the tree, waiting for Dad to come home from work. A couple hours went by, Dad wasn't home, so Mom called the office. No answer. Christmas Day came and went, and still nothing. So the police began a search. 4 or 5 days went by. Neither one of us could eat or sleep. Everything was falling apart. It was snowing outside. The house was freezing, so I went to try to light up the fire. That's when I noticed the smell. The firemen came and broke through the chimney top, and me and Mom were expecting them to pull out a dead cat or a bird. And instead, they pulled out my father. He was dressed in a Santa Claus suit. He'd been climbing down the chimney, his arms loaded with presents. He was going to surprise us. He slipped and broke his neck. He died instantly. And that's how I found out there was no Santa Claus. So that's from Gremlins, which at the time people thought it might be a family-friendly movie because Steven Spielberg was producing it. Little did they know that it was pretty much a horror comedy. And so parents weren't very happy going to take their movies to their children to see Gremlins, and then seeing things like a gremlin being put into a microwave and blowing up and things like that. Okay, so I've got a Red Dead 2 quote. The cash is in that cougar, mister. Sure as pumpkins ain't cauliflowers. The cash is in that cougar. It better be, or else I'll turn you into a goddamn cauliflower. So that's between Winton Holmes and Arthur Morgan. He's one of the debts that you need to collect. Okay, now I've got a random Assassin's Creed character quote. 100 years I might speak, and still you would not know us. You with 5 senses, us with 6, the one we kept from you, to be safe. Now you can never know. Only try, grasp. You can see, smell, taste, touch, hear. Knowledge has been locked away. After, when the world became undone, we tried to pass it through the blood, tried to join you to us. You see the blue shimmer, you hear the words, but you do not know. We should have left you as you were. It is hard to stay contained, knowing as we do. We wait for you, Desmond. You will come here, you will activate it. You will know only when it is too late. So that is Juno from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Hey there, Afro. This challenge is too easy, man. Well, the thing about it too is I'm doing all the optional objectives as well. So trying to not fall and take fall damage while chasing people on rooftops while trying to get the optional objective at the same time. Try it. See how easy it is.
Ubisoft need to stop being Templars.
They sure do, Zereth. How's it going, dude? Afro saw AC Ascendance with Crook yesterday, first time you ever saw it. And in that, when Ezio kills Baron, he still doesn't exactly know who Cesare is. Never actually seen that myself, to be honest. Fury, you know, maybe it's because you're a doofus, but are there really any assassins or Templars in this game other than Ezio and Rodrigo? Cesare doesn't seem like a Templar. Yeah, I mean, I'd still call him one. Like, he's certainly not working for the benefit of the people. Yeah, Lucky, so that was from Gremlins, from 1984. Back when I was 1 year old, is when that movie came out. For those who don't know about it, there's a creature called a Mogwai, and there's 3 rules. You can't feed it after midnight, you can't get it wet, and it's afraid of bright lights. If you get it wet, it'll actually spawn versions of itself, but they actually evolve into gremlins, which are, you know, dangerous and murderers. Afro Rodrigo is or was the Grand Master of the Templars. Chesley more of a one ambitious man. Don't think he cares about the Templar Order. Yeah. Ultimately, though, they all deserve to die. Zereth, tired as fuck, are you? That's fair enough. Gatekeeper. Prevent the French troops from seizing the barracks by lowering the 3 gates leading inside. Full synchronization, do not take any damage.
Ezio, shut the gate!
Oh, really, Afro? Yeah, I didn't actually know. I definitely will, Fewer. I hope you have a good sleep.
Ezio, shut the gate! They're coming from the other side! Get away! Here! Don't lose him again! Defend the other entrance! There! Get him! The other entrance!
Oh, you...
Don't worry, you won't get far.
Ezio, shot again! Ezio, shot again! They're coming from the other side! You're right to run! Defend the other entrance! The other entrance! Yes. Don't worry!
Come forward.
We'll get far. Ezio, shot again! Ora! They're coming from the other side! Defend the other entrance! The other entrance! Again! Secure the barracks! Here, fratello! Ezio, shot again! No! They're coming from the other side! Defend the other entrance! Eccolo! The other entrance! Fratello! The gate! Secure the barracks! They come again! Yamka thirsts for French blood! Don't lose him again! Look, get away! Ezio, shot again! shot again! Get him! They're coming from the other side! And the other entrance! The other entrance! Right here!
Don't worry, he won't get
Again! Secure the barrack! They come again! Bianca thirsts for French blood! Which way did he go? Eccolo! Get him! We are surrounded! Ezio, shot again! Here comes! Don't worry, we'll catch the bastard! Ezio, shot again! I'll get him! Ezio, shot again! They're coming from the other side! Man, the other entrance! The other entrance! The gate! Secure the barrack! They come again! Bianca thirsts for French blood!
The Baron de Valois signals from the field.
Bonjour, Général d'Albiano. Êtes-vous prêt à vous rendre?
Why don't you come closer and say that?
You must learn how to speak French. It would mask your barbaric sensibilities.
Perhaps you could teach me, and I would instruct you in fighting, since you seem to do so little of it.
As amusing as this parley has been, I'd like your unconditional surrender before sunrise.
Ha! My Lady Bianca will whisper it in your ear.
I believe another lady might object to that.
Mio marito vi ammazzerà tutti!
I'll kill you for tutto francese!
Calm down for your wife's sake. You know my terms. Enter my camp unarmed at dawn. And practice your French. Soon all of Italy will be speaking it.
I'll get you, pezzo di merda, figlio di puttana! Vai, vai!
Strike the Borgia.
This is their camp?
steal a man's wife and then go hide inside a fortress? Nothing hangs between your thighs. In fact, there is a hole there, so deep it reaches into the maledetto inferno!
What good are you two are dead? We will regroup and fight through the gates as we did at the Arsenale.
The entrance is thicker with Frenchmen than the streets of Paris.
So we will climb the battlements.
They cannot be scaled. Pantasilea would know what to do. Maybe this is the end. I enter at dawn bearing gifts, and hope that coward spares her life.
Perché non ci ho pensato prima?
What did I say?
Call your men back to the barracks. I will explain there.
You better have something good. Fall back!
Hi ZZ. Sherbot. Hello, hi, you've returned. Welcome back, Sherbot. Hope you enjoyed your walk. Zereth Legasp.
There is a war going on for their benefit.
Afro, that went smooth. Yeah, sometimes I don't do things perfectly. But oh well.
Grazie. Addio.
I've tradit. May wellness remain your companion, friend.
So, you have a plan?
Once inside, your men can overpower the camp's patrols, correct?
Yes, but...
Especially if the patrols are taken completely by surprise.
Ma certo.
Then we need to liberate several suits of French armor. At dawn, we are going to walk right in.
Ah! Ezio Auditore! You are truly a man after my own heart. Magnifico!
I will get the armor.
My troops will gather it from the dead. We will then depart from the north, so as not to arouse suspicion. And Ezio, make sure to kill them without a fight. The armor has to stay clean.
French kiss. Orchestrate the plan to fool the Baron de Valois by assassinating 20 French soldiers in the Roman ruins, allowing Bartolomeo's men to steal their armor. Full synchronization, do not be detected. It's a calm and quiet night with a bit of rain, quite peaceful. Oh, excellent. That's good. Yeah, that kind of setting can be very peaceful. Where it's just, you know, a little bit of rain, nothing heavy or anything like that. It's fun to bring your cat out. She's young and learning to walk on a leash with the dog. It's very cute. That would be, actually.
trust the skill of your own local medical profession.
Alright, this is a danger zone. Yeah, like it definitely can be. Because you also got to worry about Borgia enemies too, not just the actual French soldiers you're trying to get the outfits from. Oh, that's right, they haven't filled up yet. That might help, Rod. Like, you like it though. You do miss the full sync objectives, always made what can be repetitive missions a bit more interesting. That's true. Ubisoft kind of listened to the people who didn't like them, even though they're optional. Which would be like taking off the option to have subtitles for people who like subtitles to please the people that don't like subtitles. You wouldn't do it because it's optional. That kind of thing pisses me off. When something optional gets taken away to only please the people who don't like optional things. People seem to forget what the word optional means. It doesn't mean you absolutely must do this or else. It means if you want to, you can. If you don't want to, don't. It's like, I don't like Brussels sprouts. Does that mean I should go around and tell every store who sells it not to sell it just because I don't like it? No. I don't like it, so I don't buy it and I don't eat it. You know, simple. It's optional for me to eat Brussels sprouts or not. It's not forced. I don't walk into a shop and they're like, here, buy these Brussels sprouts and eat it right now, otherwise we'll shoot you or something. You know what I mean? Sure, but subtitles might not even be optional for some players. Yeah, that's true. That's it, you know. Lucky, in fairness, that would be a good policy for Brussels sprouts. Yeah, I hate the things. I mean, maybe if it was inside of something and the flavor and taste of everything else overpowered it and I didn't taste it, then yeah. But otherwise, I'll have a Brussels sprout with salt, thanks. Sherbot, forced Brussels sprouts, lol. Yeah, they're like, you can't leave this store until you eat it. There we go. Mission done, so now I can go in and help. Wait. Get your fucking gun out. There we go. Zereth Beer Karen joking. Lucky, horrible little bastards, miniature imposter cabbages. Yeah, that's actually a good way to describe them. If you like cabbages, you might see them and think, oh, that looks nice. Looks like a mini cabbage. I'm sure it will taste exactly like it. Nope. Sherbot, you like them, but didn't like them until you learned to caramelize them, either roasting on the pan. Ah, so that's probably something that would improve. Because really all it is just the taste. It's like the texture's fine of Brussels sprouts. It's just the actual taste of it that I don't like. Hey there, Code. Welcome. Another weird Saturday morning. Some computer assistants to Dad and Mother had to go to the hospital. Something wrong with the eyes. Oh no, Code. That really sucks. I hope things go well for them. That's terrible. Lucky, nope, just tastes like unhappiness. That's the motto of Brussels sprouts. Brussels sprouts, we taste like unhappiness. Borgia bootlicker. Sherbot, you disagree, but respect your opinion and will enjoy your small cabbage. That's definitely fair enough. Alright, the optional objective in this mission could be a fucking pain.
Bring me a suit of that perverted armor. You are not wearing one. What? It is part of the plan. You surrender to us, we are bringing you to the Baron. Ah, yes. Then what? Your men attack on my signal. Bene! Go change into costume. Dawn approaches. Get into formation!
I like how it says, then what? Trojan horse. Reach the French fortress at Castra Pretoria before sunrise, while leading the disguised mercenaries. Kill any French troops at the checkpoints along the way before they raise the alarm. Full sync. Do not lose any health squares. Lucky, the then what always makes you laugh. Same here as well, Lucky. It's just the way that he delivers it, plus also the timing, plus also the look on his face when he actually does it as well. It well and truly is Lucky. I have no idea what is happening. I'm only visiting. I don't know what's going on.
We must follow the patrol route. We cannot deviate or the Duke's men will know something is wrong.
The Baron thinks Cesare will allow the French to rule Italy. He's so blinded by the trickle of royalty in his blood that lazy inbred can't see the battlefield. Whatever the French may think, Cesare intends to be king. More troops at my head.
I like that. They know it's Ezio who called that.
We must follow the patrol route. We cannot deviate or the Duke's men will know something is wrong.
The Baron thinks Cesare will allow the French to rule Italy. He's so blinded by the trickle of royalty in his blood that lazy inbred can't see the battlefield. Whatever the French may think, Cesare intends to be king.
I tell you what, not being able to lock onto the enemy, but being able to lock onto your allies, very poor programming there. Very poor programming.
We must follow the patrol route. We cannot deviate or the Duke's men will know something is wrong.
The Baron thinks that it will allow the French to rule Italy. He's so blinded by the trickle of royalty in his blood that lazy inbred can't see the battlefield. Whatever the French may think, Cesare intends to be king.
Bullshit. All of it.
We must follow the patrol route. We cannot deviate or the Duke's men will know something is wrong.
The Baron thinks Cesare will allow the French to rule Italy. He's so blinded by the trickle of royalty in his blood that lazy inbred can't see the battlefield. Whatever the French may think, Cesare intends to be king.
Presto! Aiuto! Salvatemi!
We must follow the patrol route. We cannot deviate or the Duke's men will know something is wrong.
The Baron thinks Cesare will allow the French to rule Italy. He's so blinded by the trickle of royalty in his blood that lazy inbred can't see the battlefield. Whatever the French may think, Cesare intends to be king. More troops up ahead. Your plan is brilliant, but I don't like using this kind of trick. I believe in fair fighting. May the best man win.
Cesare and the Baron seem to have a different style.
There will come a day in which men no longer cheat each other. And on that day, we will see what mankind is truly capable of.
I've heard that before.
It is something your father once wrote.
Perhaps I should slow him down a little.
I will take care of them.
See what I mean? When you're programming a fucking game, and there's a fucking mission where you have allies dressed as fucking bloody people, why make your allies
Your plan is brilliant.
lockable with your
I
aim?
don't like using this kind of trick. I believe in fair fighting.
Fucking dumb.
May the best man win.
Jesus
Cesare
Christ.
and the Baron seem to have a different
I have zero
style.
programming skills and knowledge. And even I know that contextually, that's dumb.
I have heard that before.
It is something your father once wrote.
Why would the player want to lock on to the fucking enemy? Why would they?
I will take care of them.
It's like, stop aiming at fucking bloody allies. Gives me the fucking shits. Yeah, Lucky. It's just dumb. It's ridiculous. You know? It's like they didn't even bother, you know, double checking and triple checking and 1000 checking the fucking programming there in this mission. Maybe the main character wants to fucking shoot the enemy, not their allies. How about we make it that when the player locks onto a target, it's the enemy, not the ally? Oh no, we can't program it like that. That would make sense. We're not allowed to make sense.
Stop them before they attack us.
What do you think you're doing?
They laugh.
I've traditional remedies and the wisdom of the Arabes. Wellness awaits.
Yeah, sure, bot.
Right, the bastard. We are not powerless women.
Que venez-vous faire ici? Mes soldats conduisent le capitaine italien à son excellence, le baron. Il vous surround.
What part of France are you from?
Montreal!
Open the gate!
They'll speak French.
There were a couple of French girls in Firenze.
Thanks for the follow, the 6'9".
Chien d'italien!
Regardez-le! Il a honte de ce qu'il est!
Yeah, Lucky. I wonder when Canada was established.
General d'Alviano, it seems that you have seen the light.
Enough of your crap! Release my wife!
Such entitlement from a man born with nothing to his name.
Mine is worth its currency, unlike yours, which is counterfeit.
How dare you?
You think that commanding an army grants you nobility? Nobility comes from fighting beside your soldiers, not kidnapping a woman to cheat your way out of battle. Why don't you grow up here and release my wife?
You savages never learn.
Don't get away! Ezio, you have to save my wife! Take the rooftops!
With the optional objective in that memory, if you take damage enough to lose a health square in that little fight, then you have to restart the whole memory, which includes walking all the way to the location again. So that's why it's good to have the arrow storm and just spam that as soon as you can. But also still be prepared just in case an enemy breaks through and starts attacking you and then you lose the health square. So I'm glad I actually got that done at the end there without any enemies getting through and taking damage off. Doing damage. Au revoir. Overtake the Baron de Valois and assassinate him. Full sync. Finish the mission in less than 5 minutes.
I'm losing him.
Programming, what are you fucking doing? The last time I checked, hanging off of a fucking ledge and being near a fucking enemy and pressing the fucking button to do an assassinate fucking kills the cunt and then fucking throws them off. Since when did that fucking change? Yeah. Fucking prick. Fuck, this golding. Exactly, Lucky. It's like, Jesus Christ. Last time I checked, when you program something to work in a game and the contexts are correct, it should actually work. I mean, maybe I'm the only person in the world that feels that's, you know, incorrect programming, but, you know, to me it doesn't make sense to do that. Yeah, that enemy saw me from around the fucking corner, sure. Good night, Dragoblade. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. Glad that you enjoyed.
I only wanted respect.
Respect is earned, not inherited or purchased.
Perhaps you are right. I need more time.
Che tu sia pari nella morte. Requiescat in pace.
Fantasilea! Don't ever disappear again. I was lost without you.
Really? But you rescued me.
Ezio came up with a brilliant plan.
I did not. It was all your husband's idea.
It was?
You are my prince.
Now I better earn that title.
You will. Thank you.
Alright, so I figured out and made note that when you finish sequence 5 and you exit out of the Animus, if you've had all the conversations with Rebecca, Sean and Lucy up until that point, there's no more new ones after you finish that sequence. Now that we just finished sequence 6, I'm going to exit the Animus, and then we should be able to have some more conversations with them now.
Get up slowly.
Or not, maybe there's 2 sequences. I thought there was only 1. Because Lucy's still not back. She's nowhere out here. Oh, well, that's good to know though, because in future playthroughs I want to make it so that I don't have to worry about checking.
Focusing on this.
I'm busy right now.
Alright, back to the Animus we go.
Baby's all ready for you.
So after sequence 6, no new dialogue. Alright, so the next thing that I'm going to do is finish off the rest of the thief contracts and then go and do the rest of the assassination contracts. Or as many as we can do up until this point. Lucky, is there anything to collect around the town when you're out of the Animus? You can't remember. There is, Lucky, yeah. Yeah, there's artifacts related to Ezio that you can find. There's actually one real tricky one, which is actually inside the area when you're going back into the villa. But if you go too far, then it'll transport you through a different screen. But it's kind of like, as you go into the villa on your right hand side, you take a sharp turn and you'll find one of the items. There's 5 in total that you can get. They don't do anything, but I think there might have been, I'm not sure though, maybe there was an achievement attached to it.
Come test this steel. Honest blade. Solid protection. Please come back anytime.
Alright, so let's go to the Thieves Guild. Do these thief contracts. Lucky gonna play along with you think? Feeling a bit of Brotherhood right now? Oh, nice, Lucky. That's a good idea. Yeah, I don't blame you either for wanting to play a game that you're seeing being played. That happens to me a lot. So the next part of the story takes place there, which means it'll probably auto-trigger. Alright, in that case, we fast travel to the barracks. I have to do it this way. Sherbot, you've transitioned from the last Photoshop thing to another. Oh, you have really? Oh, cool. It's always good though when you find some other project that you like. I'm going to jump and do this now. It said new contracts unlocked, so it's probably just meaning the contracts that you send assassins on, not new assassination contracts just yet. Oh well, not to worry. There's some other stuff I want to take care of. Do this layer of Romulus. Haven't done one for a while. Sherbot, you guess you're trying to let yourself do miscellaneous creative stuff just for the fun relaxation instead of just for others? You make a lot of stuff for people, not a lot, just to make. Yeah, I think it's good to do that. It's good to take some time to do things for yourself, you know, that allow you to treat yourself a little bit. Lucky, genuinely unsure how I found your stream, but I'm so glad you did. Easily one of the most chilled and enjoyable streams you watch. The fact you know so much and have such a love for AC makes it so good to chill in this stream. Well, thank you so much, Lucky. I really appreciate that, and I'm glad that you found the channel, and I'm glad that you enjoy your stay, and that you feel that way. Thank you so much. Right, let's deal with this first. Because we can't access that yet. I mean, there is a way to do it with your parachute, but I'm not going to worry about doing all that stuff.
Good hiding, man. You there, eh? How long can you keep running, eh? No! Hurry! We're losing him!
It was a bit risky, because if I got knocked off, could potentially have taken fall damage, but we didn't, so that's good.
Che diavolo!
Fires in their beds.
How does special throne in hell?
Probably only
I wish there was some way we could really take a good.
and focus their frustration. The assassin could use our help. Will not survive much longer. Atrocity in this.
The Lord is my shepherd! The Lord!
That's right, this is the Borgia Tower that it's related to. I wanted to get rid of all the Borgia Towers anyway.
A pity, but I can.
But I forgot that this specific one is the one that you need to do. Ghostface, hey again, hope your day's night is going well, or night is going well. You didn't enjoy Brotherhood when you first played because you were just getting annoyed at the little things and old design. You went back to it and you like it so much more, but AC2 is still better. Revelations was your least fave of the Ezio trilogy, but you like the conclusion for Ezio's story. Yeah, it's going well, Ghostface. Yeah, I'm having a good weekend so far. Hope things are going well with you. And that's fair too, as well. I've had games like that where I've gone back and replayed it, and I've actually liked it on the replay. But yeah, Revelations is kind of tricky, I feel, because it's trying to end Ezio's story while still leaving something for people to wonder about what's going to happen next, you know. But that's good that you like the conclusion for his story. I don't know if you've seen it, but there's an animated movie called Embers, Assassin's Creed Embers, that definitely recommend, because it's set after Revelations, and Roger Craig Smith voices Ezio for the last time in the series in that.
Get away!
Lucky, very confused. You loaded up Brotherhood for the first time since you got a PS5. All your other AC games were on Xbox. You've got 54,000 florins and a full health bar. You missing something? Really? Yeah, that's a good question, actually. I wonder what's actually triggered that, though. Unless something to do with the Uplay or whatever they call it now. It might be something to do with that, maybe. It does, Lucky, yeah. Oh, that's probably what it is. Yeah, you start off in the Vatican, where AC2 finishes off. So yeah, they'd still have you with all the health bar because he had the codex page all sorted. Lucky you've not finished AC2 on this console and haven't logged into Ubisoft Play thing because you couldn't remember the password. You're so confused. Yeah, I'd say because Ezio at that point in the story still has, you know, achieved everything he did. The game is probably just still letting you have that temporarily, of course, before it takes it off you, of course. Doesn't seem like anybody showed up, Rodrigo. How many people have died for this? For what's in this box? And look, there's nobody here. You claim not to be a believer, and yet, here you are. Don't you see him? The prophet is already here. I am the prophet. Now, give me the apple. Come and take it from me. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Welcome to you, dude, as well. How's things?
Go back to the
Ghostface, you got the Ezio Collection on PlayStation, so you got the Embers film with it and watched it. It was pretty cool and interesting as it completed his story. You thought it came with Revelations originally back in the day, so you just associated them together. Oh yeah, Ghostface. Yeah, I wish it did. It would have been good if they actually packaged it with the original version. I think the way I first saw it was on YouTube, I'm pretty sure. But I'm glad that they put it with the Ezio Collection automatically. Because it is such a great thing, you know. Apparently, they wanted to do another DLC with Roger Craig Smith for Revelations as Ezio, but he didn't want to do a DLC, so they compromised and did the short movie instead. And the DLC just stayed as The Lost Archives, where you find out more about Clay Kazmarek's life. But I'm glad that he still was willing to do the short movie. I mean, yeah, a DLC would have been great as well, but what we ended up getting was still really, really good. Lucky, yeah, you're guessing so. Just jumped off the tower with Mario and Ezio's family started playing. God, you could listen to it endlessly. It's such an iconic piece of music, you know, and it's interesting, right? Like, sometimes it's not the first game in a series that brings certain things into it, you know. Jesper Kid, of course, was the composer for the first game, but it wasn't until the second game when he came up with the Ezio's family theme, and that, you know, became such an iconic bit of music that we've heard so many variations of it in the series since. In a way, it's kind of like to Assassin's Creed franchise, like John Williams' Star Wars theme is to the Star Wars franchise, you know. It's very highly associated with the franchise itself. And the thing about the song too is that when you think about the wider scope of the Assassins as a group throughout all history, I mean, they're all part of the same family if you want to look at it that way. So Ezio's family theme obviously initially is just for Ezio and his family, but it also gets extended to be all the other assassins that, you know, came before him and also after him. Sort of like a collective theme for the assassins themselves. Lucky that one in Brotherhood and the end of the Hidden Ones DLC in Origins. The Origins variation of it gave you chills. You love Origins and Odyssey renditions so much too. Yeah, there's not one game in the series that I don't like the version of Ezio's family that they used. I think they all have their own little unique flavors that get added as well. The only issue I have with one game that uses it is just the context it uses it in. I don't feel it should be used for Shay as a character. I think they should have come up with a different theme to represent him. Maybe an inverse of what the Ezio's family theme sounds like. Or reverse it, you know, something like that. Instead of just applying it to him. Because for me, it, you know, applies to all the characters who are assassins who are actually, you know, assassins through and through. Not ones that were assassins but then became Templars. It doesn't sit right for me. It's like giving Luke Skywalker the Vader's theme. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't fit. That's just how I feel about that. But the actual version of it, though, the actual rendition of it in that game is still great. No issues with that whatsoever. It's just the context that it's applied in the game to. Sherbot, okay, so you're going to head to bed. Thank you for the stream. That's okay, Sherbot. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you have a great one. What I highly recommend people check out Sherbot, if you haven't before, is playing some Jackbox party packs. Also plays a lot of other different games as well. Great streamer and very good with chat. So I highly recommend if you haven't before. Also plays guitar and sings as well. And is also a player of games like LA Noire and GTA 5. Things of that nature. So highly recommend checking out Sherbot's channel if you haven't before. And thank you so much for being here, Sherbot, and I hope you have a good one. Leader of the pack. Find the Shrine of Romulus. Full synchronization. Do not lose more than 10 health squares. Have to also be careful not to take fall damage.
We have recruited many new men to our cause.
I merely speak the name Romulus and they obey.
Bene. Our prophecies move them, as predicted. Together, we will create a new religious harmony.
Assassino! Mobilize your followers!
Where is that
Ladies!
There! Put the boat down!
We must kill the assassin! Romulus commands it!
Have I seen that man before?
Kill him and Romulus will return to bless all of us! Spill his blood!
Get his eye! Corner the rat!
You're running into the Pax lair, Raul! Blood of Romulus! Get me! Brother! The hunter comes! Don't worry! Get away! The master! You seek to corner a wolf? Master! Don't lose it!
Wait for me!
Save yourself!
Goods will be...
Ghostface, Ezio's Family is such a deadly soundtrack, one of your favourites, and definitely up there with your top 5 OSTs. Nice, Ghostface. Yeah, it's very, very iconic. And it's the type of thing, too, when you get music like that, you don't need the game to still enjoy it. You can just listen to it on its own and still enjoy the music just as much. Hey there, hippie T. But in the 1500s, yeah. How's it going, hippie? No shortcut? Ah, well. Ah. Up. There we go. Avenger, thanks for reigniting the Mass Effect spark. You spent 137 hours in 1 month on it. Work, play, work, play, work, play, work, play. Mass Effect, Mass Effect, Mass Effect, Mass Effect. That's definitely a lot of hours, but having played the game myself now, I definitely understand Hippie going alright, trying to have a productive day. Hope you're doing well, Rod. Well, that's good to hear, Hippie. I hope that your day ends up being the way that you'd like it. It's always good when that can happen. And I am, thanks dude. I'm having a good weekend. Wait. That deals with them. It's like funny close. Wow. Up we go. Come on. Oh! Hippie gotta contact IGN to make a documentary.
Your end is at hand, assassin. Appease Romulus. Kill him! A place in heaven awaits those who serve the wolf! Kill him and I will raise you up and teach you to speak to Romulus! Teach the unbeliever the truth! I see him! Go! Go! Kill him and I will raise you up and teach you to speak to Romulus! The assassin! Kill him!
Did you learn all those lies from your Borgia masters?
I speak the truth. It is you who tell the people lies.
Give me the code sheet.
All I will give you is death.
You who won't escape!
Ghostface, you think it's crazy how unresponsive and unreliable these old AC games could be? Does it feel weird to come back to them after playing the newer ones, just in the way that your inputs occasionally wouldn't work properly? Yeah, I mean, the thing about the older games, and when I say that I don't just mean Assassin's Creed 1 and the Ezio trilogy, but even games like Unity, which are older now. Next year that game celebrates its 10th anniversary, for example. But the thing about, there's certain advancements that they have made, i.e. being able to climb more surface types, but they've basically reduced the skill set that you could utilize of the main character in their parkour moves that were in the other games. So they've really scaled things back in that area so that it's very basic all across the board, which is fine in terms of like having it as an option for people, but the problem with that is that they take away the ability for those who really want to challenge themselves more and get more into the mechanics. It basically says to those players, sorry, but you don't matter anymore. You know, instead of giving options and all that kind of stuff. So I'd say that there's a lot of stuff that in the newer games you can't do that you can do even in Assassin's Creed 1, which make those aspects more advanced than new games. But having said that though, obviously in Assassin's Creed 1, for example, you can't just scale the side of a cliff like you can in the newer games, which is an advantage because it gives you more surfaces to climb. But the fact that in Assassin's Creed 1 you can do so much more with the parkour than you can in the newer games really shows how much of a focus they've taken away from that element. But yeah, it doesn't take long to get used to the controls again when I replay the older ones. But I think that's probably also because I play them often enough. Like you see some people, you know, YouTubers who, you know, wait quite a few years before replaying one of these games, and then, you know, they sort of like make a video about how they played this game in this current year, and they might not have played it for 5 or 6 years. So because I play them all year round regularly, it means that it doesn't take me long to get back into the groove of how the older games play. Because aside from my annual playthroughs where I do them in a certain order, outside of that I just do them in any order. So I can do Origins one playthrough and then decide, you know what, I feel like playing Black Flag, and so play that, and it doesn't take long to get back into the groove of that game, for example. So I think it depends too on that. It's like people who played the original Resident Evil games. When they go back to play those games, it doesn't take much to actually get back into the groove of them because you spent so much time playing them.
I'm with you, fratello!
Don't know what happened there.
Calm, friend. I'm just doing my job, right?
I'm just doing my job, right? Ghostface, do you prefer the newer games or older games parkour-wise than newer or older all aspects present-wise? Yeah, I prefer the older games parkour because the early games like AC1, as the games kept on coming out, they kept improving them. And then when Unity came out, that game had the most advanced parkour that the series had actually seen to that date. But instead of actually evolving that even further, they just basically scaled it back with Syndicate. Now, I'm really sick of doing an air assassination on targets that aren't aware of you and then it not working. The thing about the new games though too, when you look at the last 3 that we've gotten, comparing the parkour in those, Origins and Odyssey have the smoother movement out of the 3, whereas Valhalla does this weird thing where Eivor feels like he can trip over a leaf and it messes up his movement speed, and that you really don't feel that the running is as fast across stuff as it is in Origins and Odyssey. So I'd say within the last 3 games, Origins and Odyssey have the better parkour out of the 3. But only in the sense of like freedom of movement is concerned. Bayek and Aya and Alexius and Cassandra, when you're running across stuff, it feels smooth. And they're not being caught up on a little tiny bit of the environment when running. Whereas it's very easy to trip up in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. And I just don't understand why they did that, because you would think that they'd just stick with what they had in Origins and Odyssey. That's right, Nemesis, I sure am. Harbinger, feels so weird watching you and Crooked play the same game at the same time. You lost track of your progress. Yeah, that's understandable for sure as well, because, you know, different types of playthroughs too, and doing a no fall damage playthrough, I'm not subject to the same potential for failing the objectives than Crooked is with the stealth, because obviously the stealth in these older games, you know, when you're really trying to do a stealth challenge with these older games, not every instance of the game is made for stealth, you know, so you're really forcing the character to be stealthy, you know, so it's a bit of a different challenge as well. But if Crooked was actually doing this challenge or another type of challenge that wasn't stealth, I think that the pacing would still be on par with this one. But yeah, it's cool to have like 2 different streamers playing through the same game, but playing differently as well with different challenges on top. It is Nemesis, yeah. Yeah, Brotherhood is a gem. It's a good game. Alright, that's all the Borgia stuff done. That's all finished. Alright. So, let us go, if we can. I think we can now. Let's go and do this layer of Romulus. For Assassin's Creed Revelations, I'm actually going to do a no HUD challenge, because I figured that game is relatively small compared to Unity, which was the last game that I did a no HUD challenge with. So that's what I'll be doing for the next Revelations playthrough that will come up after this game's done. It'll be the 3rd game I've done that challenge with.
Though it may take a little while.
Nemesis, you might install AC3 Remastered. Tomorrow first playthrough your hype for USA area. Yeah, that'll be good. I hope that you enjoy it, Nemesis, because I quite like that game.
The assassin could use our help, I'm sure. But how?
Yeah, I enjoyed Revelations, Nemesis.
These Borgia have committed every conceivable atrocity, yet they persist.
Borgia nightmare.
Nice. Music from AC1. The 6th day. Raid the Pope's old residence to find the shrine to Romulus. Full synchronization, do not lose more than a block of health. So I have to be careful on this memory not to take fall damage. So my top 3 favorites of Assassin's Creed: 2, Black Flag, and Origins. After that, it gets harder for me to rank them, because I just really like the majority of the games in the series. Ghostface, remember before you played Unity, a ton of people said that Unity has the best parkour.
Now I can get back up here.
You can't agree with that because it is just too easy and there's no weight to it, and since it saves you from falls 90% of the time, it just takes all of the fun away. You just feel you should not finish Unity and move on to Origins. Ah, I see, Ghostface. Yeah, I felt it was more fluid, and being able to do the climb leaps the way that you could, that was the most advanced form of climb leaps, and I feel that taking that out in Syndicate onwards and making it an automatic thing really takes away the freedom of movement that you get from it. Nemesis, you'll pick up Origins Gold Edition next time on sale, not under PS Plus because you don't truly own it. That's fair enough, yeah.
If I fall, that will aid me.
Yeah, it is Nemesis. Yeah, those sort of like audio effects. I was going to take full damage there. Jesus Christ, Ezio, what the fuck are you doing? Press the fucking jump button. I'm more annoyed at that because it could potentially have meant fall damage. Don't know why the camera changed like that automatically on that one when it did in the first time. There we go, that's better.
That could help if I fall.
Magnifico.
Code and update. Mother's issue is a posterior vitreous detachment. Probably needs to be relocated to the next city with the proper docks. As shit happens, you're getting the best of it. Ah, damn Code. It's good to know what it is, but yeah, that doesn't obviously help in dealing with it straight away. So yeah, having to do that on top of just the actual having it just makes things worse. Hey, Little Pumpkin, welcome on in. How's things been? Ghostface, you never played a game where you blame the character and other aspects more before AC2? A bit of mastering the parkour in these older games was just fighting the physics, camera, and glitches. Yeah, like there's some stuff that, you know, the game really is at fault for. But then there's some stuff like running off of an edge that's actually the player's fault, because if you hold down all the buttons to make Ezio sprint and you go over the edge, he'll jump off of it. So I feel that those sorts of cases are really gamer's error more than gameplay error. Because if you want Ezio to just look over, you just walk to the edge. If you want him to just fall down a bit and then grab, you just make him jog. But if you want him to actually run and jump, you have to hold down the jog combination, but also the sprinting as well. I think that catches some people.
Perfect. A route up if I fall. man.
Ghostface, glad you learnt those early. Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's the thing, you know. And I think there's so many games too that have that kind of thing where you really need to sort of like wrap your head around the very basics, and that'll sort of like make it a bit easier too. The Pumpkin, long time, eh? You're usually either busy or not feeling the best. How you been? You're so excited for Hellblade 2 Diaries. What they said about the pandemic might explain why it's taking so long to make the game. You wanted to join yesterday though. How did the challenge for Shadow of the Tomb Raider go? Yeah, and that's completely fine, Little Pumpkin. You know, whether it's a short amount of time or a long amount of time since someone has come in chat, you know, they're definitely welcome back. There's no sort of like me keeping tabs on how long it's been and, you know, treating people differently depending on how long they've been away from the stream. So there's definitely no worries there. I'm glad that things have been going well. And that's understandable too, you know, like if you're busy and there's other things as well. Yeah, that was like, thank you so much for linking that development diary, because that's just like, it's an amazing location. So to see what they're doing to capture it for Hellblade 2, like I think like the game could still end up being disappointing. Any game can, but I'm glad that they're taking their time with it. And yeah, I actually didn't do a stream of Shadow of the Tomb Raider because it was about 10:30 PM my time when I got back home, and I was kind of like, do I really want to run the risk of dying in my current attempt and then having to basically start all the way from the start again? And I was thinking, would I rather risk that and then have to wait a week, because I wouldn't have felt like starting from the start straight away in that stream, if you know what I mean. Would I rather that, or would I rather wait a week knowing that I'm still on my current attempt and start the stream early in my time? That way my concentration levels are really high and focused, you know. So I decided, nah, I won't actually make an attempt starting that late, because I'm in the last quarter of the game too as well, and I'd rather actually continue that attempt that I'm currently on and actually potentially get the game. Like, I still might die, but at least if I die next week in the game, at least I can restart the game still with full energy and focus and concentration to try again from scratch. Because it's very disheartening when you've gotten so far in a game and then it's like, well, I died, so I have to restart the game from the start again and do all the stuff again that I already did, you know, hours and hours and hours worth of gameplay.
Better pick up the pace, dead man!
Ghostface, you're in for a life of pain if you don't know the BS of AC and how to fight it. That's true, you know, knowing what to do to compensate for something as well. But also having the ability in gameplay to do it. You know, like being able to grab something as you're falling, for example. But Malkin, that would have to be a long stream if you died. That's true, you know, like, I thought it's not worth it. You know, because I'd rather get through on this current attempt than not. But if it takes more, so be it. But I mean to say, I have a better chance at getting through the game from where I'm up to, as close as I am to the end, by starting earlier my time when I actually have a lot of time up my sleeve and when my focus levels are going to be strong enough to actually be able to really concentrate. The only two big things I'm worried about is the landslide part, and right at the end when you're traversing, I remember one playthrough, even though I had all the skills necessary unlocked, Lara still wasn't fast enough to climb around a certain corner of a piece of cliff, and I kept on dying multiple times, and I'm sort of worried that that's going to happen again. Which in that playthrough didn't matter because I wasn't doing a challenge with it, but because I'm doing a challenge with it this time, don't want to have to run the risk of that happening. Okay, so we have 73.26% total sync. So I almost have the final synchronization level needed to unlock the final Christina memory. I want to do all of them one after the other. Up to sequence 7 in the story. Okay, so more assassination contracts and more thief contracts won't be available to me right now. Courtesan is already done. Copernico, guild challenges, additional memories. Secret locations. We've done 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of Romulus. There's the 5th one there. We got 5 of those, so we need to do one more. And that one more is over this way, but we can't get into that area yet. However, what I can do is actually get another glyph done. There's probably others as well that I need to do that I haven't done yet, in areas where I can access right now. The Pumpkin, did you know that Ninja Theory also has a podcast where devs talk about Hellblade 1? It's really good. So far, only 2 videos though. One is for music and another is about character art. You would get frustrated if you died and had to start from the beginning, lol. Yeah, I don't know how speedrunners do it because, like, when you're doing it based on whether you die or not, that's one thing. But a speedrunner can have to restart their game from scratch if they accidentally go the wrong direction. So I don't know how they manage to persevere and keep at doing their speedruns when that kind of thing happens. So playing it where if you die you restart, I'm getting a little taste of what that feels like, but to have to make sure that you're doing every single tiny thing quick enough and correctly, otherwise you restart from scratch. Like, and you think about games that are really long, like story-wise takes you 30 hours to complete. Obviously speedrunners can get that down to a short amount of time, but there's still a lot of content that you might have to go through. Ghostface, it is a weird feeling when you discover a game-changing mechanic. You feel so broken and stupid for not knowing it before. Yeah, that can definitely happen. You know, I think it's very easy to get into a situation with games where you just get comfortable doing the one approach with everything, and so that becomes how you play the game. But in doing so, you might be missing out on a game mechanic that you didn't know about. And then when you do find out about it, you think to yourself, oh damn, I could have been doing this. But it's just the way that things go, you know. It'd be great to just pick up a game and instantly know all the mechanics inside and out within 5 minutes, but you know, some games have them a bit more hidden. Like Assassin's Creed 1 had the air assassination hidden. The game doesn't point it out to you, it doesn't give you a tutorial, doesn't even mention it, doesn't even have a text appear on the screen say, hey, you can do air assassinations. It was something that players had to actually find out on their own. Pumpkin, you finally got to the Atlantis DLC in Odyssey, but you didn't finish. Been since November you last play. You don't want it to be over. Speedrunners and their skills, oof, that's dedication. Really is. That's for sure. That's great progress though, as well, to get to that. I do Ghostface, yeah. Yeah, I play that game as well at least once a year. I wish I could say for that one that I've played it at least once a year since release. But I didn't play Assassin's Creed 1 until a year after it came out, which was a year before AC2. So I've really been playing the game at least once a year, every year for the past, well, 14 years. Last year it celebrated its 15th anniversary. It's so funny too, because Assassin's Creed 1 released the same date as my birthday is. Nah, Ghostface, I'm completely done with that game. I don't need to replay it again. Hippie, nice rod. Your birthday is precisely 1 month before yours, is it? Oh, cool. That's nice timing.
Loading.
Hey, Dr. Sour Patch, welcome on in. Fall damage is a common thing in this game. It is, especially for me, more so because I get so reckless and so blasé about taking fall damage that I jump off of high points not caring if I take fall damage. So for me, I really have to slow myself down and concentrate to make sure I don't take any fall damage. But also I'm doing the optional objectives on top, which also adds a different thing together. For example, there's a race that you have to run through, and you have to get through it in under 60 seconds, but it's on rooftops. So I have to not only be fast, but I also have to be careful in a situation like that. So it hasn't been like challenging to the point of making the game, you know, impossible. But for me, who just runs and jumps and doesn't care if I take fall damage, it's got that extra layer, but also the optional objectives in every memory. Little Pumpkin, well, it took you almost 2 years to get to Atlantis. Very slow progress. As long as you're enjoying the journey, you know, that's the main thing, Little Pumpkin. Doesn't matter if it takes, you know, a while to get through it all. Ghostface, how many times did you play it before deciding that it would never again be in your yearly play of the games? Well, I played through it once, and the thing about playing through a game that you end up hating is, what is the point in giving it another shot if you absolutely hated the game? Because the story is not going to change, the character's not going to change, and that's the thing that I hate about Rogue, the character and the story. So I don't feel like putting myself through the game just to experience the story when all I need to do to remember what happened in the story is to just look up a YouTube video. There we go, finally got it. Good evening and welcome to television.
Loading.
Research Division, September 1985. Dear S, research has progressed far more rapidly than expected. We already have a working prototype capable of mimicking Piece of Eden capabilities across a network, albeit at a far lower intensity. Testing will commence locally on Subject 4, between his Animus sessions, as per our plan. If all goes well, deployment will occur worldwide. Your dream is about to become a reality. Soon, capitalists and workers will be locked in a closed loop that is safe and prosperous for humanity. No more war, only desks, cars and TV sets. We will protect them and keep them safe. Forever. WV. Ghostface, you could also just play Black Flag and maybe even AC3 as a replacement for Rogue. Yeah, and that's what I have done every year since 2012, is play through AC3. But yeah, the only game that I don't replay is Rogue.
Loading. Infinite rooms. Dimensions unknown. I am alone. Nothing alive. No light. No warmth. Packets moving. Husks. Through the darkness. I am frightened. I am frightened. Loading.
Hello, Comstatic Customer Support. Diana speaking.
I'm calling in reference to your HD cable service. There seems to be some kind of picture between the channels.
Well, that's funny. Are you sure it isn't just one of those premium movie channels? I didn't used to have a premium package at home either, and sometimes little snippets of the channels would come through when my son Jimmy pressed the clicker too much.
How old's your Jimmy?
10 and cute as a button. Thanks for asking.
My Paul's 12. But no, this isn't a clicker problem. I go to change the channel from 172 to 173, and instead, there's this other channel in between. I'm looking at it right now. It's some kind of menu.
Sounds like our guide channel. Why, just the other day, Jimmy...
It's not the guide channel. It has my name on it, my son's name, and a list of things we like, my credit card purchases, loans, travel. And then after that, there's this gibberish about biometric patterns and optimal screen refresh frequencies. There's some kind of heart monitor things that says EEG wireless next to it, and ARAS. I don't know what the particulars of this are, but it looks like your cable is programmed to have some kind of effect on our bodies.
Well, sir, I don't even know how to respond to that. 1 second, my supervisor has just come over. She says I should transfer your call. Have an ecstatic day with Comstatic.
If this kind of thing happens to you in real life, never ring up the company and tell them straight flat what's happening.
Hello. I have been briefed on your problem. A technician is on his way.
Thank you, but the more I think about this, the more I think something bad's going on here.
Our technician should be there any minute, Mr. Jameson.
Don't bother, right?
Daddy, there's someone stranded at the door. He's hitting the door real hard.
Have a good day, Mr. Jameson.
Loading.
Otherwise, they'll just send someone to kill you. Watch, move fast, shift from first to second. 0 to 60. Don't think. There we go.
Loading. Is someone there? Hello? Hello? Loading. Quarantine zone.
Although online gaming attracts many people away from reality, make sure these virtual worlds do not become too utopic. We don't want people to question their own lack of success in the real world now, do we?
Quarantine lifted.
Alright, 2 left to get. The Pumpkin, but yeah, you're very curious how Hellblade 2 will be. You hope they won't neglect the story. Yeah, I've got confidence in them. So we'll just have to wait and see, of course, because anything can go wrong. But it feels like the game is going to be good, from what they've revealed so far. Harbinger and Odyssey trademark soon. Odyssey trademark soon. What context, Harbinger? Ghostface, people say Rogue is underrated, but it just makes no sense. Yeah, I've kind of found that people who love the game, when they come into chat and talk about the game and they find out I don't like it, kind of feel like I'm insulting their ancient ancestors or something. So in my experience, it feels like Rogue is a bit overrated. But having said that, though, doesn't mean I think people who like it are idiots or anything, because that kind of thinking is ridiculous. But yeah, I've just found that whenever I tell people I don't like Rogue, I seem to come across as if I'm the only person in the world who feels that way. The Pumpkin, we heard it now. Online gaming is bad. We don't want to question our real life. It's interesting that, though, when you think about what Facebook is trying to do with Meta and all that kind of stuff. Where, like, they want to give people that utopia in the virtual way. You know what I mean? But that kind of makes you think about the advancements in technology to do with neural processes and combining computer with organic matter, you know, which in some ways is very, like, optimistic, into what potentially could come about with that technology. But then there's also the dark side of it, of what could go wrong, or what abuses of power will be done by using that technology. But the thing about technology, no matter what it is, or what stage it came into existence at, anything like that can be used for good purpose or bad purpose, you know? Like, when people buy a spoon from the shop, for example, if that person decides, you know what, I'm going to go up and stab that person in the neck with this spoon, does that then mean that all spoons are bad and that we should ban spoons? No. You know, the spoon wasn't intended to be stabbing people in the necks with. You know, it was intended to use as a way to eat stuff. You know, but if someone decides to use it for a purpose other than what it's intended for, it makes them the person who is bad or in the wrong. It doesn't make the actual item in the bad or in the wrong. And I would also argue that's the same with video games that are violent. It's not the video game that is what makes the person go out and do what they're doing. There's a line that gets crossed by that person. They cross the line of understanding that it's a virtual representation of something from reality, but it's not intended to inspire people to go out and do the same thing. It's just a truth and reality based on what the game is, you know. So Grand Theft Auto could have been a game where you just basically deliver packages to people without any violence in it, you know. Which I'm sure there's probably some parents groups that would love if GTA was turned into that and then renamed to something else. Like Grand Delivery Service or something, you know, where it's just someone driving in a vehicle delivering packages of, you know, food or items or whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah, technology that gets used for bad purposes, it's not the technology that is bad, it's just the application of it is by someone who decided, you know what, I'm going to use this for ill purposes. You were talking about games you don't want to play again. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so with Odyssey, eventually when it comes to annual playthroughs, that is, I want to get to a point where instead of playing through the game, I'll just basically stream the video project that I'm still working on in its place. So it'll go annual playthrough of Origins, and then it would go, let's watch a movie. Using the footage that I've got of the game, and will have, and watch my version of the story, edited differently. That would be what the annual playthroughs would be. But outside of that though, I will still play the game and do challenge runs or, you know, silly playthroughs. Like with my annual playthrough, I'm going to be doing a Sparta Kick challenge playthrough with that game. But I'm also not going to follow the dialogue choices that I have already pre-planned. I'm just going to play fast and loose with it for this annual playthrough. DNA, 73.2% sync. Alright, so I think what I might do is have a break, first and foremost. Then once I finish that break, I want to actually jump back into the story. Sequence 8, if I actually finish Sequence 8, that'll lock me into finishing Sequence 9, so I don't want to do that. But we're up to Sequence 7, so I'll get that done. And then that way, I can get the remaining things in the playthrough finished that I want to get done. But I'll also be doing the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC. So potentially, we could actually be finishing the main story today in this stream. And then doing the Da Vinci Disappearance tomorrow. But the Da Vinci Disappearance won't take like 10 hours to do. So potentially tomorrow, I could finish that and also start Revelations. Just see how it all goes. Yeah, Little Pumpkin, insulting ancestors, lol. That's the thing, right? You know, just to put it through in a, like, exaggerated way, you know. But yeah, that's just been like my experience so far. Whenever someone who likes Rogue finds out I don't, it's kind of like a negative reaction, which is fine in and of itself. Like, I don't expect positive reactions from everything. It's just that kind of thing makes me feel that the game, because I don't like it, is overrated. Whereas someone who loves a game and it doesn't get talked about much would obviously say it's underrated. But I guess you could also say Rogue is underrated, I guess. Depending on perspective. Which is what it's all really about. Ghostface, in my opinion, if you want to play Rogue, play it, but you just feel Black Flag could give you the same feeling by replaying it more. Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's always good to have things that you want to go and gravitate towards. Like, it's fine to criticize things, but I think it's good to balance it out by not focusing on that sometimes and actually focusing on things that you do like for a little bit. You know, just have a break from things that you don't like. You know, like, there's a game that frustrates the fuck out of you, you know, don't play it for, 6 months or more. Come back to it later. You know, you might feel differently about it, or you might, still feel the same way, but at least you're taking a break from it and you're getting some other kind of gaming experience, something that you do like. The Pumpkin, yeah, just like an atomic bomb, it was a huge discovery, but people abused it. That's right, and that's the thing about humans. We can be very intelligent, we can come up with all these really advanced things, but we can also come up with all these ways to be really destructive. Oh, your version of the story for Odyssey, that should be interesting. Yeah, because it's actually going to be, it's not just rearranging things in a different order, it's literally going into the cutscenes and editing what actually gets said and everything like that as well. So it's pretty ambitious. But to do that, I also need to have the ability to isolate the dialogue audio from the music, from the sound effects. So I'm going to do a playthrough this year sometime of Odyssey where I just have the dialogue audio, no music and no sound effects. That way on the broadcast, when I export the VOD, I can then download it and have the clean audio of the dialogue. And then what I can do is edit the cutscenes the way that I want to, taking out dialogue I don't like and replacing it with dialogue because of the edit change that actually goes over the top of something previous, Thankfully, a lot of the exchanges in that game, when you're talking, the camera will be on you. When the other person's talking, it'll be on them. So it allows me a lot of freedom in the visual department of editing those cutscenes. But sometimes if you want to edit a scene, the music might be cut off, or the sound effect might interrupt. That's why I need to have clean dialogue audio for that project. But yeah, it's still an ongoing thing. I haven't set a deadline because I don't even know when it will be. It could be 2027 for all I know.
Who can resist a little gold brocade now and then?
Look, I'm going to know, Rod, you're just rude for not liking something someone else likes. Exactly. That's how we all should think. Hey there, Crooked. Good day to you, Seni Assassin. It's going really well, dude. Just about to go on a break, but we're up to sequence 7. And I've got 1 Romulus lair left, and 2 of the glyphs left to do, and the Christina memories, and then just the rest of the story for the main game. So I'll probably finish all that in this stream, I think. And then tomorrow's stream I can do Da Vinci, and then start Revelations. And for Revelations I'm doing a no HUD challenge. So after my experience with Unity, plus I want to get through Revelations in a relatively short amount of time, I decided to do a no HUD with that game. Because the map is pretty small comparatively to Unity. So when I do that game, I thought, I'll do a no HUD with this game. So that'll then make it AC1, Unity, and Revelations that I've done it with. Little Pumpkin, it's a good idea for your version of the story. Yeah, So it's going to be interesting. Thank you, Seni. I appreciate that. Guess you'll get everything done this weekend after all. Yeah, because when you asked me, I was like, oh, it'll probably take me 3 stream sessions to get the rest of the stuff done. But as I'm going through it today, I'm like, yeah, about that. Hey, Anakin. Hello to you. Welcome on in. Crooked, nice. Looking forward to another No HUD challenge. Me too as well, Crooked. You know, because that game is so good, and it's going to be good to spend a bit more time taking in the world of the game, you know, by not having the HUD on screen. Yeah, Ghostface, still be about 10 minutes. Yeah, probably about 10 to 15 minute break. So I'll just put it on that screen and pin a message to the top. So that people coming into the stream will see the message up the top of chat. So I'll be back in 10 to 15 minutes, and we'll be jumping into Memory Sequence 7 to finish that, and then we'll be doing whatever glyphs and tombs we can do. By that point, I should have the 75% total sync to do the Christina memories as well, and do them all one after the other. No worries, little pumpkin. I'll see you when you get back as well. Be back in 10 or 15. Alright, I'm back from my break. Love how that horse just interrupted and photobombed Ezio. Exactly, Ghostface. He was just vibing. Then the horse goes past and brushes its tail in his face, but he's unfazed. He still keeps to it. Actually, because it didn't automatically put me into the sequence, I can actually go and do these thief missions. So we'll get these done first, actually.
Ezio, your help has been invaluable. Now we must finish the Centuocchi. Only their leaders deal with the Borgia. Remove them, and the gang disbands permanently.
I will consult with your spies.
Bene.
Hospitality issues or other complaints.
Realize there is a war going on for them.
Will be blessed by the bringing out of Giotto's ascension and
You hurt someone holding stunts like that.
reports of fierce fighting on a massive scale are filtering in, but the news bearers all fled to me. I would give much to fight.
Ghostface, a few Ubisoft's other series are getting fucked over. Glad AC isn't. Well, the thing about a company like Ubisoft, because they have so many franchises now, there's extra eyes on them as a company because you've got, you know, every fan of those other franchises, you know, and we all want, you know, to get a great game and all that kind of stuff, but it just depends on so many factors, and I feel that Ubisoft as a company as a whole are very much in dire straits still.
Ezio, La Volpe tells me you are a skilled horseman. I have discovered that the leaders of the Centuocchi train on horseback at the Circo Massimo. This grants us an opportunity to cut down several of them in one place.
A blanket finish. Ride to the Circo Massimo and cut down the Cento Orci leaders. Full synchronization, kill the Cento Orci leaders with the hidden blade. But I think Ubisoft also have a lot riding on Mirage as well. And if that game ends up being a good game, but it doesn't make as much money as they're hoping, they'll blame it on the fact that it's not an open world RPG 500-hour game. They won't look at themselves and say, what did we do wrong with this type of Assassin's Creed game? Hey Barnes, good evening. You skilled horseman. Sometimes. My motto with gaming and my success is 99% of it is luck, 1% of it is skill. How's things going, Barnes? Welcome to the stream.
You got some nerve!
Assassin! Ridding his cheeks up with rats. Don't neglect your health!
If I wasn't worried about the optional objective, in this mission you can just use Arrow Storm and kill all three.
Presto! Aiuto! At all times! This is not over yet! With the assassin. Speed will not save you! Stay back! Faster! Speed will not save you!
So annoying how in the console versions of this game, the speed that the horse can go is this top speed. It doesn't let you gallop. However, there is one memory where it lets you gallop, but for the rest of the game you can't. And it's because they made it that only the PC version, if you have an SSD, can allow you to actually go full speed.
This is not over yet! Attacking!
An extra hour at the bordello to whoever brings it down! I'm going to cut you!
Ghostface, you feel that Ubi's current state isn't all their fault. Us fans sometimes don't know what we want sometimes. They've made some bad decisions, but they do listen to the community. It's just they don't execute as well as fans think, as with Syndicate, Valhalla, etc. I kind of feel that when you look at things like Skull and Bones, and it's still not out, and it's been delayed multiple times, you look at Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake, and it was announced in 2019, and it's been delayed multiple times. Then you look at a game like Mirage, which was supposed to come out early this year, but now it's being delayed. The problem with Ubisoft is they're basically delaying games too many times instead of just going, right, this is what we're going to stick with, and we're going to release it this way, and just have it released, you know. But the thing about doing that, though, is it can get released in an unfinished state, which then means that it would have been better if they delayed, but, you know, not every person who is looking forward to a game is going to accept 10 delays on it, you know. Sooner or later, people are going to be like, nah, fuck it. Like Skull and Bones was supposed to come out at so many different points over the last 9 years, and it hasn't. But I think the thing with Ubisoft is they can be too open to fan suggestions of what to do, to the point where they take on board the wrong suggestions. Is the horse speed capped because the game's loading? No actual idea why, but all I know is that you can't make the horse sprint in the console versions or PC versions that don't have an SSD installed. Only on one memory does it let you actually go full speed. But if you have the SSD on PC version, then you can go full speed every single time you're on the horse. Maybe probably not inside, you know, this, like, you know, built up areas, but you don't really need it in built up areas to go full speed, but it would be helpful in missions like the one that I just did.
You, please, will you grace an admirer with a performance? You have been an inspiration for many of us.
For the fans, defeat the challenger at his own race. Full synchronization, complete the course without taking any damage. So with this, I can actually use the parachute, because the only way to win this race and get the full synchronization is to actually use the parachute, because they start you off really, really high, and if you take the slow way down, you're only going to lose the race anyway. So I'm going to make an exception for this. I'm allowed to use the parachute for this memory. Except for that. Alright. Because I forgot that in this game, unlike Revelations, when you use the parachute, you can actually drop and then use it again, drop and then use it again. So because of that mistake, I now have to count my first fall damage. Gotta remember what command I had set up to actually put down when it happens. So damage says how many. Fall just says that. What did I put it as? Fell? No. I have to go to stream elements. Yeah, Ghostface. It's only a tiny detail, but yeah, in Brotherhood, when you use the parachute, once you use it, you need to keep staying using it. Whereas in Revelations, you can basically speed your descent by using it, dropping, then using it again, so on and so forth. But not in this game. So there we go. 4th stream session, 10 plus hours into the game, finally take full damage. Ah, that's what I had it as. Ouch. There we go. So that's the first fall damage I've taken, and we're up to sequence 7 out of 9 in the main story. Alright, so this time I'll just use the parachute once and not try to do that again, because you can't in this game. You can do that in Revelations as well, though. You can do that in Revelations, I mean. It's so frustrating, though, that they take the music away.
Well, now, what's he doing?
Must be a drunken waiter.
Yeah, Barnes. Very rarely, though, when I do a challenge with a game, and I've never done this challenge with this game before, very rarely will I get through a game with a challenge without fucking up once. There's been some exceptions, like when I did my GTA 5 handgun only challenge, I was able to get through the game only using handguns of any type for moments where it is possible. There's also moments, though, where the game is like, no, your character will absolutely not be able to use the weapon you want to use, therefore use this weapon we want you to use. And another playthrough that I did a challenge with, that was the first time doing it with that game, was No Deadeye with Red Dead Redemption 2. And I got through that without using the Deadeye in circumstances where it was completely avoidable in using it. There we go. So that's that done. Ghostface, the music just disappears so much in Revelations, it made it kind of depressing to explore and travel. Yeah, if you really love the music, when the game just doesn't play it because of something, it's quite annoying. But I still think that's pretty good to go for that many hours of game time and that many main sequences in the story without taking damage from falling until this point. Yeah, especially Ghostface, you know. But it just goes to show too that when you have one game that does something one way, but the next game does it differently in a better way, over the years it kind of gets to a point where it's very easy to forget which of the two games had that advanced version of that same mechanic. So yeah, in this game when you get the parachute, once you use the parachute, you can't just let go of it and then press it again to use another parachute, but you can do that in Revelations. And me forgetting that tiny little difference between the two games is what led to me taking fall damage. Because I was able to use the parachute in that memory. It's just that through the act of cancelling the parachute, thinking I could use another parachute, that means that I still had to take it as fall damage. It's just that I couldn't I just couldn't use a parachute to prevent fall damage, if you know what I mean. Except in that memory. Like even right now, I couldn't just have Ezio jump off here and use a parachute. Even if he wouldn't have taken fall damage, because that's me actively in a situation where it's avoidable, using the parachute to avoid fall damage, or the potential for it.
Ezio, one of the Cento Occhi leaders, has worked his way into our own guild. He is an accomplished liar, responsible for the deaths of many of our brothers. Come, I will lead you to him.
Alright, this one's going to be annoying too, because the traitor is actually this dude that we're going to be following. He's going to try and ambush us. We have to be careful, because if you want to kill the traitor with your hidden blade, if an enemy kills him by their weapon or knocking him off to his death, you fail the optional objective. Downsizing. Find and kill the traitorous thief. Full synchronization. Kill the traitor with your hidden blade.
No! Kill him! Ora! If I live, you will die!
There we go. Ghostface, you and your friend always found it so funny that nobody but you can't swim in these games up until Black Flag, where the sea was vastly involved in the game. It was like having a superpower and some asshole exposed your secrets. Yeah, it's funny how in later games they made it that enemies falling into the water, they could actually swim. So it kind of makes doing that with them pointless. Unless you just want them out of the way so you can escape. Alright, so we've done 76.23% total sync, which means we'll be able to do all of the Christina memories one after the other. They each get unlocked at certain synchronization points in terms of percentage, but I can't remember every single little increment of that. All I know is that the final one unlocks when you have 75% total sync. Alright, so we've done all the thief stuff now, so that's done to 100%. All the courtesan stuff is done. Not doing Copernico, not doing guild challenges or additional memories. Assassination, still have some left, but we don't have all of them available yet. left to do. We got the Christina memories to do. Not doing Templar agents. Borgia towers are all done. War machines all done. Still have some layers of Romulus to do. Not doing Templar layers. Sequence 7. Alright, so it is time to go and do the Christina memories. I like to do them one after the other once I have them all unlocked. Hey there, Shadow. Welcome to you. I hope it's going well. I finally took fall damage for once in this playthrough. All these hours into it. Because I forgot that in this game, when you're using a parachute, if you use the parachute and then press the button to cancel it, the game doesn't let you use another parachute straight away. Whereas in the next game after this, Revelations, it does. So that tiny little misremembering between the two games and the parachute mechanics cost me my first taking of fall damage. I did it, Shadow, that's cool. These memories are great. At the start of the game, in present day, they talk about how there's something that's going wrong with synchronizing Ezio's memories fully, because there's something that Ezio is, there's some kind of trauma or something. And that's represented by these Christina memories. Because there's a certain percentage that you need to be able to do all of them in one, it means that the point in the story where I feel it would be necessary or most appropriate to do these memories in full isn't possible that early in the game story. The only way I've managed to do it is have one save file where I've already done the total sync percentage, and then on the new save file get up to that point in the story that I like to do it at, or where I feel it fits, and then switch to the other save file and then do the Christina memories from that point. But the memory in the main story that I feel it would have been good to be able to do all the Christina memories at the earliest is when Ezio and Katerina part ways. Because my thinking is, losing Katerina, even though he only loses her in the sense of them not having a future as lovers or, husband and wife and stuff like that, would make him think back on those he's also lost, but in other ways, like his father, his brothers, but also his first love, Christina. So I feel that, story-wise, that would have been the best point to actually have all of the Christina memories available to do. Because it would make the most sense that he's in an emotional state, and that he'd be reflecting on his past, hence these memories that Ezio's having of Christina. So that's what we're going to do now, since we can do all of them. Shadow, you asked one of your fellow countrymen streamers what they thought an Aussie salute was, and let's say they thought exactly as me. Oh, did they really? They didn't think about waving a fly out of your face, they thought about giving the finger. Amber Goldfarb reprises the role as Christina as well, and they're her other roles in the series.
What about that one?
Oh, she is beautiful.
Okay, then go talk to her.
Just like that? Talk about what?
It doesn't matter. See, little brother, most men are so afraid of beautiful girls that anyone who actually talks to them has an advantage. Just make it up as you go.
What?
What?
Why are you just standing there?
Oh, because I wanted to ask you something. Which is... What's your name?
Not one you'll ever need to make use of.
Aspetta, I wasn't ready! I was planning on being really charming and funny. Can I just have a second chance? Ah, well.
Ezio, all is not lost. You made her smile. She will remember you now.
No, I can still fix these. I'll follow her ways. See where she lives.
Yeah, Ezio, yeah, that's good. That's the only thing that is very off about this whole thing, is having Ezio follow Christina to find out where she lives. A second chance. Follow Christina to seek the renewal of her attentions. If I take fall damage in these memories, it still counts in the challenge, so I have to also be careful of that still.
Could it be? No, it's not possible. Just my imagination.
Felice notte.
I told you I'm not interested.
See, but I am.
Get in line.
I think not, amore mio. I've decided I'm tired of waiting for you to open your legs on your own. Cane rognoso! What do you want here? This has nothing to do with you!
Nice to see you too, Vieri. I think you're disturbing this young lady's day.
You will get what is your due!
Is that the best you can do?
Shut your mouth! I'll kill you!
Why am I not surprised to find you forcing yourself on a nice girl? Just like your father's bank treats Firenze!
Fool! Your father is the one who needs to learn a lesson!
You Pazzi are all mouth and no fist! You've been slandering my family's name around this town for too long!
Father will be forced to take notice. Forced to show me respect.
No more than they deserve.
Come on then, hit me! Give me a reason to break your neck!
Pay for interfering. Your whole family will.
Thank you. That was very kind of you.
Are you all right?
I am now. You asked for my name earlier. It's Cristina.
Piacere, Cristina. I'm Ezio.
Well, Ezio. Looks like you got yourself a second chance.
It won't let me make him do the side-to-side head movement.
At the request of the condottiero Simone Occhibianchi, his execution will be conducted via strangulation.
So we see how Ezio and and Cristina first met. Because I've done enough synchronization in Total Sync, we can now jump into the next memory of Cristina. Yeah, Ghostface. Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, like where Ezio's like, oh yeah, this will be fine to do this. Shadow Healer, thank you so much for the 4 months in a row. Thank you very much for that, Shadow. I really, really appreciate it. Shadow requesting an AC quote. Ah, I gotcha, Shadow. Yeah, unfortunately, the only way I do Assassin's Creed quotes is by redeeming the channel points reward. It's just to keep it fair so that people who, you know, are just followers can also, you know, get an Assassin's Creed character quote. So I'd rather just keep it all streamlined and make sure that it's only through redeeming the AC quote that I'll actually do it. Thanks for that, Shadow. Thanks for understanding as well. Cesare, oh Cesare, a man of great depravity, believed himself immortal till he had a date with gravity. Young Cesare, I heard him say, could not be killed by man, so I tossed him through the air to see where he might land. That is from Assassin's Creed Revelations. That's when Ezio is pretending to be a minstrel. And if you actually press buttons to make him sing, that's a couple of the lyrics that it'll actually sing about Cesare.
Ah! Go on, Batman. Walk to your Batcave. I'm not behind you.
Could you imagine Hippie having Ezio be Batman in this situation with a character model change? And then have Cristina be, have Batman be Cristina. I mean, exactly, Hippie. Yeah, I've never done that before with Vieri there. Yeah, well, I was thinking the same thing. Why is there actually a crowd noise for that fight with Vieri? He did Shadow, yeah. Ezio actually ended up getting married, and he actually had a child as well. He got married to Sophia. She's a character that you meet in Assassin's Creed Revelations. And they had a daughter named Flavia. Or Flavia. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Oh, he had two, did he, Hippie? Yeah, because in Embers it only shows one. And he dies soon after, so I wasn't sure. Because I know that Altair had two, Seth and Darum. But unfortunately, Seth gets assassinated by Abbas. Under Abbas's orders.
Un fiorino.
I would like to remind all cittadini that displays of public drunkenness and lewdness is only tolerated.
Hippie, you checked the wiki and apparently in Embers we see his youngest son Marcello Auditore. You couldn't find what scene named after Ezio's alias back in Revelations. Yeah, it's just I never remember seeing their other child. You would think that they would be with him, unless he's off somewhere else in those events, but we only see Flavia, Sophia, Xiao Jun and Ezio.
Thank you for coming.
Of course, of course. Tell me, what can I do?
My family's bodies. I can't just leave them hanging from the gallows. I need to give them last rites. Send them on to the next world.
Capisco. Lead the way, Ezio.
So this takes place after Ezio's father and brothers have been hung to death. In Assassin's Creed 2, when you're escorting Maria and Claudia out of Firenze, they ask Ezio if Giovanni, Federico and Petruchio, got a proper burial. So in this game we actually get to experience the memory where he does ensure that they get one. Last rites. Give Federico, Giovanni and Petruchio Auditore a proper burial. Yeah, it really does, Afro, for sure. Roger Craig Smith did such a great job with this character.
Let's go.
Seguin, they've already been cut down.
What are we going to do?
Hide yourself. I'm going to have a little talk with that guard.
I have him! Get back! Let go!
Where are the bodies that hung here?
They've already been taken.
Where? Tell me where they are.
I don't know. I think they were taking them down to the river to dump them.
No. Cristina, vieni con me.
What will you do?
Only one thing to do. Kill them.
No, don't do that. did nothing wrong.
They follow orders unquestioningly. That makes them...
Ezio?
Va bene. I'll sneak behind their backs. Get my family, one at a time if I have to. And carry them down to the river.
Be careful.
The Templars even killed a child. But they're the good guys, right, aren't they? The Templars you should side with in the series.
What an oddly cut cloth.
Requiescat in pace.
I have to leave the city. Christina, I want you to come with me.
I want to. But I can't. My family.
So we'll always be together, Christina.
Ezio.
Would whoever stole the child from the Madonna and child stand in the...
Hippie, you found a snapshot and Marcello was very young and sleeping in bed in the Embers movie. Ah, that might be why I didn't notice. Yeah, because you don't, like, there's no scenes that I remember anyway where, like, Sophia is tending to Marcello or anything like that, so must have been one of those things where it's, you know, just background in a scene. Afro Forense in HD, yeah. That was the great thing when these games were revisiting scenarios or locations from the previous games, is that with the differences in graphics between the years, it was good to see a different variation. Going from seeing Massif in AC1 in 2007 to seeing it in 2011 in Revelations, for example. Back when that game came out, it was like, oh, cool. This is what Assassin's Creed 1 would have looked like with 2011 graphics. Yeah, it's so funny in moments in this series where the character's like, oh, you can't kill the target. Ghostface, Hatham in AC3 does make a solid argument against Connor when they were arguing in the tower or church or whatever. That's true, but comparing that scene to the Templars hanging a child, I think that is more important to showcase how the Templars actually are as a group, that they're willing to do that kind of stuff. Whereas the assassins are never, ever, ever, ever shown killing children. That's true, Afro, yeah. I think he's around that age at this point in the story, around 17 or 20, somewhere around there.
Ezio! What are you doing here?
I only just came back to Firenze. Look at you. Beautiful as ever.
But... Oh, Ezio, It's been 2 years!
And I've thought of nothing but you.
Oh, but Ezio...
What is it?
I'm engaged to be married. My father kept asking me to choose. I thought I would never see you again. Ah! It's Manfredo! He's going to kill him! What?
Untale he lost money to. He's dragged them out to the end of the new bridge.
Who the hell is Manfredo?
My fiancé!
Best man. Save Christina's fiancé Manfredo from the gamblers.
It's too late for that now. You will be caught.
Grazie, emissary. You don't know how close.
Whoa, hey! Aspetta! What are you doing?
Do you love her?
What?
Do you love her? Christina! The woman you're about to marry!
Yes, I do. I swear I do. Kill me here, and I will die still loving her.
You are never going to gamble again.
Never, Messere.
You will be a good husband to her. Or I will hunt you down and kill you myself. He's fine. He'll make a good husband. I made sure of it.
What?
Hippie, man, you wouldn't be the best man at your ex's wedding, that's for sure. Yeah, talk about awkwardness. That would definitely be an awkward situation. Afro, this pushing mechanic in these games were dreadful. Yeah, especially when like ally characters are able to actually do it to you as well. Like even being able to hit you in combat. Anakin, oh god, why do you have liquid coming from your eyes? Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those tragic things, you know, like you have two people who clearly feel a way about each other, and the only reason Christina is, you know, marrying someone else is because, you know, in this time period, and obviously there's other time periods in history where it was expected that, you know, certain women were to, you know, get married by a certain age, and if they themselves hadn't chosen, then the choice gets made for them, kind of thing, you know. So Christina is kind of like between a rock and a hard place. She still loves Ezio, but she didn't know if she was ever going to see him again. So given that she had to choose between Ezio or someone else, with pressure from her father, she decided to go with Manfredo. Ezio doesn't realize he's making a mistake in that moment because he's not aware of what Christina later tells him in the next memory that we experience. But she actually wanted him, you know, so she would have rathered Ezio basically propose to her, you know, and ask to marry her instead of tell her that, you know, I made sure that, you know, your fiancé is going to be a good husband. You know, but she doesn't state that to Ezio at the time. So I guess there's a lesson there, like if you feel a certain way about someone, you know, tell them when you can, so that they know. Don't hope that they'll guess. But anyway, that kind of thing happens, and that's what's sad about that part, is that Ezio doesn't realize, like he thinks he's doing the right thing, and from one perspective he is, but from Christina's perspective, you know, she would have preferred that he actually said, no, I want to marry you still, you know. Ghostface, the story in this series is so well thought out, you feel. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You know, there's definitely a lot of things in this game series, I mean, as a whole, that has been, you know, thought out well. It's not perfect, obviously, but Templars want peace, but they say that without order there will never be peace, and without order they will have no control, and freedom would be chaos since there would be no rules. The fact, though, that the Templars will stop at nothing to accomplish their goals, example, hanging a child. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you isolate the desire to want peace, that's a positive thing, right? If you want peace to happen. But then the next step is, okay, how do you want that peace to happen? Oh, we want everyone to have no say in their own life and restrict them in ways that prevent them from doing things that aren't bad things, but we don't like those things. Our opinion is that they shouldn't be allowable, so we'll put the control on that, you know. And then the conflict begins because the people who are being oppressed are like, fuck you. We want to be able to do this thing that's not hurting anyone, but you are forcing us to not be able to do it. So, you know, that's where the conflict arises. But the assassins are not saying that they want full reign over everything and that you should be able to go around and kill people who are innocent, steal from people willy-nilly. You know, they're not promoting that. That's not what they're sort of like about. Whereas the Templars want to put that restriction and control on you, to make sure that you can't have freedom of expression, for example, so that only what they want you to feel is what you feel. Otherwise, you know, you're supposed to be locked up because of it, you know. Oh, you don't like this color? Well, off to jail you go. You don't like this color, you know, that kind of stuff. So the Templars are more about asserting that control, whereas the Assassins are like, you know, let people have the freedom to choose. Now, obviously, that leaves the door open for people to have the freedom to choose to do the wrong thing, you know. And there are good arguments for why no one else should be able to have that freedom if it's going to be abused like that. You know, so there's definitely things that the Templars have good points about. But you also got to remember too, you've got, you know, two factions that actually existed in real life, the Assassins and the Templars. But the way that they're done in the Assassin's Creed series is to fictionalize their existence beyond the historical existence. You know, like the Assassins as an order actually began in a certain year, but I guess it could be argued that they eventually stopped being that order as time went on. Same how the Templars stopped being a thing. But in the fictionalized aspect of Assassin's Creed and all that, they wanted to continue both groups into the future. So that's why they created the whole idea that the Assassins are existing throughout the centuries, same with the Templars as well, even beyond the point in real history where they were disbanded or stopped, or were stopped, or whatever the case might have been. So that gives them a bit of freedom to do certain stuff. That if they were being strictly 100% adhering to history, like if they were, then Assassin's Creed 2 wouldn't have been able to have the Templars, because by Ezio's time period, the Templars didn't exist anymore in real history. You know, so instead of restricting themselves to being only able to use the Templars in one game, and they could have obviously gone a prequel route to AC1 if they wanted to, but they didn't. You know, they wanted to keep pushing through history to a different time period. So that's why you have both groups still existing well beyond the historical point where they ended. After all, also Templars and their code differ from branch to branch. Not all Templars are child-killing maniacs. That's true, Afro. You know, like, there would be that kind of thing as well. But particularly when the Templars do that kind of shit, it's like, do we really want to be supporting that side of things in the series, you know? But, it's interesting when you take conflicts in movies and stuff. Like, you look at Star Wars, you know, you have the Empire and you have the Rebels, you know. And there's been arguments that the Rebels are terrorists and that the Empire are just doing what they feel is right, you know. So there's also different, you know, perspectives on that kind of stuff in that series too, you know. But where Assassin's Creed differs a little bit, or quite a lot, aside from the fact that this is actually, you know, a sci-fi mixed with historical thing. In Assassin's Creed case, you have groups that actually existed in real life, whereas in Star Wars, there's no groups in Star Wars that existed in real life. Are there groups that existed in real life that inspired George Lucas to come up with the villains and the heroes in Star Wars? Of course. But there's no actual rebellion in space, you know. There's no empire controlling the entire galaxy in real life, you know. That's where all the fantasy stuff comes into view. But the AC series has really had grey areas in the series since Assassin's Creed 1. I mean, you take the very idea that the leader of the Assassins, Al-Mualim, actually betrays the Assassins by actually wanting to have the apple for himself. And he's also betraying the Templars, whom he was working with. You know, that in and of itself is taking the Assassin and Templar conflict and complicating it by having an Assassin leader actually working with the Templars, but then after that betraying both groups, betraying the Assassins and the Templars. You know, I don't know how you can get any more grey area earlier in the series than that, you know. So this idea that they only started doing that in later games is a bit incorrect if you actually look into AC1. Even AC2 goes into codex pages written by Altair and actually goes into detail about some of the things that he was coming up with, where he was like, you know, should assassins really separate how they treat their children in how they grow up than a normal parent would? You know, should assassins treat their children as just assassins in training, or should they also be mothers and fathers or parents to them as well? So Altair kind of was like, you know what, assassins should be able to love other people, and they should be able to have children, and they should also be able to treat their children like children, and not just treat them as potential assassins, you know, and that kind of stuff. So he wanted to add a bit more of that kind of diversity into the Brotherhood. And then of course you have the diversity happening where it's not just males who can be assassins, it's also women who can be assassins as well. You know, so when you look at characters like Claudia becoming an assassin, then it's kind of like that's very, you know, diverse of the Italian, you know, obviously they still call it Brotherhood, just like you would call humanity man, but not specifying that only men are human, you know what I mean? But you've got all that side of stuff too that gets put into the series as well. So yeah, you've got all these grey areas already in the series from day one that the series sort of plays with as well. So it's been in the DNA of the series since Assassin's Creed 1. This idea that the Assassins and the Templars aren't wholly without any faults or without anyone in the group deciding to betray, you know. So Al-Mualim betraying is definitely a big betrayal because he's going against what he's preaching, you know, as an assassin leader, but he's a hypocrite. You know, he's not being true to the creed or the assassins, which is ironic because when he's telling Altair, you know, he's just as bad for betraying the creed as Altair is for betraying the creed. The thing about Altair is that he basically learns from his mistakes, and he's given the fortunate ability to prove that he's changed, and he's able to succeed in that. Whereas Al-Mualim was sticking with what he wanted to do, which was to control everyone, even the assassins, using the Peace of Eden. Hippie arranged marriage is still a thing in India, not necessarily in modern areas, and you know it doesn't sound like something that would work, especially with the dominant Western worldview, but surprisingly, a lot of those marriages work well because the two individuals grow to form a bond, especially when they're given about a year of time to spend together, keeping in mind, mostly if they don't end up liking each other, it doesn't go through. India has low divorce rate compared to other countries. Well, Assassins destroyed Lisbon too, so both sides are kind of iffy. Yeah, that's the thing, right, isn't it, hippie? You know, like, things get considered to be the only way with a place or a people, and that gets put as a blanket over everyone, you know, not actually taking into consideration that, you know, it's not all like that, and that's not exactly how it is, you know. But yeah, you're definitely right. You know, when most people think about arranged marriage, they think that it means that there's no time given to the people to, you know, try and relate to each other and stuff. Like it's assumed that it's just like, well, you're getting married to this person, you're not going to spend any time with them, we're just telling you now that you're going to marry them in, you know, however many time. That's true, they did. But the problem with the way that they write Rogue, though, is they make it as if that was their intention. Whereas they didn't actually know that that was going to happen. And Shay doesn't take the time to explain to them what happened. He just basically, you know, flies off at them and then chucks a hissy fit, and then, you know, the events happen that happen. So they're not perfect, the assassins. But at the very least, they didn't wake up that morning and said, let's destroy a city for fun. You know what I mean? They didn't know that would be the outcome of it. Still doesn't make it a good thing, obviously, but I feel that that was something that, you know, they chose as a big thing because they wanted something to have a big impact, you know. So what's bigger than a city being destroyed? Like, what's bigger than maybe a betrayal? You know, it's a city being destroyed, you know, as contrast. It's kind of like to make it that Shay is justified in turning against the assassins. But there's just so many other things in that game's story too that are only written for the purpose of making it that way, without it feeling organic. It's just put in there to make the assassins bad and the Templars good. Ghostface, you may get some sleep now. It's been fun. Have a good sleep if you do sleep. Thank you so much, Ghostface. I definitely do sleep. I've always been a night owl though, ever since a teenager, so I usually go to bed between 1 and 5 AM in the mornings. But thank you so much for being here. I hope that you have a good one. Hope you have a good rest as well. Glad that you've had fun too.
Ezio, I was hoping to see you tonight.
I don't have much time. The Doge's party starts very soon.
Nevertheless, I have news. I hear Cristina Vespucci is in Venezia for Carnevale. Weren't the two of you close?
Once.
Perhaps it would have been better not to tell you. She's with her husband. She may not be too happy to see you.
No. It's wonderful. It's Carnevale. With this mask, she need not even know it's me. I know just the way to draw her attention. Grazie, amico.
Persona non grata. Plant a note on Christina to lure her away from the festivities. Anakin, painter, engineer, architect, artist, and a wingman. Letter to Christina. A letter? For me? Christina, my darling, I must have you alone. Meet me in the alley. Ti amo, amore mio. Your husband.
There. Now to await her at the rendezvous.
When I did my Assassin's Creed 2 playthrough recently, for those who don't know, I actually did a playthrough for Assassin's Creed 2 where I couldn't have Ezio swim. So I'm going to take this opportunity to basically bask in the ability to have him swim at this point in his life in a playthrough where swimming is not something he's not allowed to do for a challenge playthrough. It's like, oh, but now, Roger, you need to add a count to your Assassin's Creed 2 playthrough because Ezio went into the water. But no. Separate playthrough, separate rules.
Cristina.
Manfredo, when did you get so romantic? Ezio, what the hell are you doing here? How dare you?
Cristina, it's all right.
All right? I haven't seen you in 8 years.
See, I was afraid you wouldn't come if I just asked.
You're right. I wouldn't have. Ezio, the last time I saw you, you kissed me in an alley and then left me behind to be married.
It was the right thing to do. He loved you.
Who cares what he wanted? I love you. You had your second chance. Please, Ezio, don't ever find me again.
Hippie? Oh, well. Anakin, yeah, Manfredo, when did you buy this assassin outfit? Afro, she didn't recognize their outfit. Anakin, which is not unique at all. Afro, for real. Yeah, unless she doesn't know that, like, I don't know. There is quite a few years, though, between when she last saw Ezio wearing that. Maybe she thought that it was Manfredo dressing up, as well as using a mask. I'm not sure. But it's very subtle, but you can tell the moment she realizes it's not Manfredo is when they're kissing. Because obviously, she would have remembered the way Ezio's lips felt pressed against hers when they were kissing. So that gave her a clue that something was up. you know, at least. And then when she confirmed by pulling off his mask, it was like, you know. Plus when she says, Manfredo, when did you get so romantic? Which implies that it's very out of character for him to do that, which obviously would have had her, you know, questioning, but in the moment of, you know, the passionate kissing, forgot about that part, I imagine. But
What do you think you're doing?
like, very well done, that aspect of that. Hippie, maybe she thought Manfredo got creative with carnival outfits. That could have been it. But yeah, you're right, it's not very common for people to be wearing this outfit. But then again, how many people pass Clark Kent and don't realize they're actually walking past Superman? And here we have the final Christina memory, and this is just hands down the most sad part of this whole sequence. This is one of the other reasons why I like to do them when I have them all available, so I can do it one after the other. It really increases the impact of what happens. But this lets you know why Christina's never mentioned in Ezio's life after the events depicted in Assassin's Creed 2. So if you never did these, you'd never actually find out her fate.
Manfredo! What happened?
Men. Savonarola's men. They came through, destroying everything.
Where is Christina? Manfredo! Where is she?
She ran. They went after her.
No!
Love's labour's lost. Save Christina from Savonarola's men. So this is happening when Savonarola has had the apple that he stole off Ezio and has been using it against Firenze. And this is one of the side effects of what he's done, like Savonarola's actions.
Now, your fancy house, your expensive dress, they are sins against the Lord! Run!
Those quick feet will be the first of many things. What do you see?
Christina, hold on. I'll get you to a doctor. You're going to be all right.
No, Ezio. I don't think I am.
No! Don't go. Stay with me, Christina.
Ezio, don't you know? I've always been with you. I wish we could have had a second chance.
Requiescat in pace, my love.
Still hits hard every time. Such a sad event. So that explains, for those who didn't know, why Christina's not in Brotherhood in terms of like the present time that Ezio is experiencing, or in Revelations mentioned. Actually, she is mentioned, sorry, in Revelations, but I mean we don't see, like, there's no scene showing her dying in that to let people know who didn't do this in Brotherhood. But that's why I like to do them one after the other, to increase the impact of that. And that way you see from the first memory when they first met, and then finish with the memory where she unfortunately dies. I was saying before that story-wise in Brotherhood, when Ezio and Katerina part ways and Katerina rides off and basically says to Ezio, you and I can't be. You need to be the head of the assassins. You know, that's your future. You know, we both have our separate things that we need to do, our different duties that we need to do, so we can't be together. And it's that point where I feel Ezio would be reflecting on the past and thinking about those other people that he lost, that he had loved. Obviously his father and his brothers, and also his first love, Christina. But to get all these memories, you have to get a certain amount of total synchronization to unlock them all in order to experience them, but you can't get that done earlier than the point where I mentioned where Katerina leaves. So the only way I could actually do it, when I did a playthrough to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary, one of the things I did was, on one save file where I already had done all the memories, I kept that, and then on the new save, when I got up to the part in the story where Katerina leaves, I then switched to the other save file, so I could then replay each Christina memory straight after each other. Hippie, there's a killer in the town, wearing robe with a bunch of weapons on there. Wears a mask under his hood. Where did he go? How the hell did they move so fast? What the hell? Yeah, I don't blame you, Anakin. It's those things, right? Like in movies or games, and it can be anything, you know. It can be a funny moment that you know is coming up. You know, it can be a sad moment that you know is coming up. And obviously in those sad moments that you know are coming up, you sort of think to yourself, you know, ah, damn, you know, going through this again. But it just goes to show how powerful fiction can be, you know. Makes our brains forget momentarily that we're actually experiencing something that's been crafted and created to be a certain way, and to have that feeling evoked. But our brain, you know, in that moment, well and truly believes, you know, the emotion of what's happening in the scene. And that translates to us feeling, you know, the emotions that we feel when we observe that kind of stuff. Hey there, Zaius. You just finished Super Metroid. Great game. Your rate for collecting items was 69%. Nice, Zaius. That's cool. I haven't played through that game for a long, long time. I can't even remember the last time I did. Probably early 2000s. Maybe even a bit before then. But yeah, it is such a great game. Alright, so we have one more lair of Romulus left to do. I'm not doing the Templar lair. I've done all the war machines, all the Borgia towers are taken care of. Not doing the Templar agent missions. We've done all the Christina memories now. Doing all of these, but we don't have all of them available yet. And I finished off the Thief missions, the Courtesan missions. Not worried about Copernico, guild challenges, or additional memories. Alright, so the next thing that I'll be doing, since we've done the Christina memories, and we've done all the Thief missions and assassination contracts that we can do at this point, it's time to jump back into the main story. Anakin, it's a great tragedy though. You're glad they put Christina missions in. Are we doing the Da Vinci DLC now? DLC is your absolute favourite in the entire franchise. Not now, no. It's kind of a bit unfortunate that because the events in that DLC take place between Sequence 8 and 9 of the main story, it's kind of a bit jarring to try and jump back and forth between the two, because the point at which the main game lets you exit out isn't smooth of a transition enough to go from one to the other for me. So once all the main story is done, I'll be doing the Da Vinci Disappearance as the last content for the playthrough. So she did Metroid Prime Remastered, and it followed up with Super Metroid Fusion next week. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I haven't played all of the games in the series, and not all the games in the series that I have played I've finished. I do believe I still haven't finished Metroid 1 on the NES. Have never finished Metroid 2 Return of Samus on the Game Boy. I finished Super Metroid. And the only other games in the series after Super Metroid that I've played is Metroid Prime 1 and 2. And I've finished those. And the other game that I played after Super Metroid, but never finished, was Other M, but I wasn't really liking that, to be honest. AC Brotherhood is so January to you now, although I might replay both AC2 and back-to-back next year. That's cool. Keep it like a little bit of a tradition thing. And it can, yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, it's such a shame though, because it would be cool to play it in sequential order. I mean, certainly if you're doing a video edit of a playthrough, you could definitely find a good way to segue it in. But it's a pretty decent DLC as well. Like, I quite like it. I don't do it every playthrough, but I think it's good for me to leave it for every now and again. Because that way I can, you know, look forward even more to replaying it. Scared those guards. Like, whoa, whoa, what are you doing? What's the big idea? It's like, what the hell are you doing? Zay, she did the Da Vinci DLC in January. Felt like you needed to epilogue the 2-game story. You haven't played Revelations again yet. Yeah, that's a good way to do it too, as well. And the other thing about it, because after that DLC we never see Leonardo in the games again, it's kind of like a good way to send off his character as well. And that's why I think it would have been better if that story event actually took place after the main story. Hey, the Percenter, welcome on in. How's things going?
Buongiorno, Ezio.
It is time to pay a visit to Lucrezia's lover, Pietro.
I've sent my men out to find him.
Molto bene.
Ezio, if I may.
What is it?
Someone warned Rodrigo to stay away from the Castello.
Machiavelli? Do you have proof?
No.
We must not be split apart by mere suspicion.
The Borgia know the locations of our spies.
Who told them?
Maestro Machiavelli asked about our search for Pietro earlier today.
Ezio?
Patching the leak. Kill the attackers to ensure they do not discover the location of the Thieves Guild, then accompany La Volpe to rescue the thieves in danger. Full synchronization, do not drop below 5 health squares. Oh, you did, Percenter. That's cool. I hope that the process went well. Anakin, you love Da Vinci as a whole. Really happy that Ubisoft gave him such a huge part in the best games of the franchise. He is the genius of history. It well and truly is. They could have just had Ezio never meet him, but setting it in that time period, in a time period where he was still very much alive, it's definitely good that they incorporated him into the story, and more than just a, hey, look at this historical figure, now you see him, and you'll never hear about him ever again in the series. I'm glad that they gave him a lot of focus in Assassin's Creed 2, and that you get him in Brotherhood as well, and then the extended experience with the character in the series with the Da Vinci disappearance.
Go! Do you have any more?
I see him gazing past my counter to see I tell no lies. Other way, run. Don't see what pride, beauty, and years of experience can do for you. Are you so get the watch? Eccolo! Get!
I still do not believe Machiavelli has turned traitor.
First the villa attack, then the castello, and now this. He is behind it all.
Rome stirs from its lethargy. Get him! He's getting away!
What were you able to find out?
Pietro is to be assassinated this evening. Cesare sent his butcher.
Here! Migueletto, the best killer in Roma. No one escapes him.
Until tonight. Come on.
Assassino! Killing right here! Now, get him! On his tail! He won't get far!
Did you uncover information about Pietro?
The man is an actor, and he is performing in a play stanotte.
Stanotte. He doesn't say exactly like that, but the way he says that always sticks out in my mind. Stanotte.
Use our help, I'm sure. We should start it.
Fall in. Whoa.
Please don't.
Signor.
Questa
Madonna, non parla di
No, Mom. Got to get up now. I see him. Hurry!
Get him! Hurry! We're losing him! Ah! Siete bastardo!
What did you find out about Pietro?
He is to be suspended from a cross. Micheletto will come for him with a spear.
Where is Pietro?
I cannot tell you. But Micheletto waits at the city gate east of the Terme di Traiano. He intends to disguise his men to make the killing look like an accident.
He will lead me to Lucrezia's lover.
Ezio, Machiavelli has betrayed us. We would both wish to deny it, but the truth is now clear. Do what needs to be done. If you don't, I will.
Without Volpe's thieves, I may require the help of my recruits.
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Calling all stand-ins. Tail Micheletto to the play's location. While following him, discover a way for the assassin recruits to infiltrate the play. Full synchronization. Use assassin recruits to assassinate your targets.
No, Mom.
Vuoi romperla?
Please, I have done nothing.
Francesco Trocchi. Dear friend, would I lie to you? You told your brother about my war plans in Romagna, who contacted the ambassador of Venezia.
It was an accident. I am still your servant and ally.
Are you demanding that I discount your actions and rely on friendship?
I am asking, not demanding.
To unite Italia, I must have every institution under my control. And if the church does not fall in line, I will eliminate it entirely.
You know that I really work for you, not the Pope.
Ah, but do I, Trocchi? There's only one way I can know that unconditionally now.
You intend to kill me? Your most loyal friend?
Of course not.
Are you letting me go? Thank you, Cesare. You will not regret...
Guards! Give Micheletto the costumes for the play. Lucrezia is mine. No one else shall have her. Make doubly sure it is done correctly.
I obey, Cesare.
Oh yes. Dump Francesco's body in the Tevere.
So tailing him is interesting because he doesn't stay going the same speed, and it's not just a simple case of him switching from slow to fast. There's also different variations of slow and different variations of fast that he also switches between as you chase him. So he can very easily get away from you quickly with you thinking that he's going at a pace that still allows you to follow him by going slightly slowly. And as I'm saying this, of course, we're getting further and further behind him.
Andiamo! Vai, vai!
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? Tieni.
Oh. Oh. Aspetta, aspetta, aspetta. Oh. Oh. Oh, aspetta, aspetta. Yeah! Oh, oh. Yeah! Aspetta.
There's a special throne in hell.
Oh. Hey, hey! Oh. Andiamo!
man. You're mine, assassin!
Whatever this is about, leave me out of it, please!
I was no part of the deal.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? This is for you.
Crooked, this mission is lovely to full sync. Oh yeah. I'm surprised that it didn't actually happen when we got detected. I thought that Micheletto would get too far away from me before I could catch up. It is Afro. Yeah, it really is a pain. Crooked, can't tell you the amount of times you called your assassins only to have them throw daggers instead of assassinating with the hidden blade, failing the full sync. Oh no. Afro, nothing but pain, this one. Lots of pain. Yeah, Barnes.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito?
Capito.
Il tuo costume.
Phew. Thought I was going to take damage from falling there.
You there! Stop! I know that man.
My children have not eaten anything yet today. I starved.
I dreamt I was surrounded by sheep last night.
Why would anyone carry on like that?
Hey, little pumpkin. Welcome back. Hey there, Matthew. How's things going? Yeah, it's funny, Barnes, trying to make the horse do movements in time with the music.
I seek Pietro.
He acts on stage, signore. One of my men will take you to him.
Don't forget, I wear the black shirt. Protect me and wait for pilot call to the Centurion to strike.
I must get to Pietro before he does.
Exit stage right. Without being detected, infiltrate the Colosseum to find and rescue the actor Pietro before he is murdered by Micheletto. Full synchronization. Do not kill anyone other than the gunman.
My God! My God! Why hast thou thus forsaken me?
Merda. Which cross is Pietro's?
Hark! Hark how he crieth upon Elijah to deliver him!
Wait, and we shall see whether Elijah dare come here or not.
My thirst is great. My thirst is great.
Yea, thou shalt drink no more!
Bound to hurt himself.
My God!
You'd better get out of my sight. I know. Disappear. Yes, never this speed, and take good heed. Thou must do as the bishop bade thee, a thing that is full of great need.
I will do as he bade me, but on your peril it shall be. What I do, I may not see, whether it be evil or good. High King of Heaven, I see thee here, on my hand and on my spear, running water through, and on my eyes some can fall, that I may see both one and all. Lord, where does this water come from? Alas, alas!
I need to get on
and
stage.
woe is me! What deed have I done? A man I see, sooth to say, I have slain in this stead. Have mercy, Lord, I thee now pray, for I was not what I did. Jesus, much have I heard spake of thee, that sick and blind, through thy pity thou hast healed before in this city, as thee has healed.
Ah, Lord God, what heart have ye to slay this man that I here see dead, hanging, that never yet did amiss? For surely God's son is he. Therefore a tomb is made for me, therein his body buried shall be. For he is King of bliss.
Sir Joseph, I say surely, this is God's Son Almighty. Go ask Pilate for his body, and buried shall he be. I shall help thee to take him down devotedly.
Sir Pilate, special I thee pray, a boon thou grant me as thou may. This prophet that is dead today, thou grant me his body.
Joseph, all ready, in good faith. If that centurion says that he is...
Ha! You cannot save Pietro. The wine he drank was poisoned. As I promised Cesare, I made doubly sure. I am not yet dead.
I did not come here to kill you. He who is the cause of someone else becoming powerful is the agent of his own destruction.
Cut him down.
This was not in rehearsal.
Hold up the guards.
Intervention. Save Pietro from the poison coursing through his veins by carrying him out of the Colosseum to the nearest doctor. Full synchronization. Do not swim.
Ezio! We are here to help!
Stop the guards!
Stand fast. I want to talk to you.
Could be our man. Better than you.
Merda! Get him!
Who are you?
Your savior.
Hey 19, welcome on in. That swim thing always got you at the end. Yeah, it can be very easy too, because you might just be wanting to rush and get to where you need to, and you might, in the heat of the moment, take the path that leads you to diving off the edge into the water.
He has been poisoned.
That Paolo, Cantarella, drink this.
Hurry!
Give him a moment.
I feel slightly better.
Leeches will lead to a full recovery.
I cannot thank you enough.
The key to the Castel Sant'Angelo, now.
What are you talking about? I'm simply a poor actor.
Cesare knows about you and Lucrezia.
Here.
Stop! Wait for us!
We thought you had been killed, Sir Ezio.
Not yet.
Where does this passage lead?
To the north, outside the walls.
Let me through. I must go help the troops.
Un momento! You were at the Villa Auditore during the attack.
Ora! Hurry, get him!
Are you cowering in this hole?
We'll get him! Get him! This should be fun. You won't get forza! No! Try to push him! Here we have him!
Yeah, don't worry, Raquel.
Why did you run?
I...
You are the traitor, not Machiavelli.
Long live the Borgia!
Merda. I was right. I have to stop La Volpe before he gets to Machiavelli.
Pagami, cazzo! Delinquente!
I have discovered the traitor.
What?
One of our men. He was at the villa attack. Here, he carried his letter.
My God.
This is good news.
More than you know.
I am once again in your debt, Ezio.
What debt is there amongst friends who trust one another?
Yes. Thank you for relaying the message in time. Come, Niccolo. It has been far too long since we've talked.
I heard the Colosseum Passion Play took an unexpected turn this evening.
Really?
It seems Jesu Cristo was resurrected 3 days early.
Anakin is like, I only need to carry him 100 meters, silly game. Why would I need to swim? That's true. It sort of makes you just think, oh yeah, maybe there's just a little bit there where there's like water that you just have to jump across. It's like, nope. We had a timer on, so you have to get to the location. It was so annoying though, Ezio jumping into the well there. I was hoping that once he went in, he'd just jump out the opposite side, but then he went back in again. I was like, what the hell? 19, hope you're having a good weekend. I am, thanks. Yeah, it's going really, really good. In 2 hours, though, Saturday will be finished here. Then it'll be Sunday, but still having a good weekend, though. It seems Jesu Cristo was resurrected 3 days early. I love that line. It's one of my favorite Machiavelli quotes.
There you go, sir. Mention me to your
Una moneta.
Volpe, how goes Roma?
Very well, Ezio. The French and Papal forces are in disarray.
Then it is almost time. Call the assassins together. And bring Claudia.
Now?
Yes.
La ashaya waqton mutlak, bel kulun mumkin. The wisdom of our creed is revealed through these words. We work in the dark to serve the light. We are assassins.
Claudia, we here dedicate our lives to protecting the freedom of humanity. Mario, our father, and our brother once stood around this fire, fighting off the darkness. Now, I offer the choice to you. Join us.
You and I have not seen eye to eye on many issues.
Niccolo!
But you are exactly what the Order needed. You have led the charge against the Templars and rebuilt this Brotherhood. Now, we must put Ezio where he belongs. At the head of the assassins. Ezio Auditore da Firenze. You will now be known as Il Mentore, the guardian of our order and our secrets.
Where other men blindly follow the truth, remember,
Nothing is true.
Where other men are limited by morality and law, remember,
Everything is permitted.
Why the sudden change of heart?
I have always stood by you. I was the one who brought you to Roma, and the one who caused the explosion as you fled the Castello. The mercenari who protected you at Il Colosseo were mine as well. You just did not know it.
Maestro Machiavelli! Cesare has returned to Roma alone. He rides for the Castel Sant'Angelo.
Grazie.
Well?
The decision is yours, not mine.
Niccolo, you better not stop telling me what you think. Why else would I seek the opinion of my most trusted advisor?
Go kill them, Mentore. Finish what you started.
Good advice.
I intend to write a book about you one day.
If you do, make it short.
Little Pumpkin? Still 10 hours ahead? That's true, yep. You still find it fascinating that you're either 10 hours ahead or 8. Really cool how that's different because your seasons are the opposite as they're in Europe. This is true. Yeah, we're currently still in summer. And next we'll be going through autumn and then winter. And winter's my favourite part of the year. So I'm looking forward to winter. Crooked, where other men blindly follow the truth. Remember, nothing is true. Where other men are limited by morality or law. Remember, everything is permitted. I understand now that our creed does not command us to be free. It commands us to be wise. Hey there, Ishimura. Welcome to you. I hope things are going well. Hey there, Anakin. Thankfully it is a short book. Yes, very short. Doesn't take a long time to read. Hey there, literature. Welcome on in. Machiavelli's teachings were right indeed. Yeah, it's quite interesting actually. I don't remember a whole lot of his stuff, but over the years, every now and again, I've seen like a documentary about some of the things, and you know, there's videos where people use his teachings as, you know, lessons in modern times as well. Anakin has no pictures though, so 4 out of 10. It's like, come on, no pictures, not even on the front cover. Back from your sleep, Ryu? Excellent, dude. I hope you had a good rest. Alright, so we're going to go and see if there's any more dialogue with Rebecca, Lucy, and Sean. This is sequence 8, so after this sequence is finished, then there won't be any
Desmond's
conversations that we can have between the characters outside of present day. So there's only 2 memory sequences in this game where there's no new dialogue with the characters here, if you've been getting the dialogue, that is. Sequences 5 and 6.
That disrupted memory seems to be getting clearer.
It's amazing. The sequence is repairing itself as if we're helping you work through psychological trauma.
So I'm gonna be a more balanced person by the end of this?
I have no clue. But the idea is cool.
Are you saying that because you feel guilty about frying his brain?
Sean's on latrine duty.
Deal.
Oh, of course, yeah. You side with her. Communists.
Gotta stay with the code.
How long do we have before the Templar satellite launch?
It's October 8th, so that leaves us with 74 days.
Not much time.
Think about all that you've been through in the last month. 74 days is a long time.
We're getting closer to the apple. I can feel it.
If it were up to me, you'd take more breaks.
Good thing the fate of the world doesn't rest on your shoulders.
Hey, joke all you want, but your mental health is a serious concern. It only takes a couple of months for most Animus users to exhibit extreme side effects, and you've been in for prolonged stretches of time.
I'll rest once we have the apple.
I was afraid you'd say that. We have work to do.
Any good stories about Cesare?
Are you kidding? He was notorious. Get this. In 1502, his top captains rebelled against him. He made concessions to all of them and they rejoined his army. Then, on New Year's Eve in 1503, he got them together inside a room in Sinigalia. Everyone was arrested. 2 were put back to back and strangled by Micheletto that very night. The rest were thrown into chains and killed a few weeks later.
Wow.
The amazing thing is that Cesare was so friendly during the months before, they never saw the trap coming. Machiavelli called him the master deceiver.
So Cesare was pretty secretive.
Yeah, he was, except, weirdly, when it came to sex. After his wedding, he sent a letter to the Pope explicitly describing the intercourse on his wedding night. According to the letter, Cesare and his French bride did the deed 8 times.
Isn't that a Catholic thing?
What?
You're supposed to send the Pope a letter about your wedding night. Let the old guy live a little, you know?
You know, that sounds quite plausible, actually.
My work requires attention, Desmond.
Desmond, go away.
Ezio's waiting.
Literature. It is that of flatterers, of whom courts are full, because men are so self-complacent in their own affairs, and in a way so deceived in them, that they are preserved with difficulty from this pest, and if they wish to defend themselves they run the danger of falling into contempt, because there is no other way of guarding oneself from flatterers, except letting men understand that to tell you the truth does not offend you, but when every one may tell you the truth, respect for you abates. Machiavelli. You got a blog with some principles of Marquis Man. Ah, so that's one of them, is it? Yeah, I didn't actually know. Like, I've never heard that quote before. I don't think any of the documentaries I've seen mention that either. But that makes sense too, you know, when you think about courts as in like a place where, you know, the big decision makers are. You know, of course there's going to be flatterers in that group who, you know, are just basically saying what needs to be said to make the other person feel like what they're saying is what they want to hear, you know. The pumpkin, yeah, it's funny, when we move the clock forward, you move it backwards and vice versa. We're still in the winter now, soon spring. Now, could you imagine doing experiments with time where you change your own time to be 5 hours ahead or before, and then imagine going to sleep and just waking up and how that would feel when you look at the time and you're like, what? Thank you so much for the follow, Musco, Andrew. Okay, so we checked to see if there's any more dialogue with Rebecca, Sean, and Lucy, and there was. So that's that part done. Now we've got some assassination contracts that I can do. So getting closer and closer to the end of the main game, which I'm going to keep on doing until I finish this. Well, I'm going to keep on streaming, I mean, until I finish the game. But the playthrough won't be finished though, because I'm also doing the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC, which actually takes place between Sequence 8 and 9, but there's no smooth way to transition from what happens at the end of Sequence 8 into playing that DLC and then jumping out of it to go to Sequence 9. So I'm going to leave that as the last thing that I do for the whole playthrough. Hey there, Waffle. Welcome to you, dude. How's things going?
Your success unnerves the Pope further. Rodrigo has added several new members to the Curia, filling the papal government with men willing to kneel before the Borgia. Machiavelli knows them well.
And soon, so will I.
Hey Doxy, welcome to you. And thank you so much for the lurking. Thank you, I really do appreciate it. Alright, so these two assassination contracts happening around this spot here are actually very good. So I'll get this one done that's over here first. Literature, right, it's interesting. Machiavelli was a master at manipulation. Those who learn to disagree and not become disagreeable have learned to become their own greatest asset. Yeah, I mean, like it sounds like some of what he says, it sounds complex, but I think that's partly just because of the time in which he lived and how things were written and the way in which they were written. But I do remember one quote where he says it's better to be feared than to be loved. This idea that if your enemy fears you, that's a more powerful thing than someone who, you know, loves you. In that context, obviously, there's other contexts I guess you could put it into as well. Thanks, Literature. Yeah, I don't blame you as well. Yeah, there's so much stuff to these games. There's more than just the fun stuff of running around, killing enemies and stuff, and the parkour. Waffle, just waking up here, 6:15 AM, is it? Oh, nice and early. You've been here about an hour now, just awake enough to talk, lol. I definitely understand that, Waffle. You know, it's like when people call me up on the phone really early in the morning. I'm like, do you mind calling me back? Because I haven't fully woken up yet by that point. Doxy, no problem. You enjoy being here. Well, thank you so much, Doxy. I really appreciate that. I'm glad that you enjoy. Turning the tables. Cesare's charisma has bought his guards the best equipment available. Use their own weapons against them. Full synchronization. Kill at least one brute, one seeker, and one papal guard with his own weapon. Sometimes this can be easy, other times it could be hard, but it's mainly the last couple of enemies. But I think from memory the trick is you got to get their health down to a certain level first, and then do the disarming. Look, when you joined my streams a few times right after you woke up, oh boy, that was not a good decision. Yeah, you know, trying to do things as well early in the morning that need concentration levels to be high can also be something that's a bit annoying early in the morning too. So I'm going to deal with this second group first.
It matches the description.
Nice. Didn't have any problem this time at all. Excellent. Literature, exactly. It's speculated that his mentors were from scripture written in the 13th century from Asian culture as well. And that's the other thing too when you think about it, like there's so many words of wisdom across the centuries that can still have, you know, present day applications made with them. Obviously there's contexts and stuff that might be very, very, very different that means that you're not going to be able to use it 100% the same way it was intended. Oh no, it's this group of enemies that can be annoying. I'm trying to disarm. Literature, thank you so much for redeeming that. Of course, he wants to be tricky.
Sai, le armi... Che schifo!
There we go.
What's he doing? What that happened to me?
There we go. Optional objective done as well. Alright, so just grabbing a scene from a movie. Listen, what you're about to face is far more important than your ego, your enemy, or your quest for revenge. You're about to embark on a sacred mission. You have been chosen to defend the realm of the Earth in the tournament called Mortal Kombat. Defend it from who? Your world is but one of many realms. One of them is a forsaken land called Outworld. ruled by an immortal who has crowned himself emperor. Now he seeks a new world to conquer and enslave. Now, wait a second. If this guy is so powerful, then why doesn't he just invade us? To enter the realm of Earth, the Emperor's demon sorcerer, Shang Tsung, and his warriors have to win 10 straight victories in Mortal Kombat. Ha! They have won 9. This will be the 10th tournament. There we go. So that's from the original Mortal Kombat movie from 1995. The Percenter, the Templars, and AC-1 could be so annoying as well. They could be. Yeah, they definitely could be. Sabrand on the ship, he can be a pain in the ass sometimes to kill, especially if you get knocked off. And Altair, of course, for those who don't know, the main character in Assassin's Creed 1 cannot swim. As soon as he lands in water, boom. Desynced, which is this series' version of dying. But not 100%, because sometimes you can desync from not dying, but from doing something else you're not supposed to do. Alright, so got these other assassination contracts over this way.
What would make a man
Little Pumpkin, Ezio the Ball Breaker, that's him. I love doing that to Rodrigo in Assassin's Creed 2. Plus the noise that he makes when you keep doing that. The Vicenter, is that Arnold speaking? Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes there's certain words that said together are kind of difficult to get right with how he says them. Because obviously for him it's natural to say those words together, but trying to actually get the same pronunciation can be a bit difficult sometimes. Exactly, Ryu. Mortal Kombat starring Arnold as Raiden. Yeah, Ryu, I was about to read Little Pumpkin's message before I read yours about the ball breaker, because yours came first. But then I completely forgot to go back up and look at what Little Pumpkin had said. What's interesting about wisdom is that Eastern philosophy spoke about things thousands of years ago, and Western science is discovering those same things only now. Yeah, I guess that's a good point as well. But I guess too, like, sometimes people come across information at a different point in history as well. Ryu, to add topping to that, he gave him an axe to the balls. It was a lucky shot, that's all. Hey there, Rosie. How's it going? Isn't it possible that Altair knew how to swim but was just a stinky boy? Well, I don't know, Rosie. Historically speaking, I don't know when it became standard for people to be taught to swim, but yeah, I don't know. For the purposes of the joke, I guess, yeah, that's probably why I didn't swim.
His execution will be conducted via strangulation.
He is too good.
He is too good. They don't know that there's a war going on for their benefit. Some of the heralds say. You, and how fitting you did a quote from Mortal Kombat since you uploaded those fake comic book covers and we talked about how there was not one for the movie. Yeah. Alright, so we can knock out these 2 assassination contracts, which are the final 2 of the game. There's also that lair of Romulus. There's a cool thing that I'm going to showcase with that lair of Romulus that I only found out the last time I played through this game, because I felt like taking care of the enemy in a different way than I ever have, and then that led to an unexpected cutscene to play. So it might not be new for everyone who's played this game before. Graduation. 4 of the Borgia Papal Guards are scheduled to complete their training today. Send them congratulations on behalf of the Brotherhood. Niccolo. For synchronization, do not lose any health squares.
In honor of his immense fortune. You deserve some kind of reward for your action.
Well, what's he doing?
Bring him back!
Now I think I can cheese this. No, Ezio, did not want you to do the dive. I wanted you to do the side eject. Did it not kill all the targets? I guess it didn't. Target survived. An arrow storm. Impressive. No shortcut up that way. To go the long way. A comic series based on the movie would definitely be neat and interesting. That particular timeline of the franchise had a lot of potential to be explored. This is true. And all we got was the sequel, which is terrible. I mean, obviously years later in Mortal Kombat 11 you got the DLC. For the version of the characters from the movies. That's true, yeah, I forgot about that. That's true, the Conquest series. I like that. Because I wasn't on this side, it meant the game didn't recognize that I had actually killed those targets until Ezio got there. There we go, so that deals with that. But yes, in terms of actually exploring stories and characters from the games, there definitely was a lot they could have done in that style. That's so true. There's a lot for them to work with.
Why would anyone carry on with that?
Oh my god, what? Never had that happen before.
think we'll amputate his feet first, eh, ragazzi? I see him! There!
I would say to the lower Rione, as drastic as it may seem, the Senate has requested all the poor.
Alright, next assassination contract.
What's my melody? Not to your liking, senor!
Not in the mood. Not in the mood, minstrels.
Insomma, have you taken a break?
Che vestito delizioso.
Ooh, that was an instance where you were okay with having Ezio kill civilians. Exactly. Only in gameplay. Cardinal sin. Servants of the Borgia believe they can hide behind the church, their actions protected by the clothing they wear. Make an example of a cardinal. Kill him before he reaches the sanctuary of San Pietro. Niccolo. Full synchronization. Kill only the cardinal.
Come to worship or pass
Healing,
through on
wellness,
their planet. The office of the Chancellor is at your...
Attending to the Eucharist, as was witnessed by all faithful present, the marble Vergine Santa wept bread.
Don't be scared. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Bada bing, bada boom. Ah no, there's another assassination contract left. Okay, where am I missing that one? Ah, it's probably underneath another icon. That's probably what it is. That's right, of course. I always end up forgetting that one because it's a sneaky one.
Exactly prompted that
There are also certain characters from the games that we never got to see in Mortal Kombat 95's timeline, mainly Sector, Kintaro, and especially the current Kung Lao. That's also true as well. There are also characters that we didn't see in that continuity. Yeah, it really is, Anakin. So once we do that one, that will be the final assassination contract. May as well do this.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
I thought I was dead there. Thank you. But the Borgia will still be the death of me. Unless you know how to fight back.
No, he doesn't. He just killed all those Borgia enemies in front of you, but he doesn't know how to fight back against the Borgia. It is great afro. It's one of my favorite chase musics. One of my favorite pieces of chase music in the series. That was a real missed opportunity, especially since you would have loved to have seen the film version of the dynamic between Liu Kang and Kung Lao. Yeah, it would have been interesting what they would have gone with if that was the focus of the sequel to the 95 Mortal Kombat movie. Alright, so this one is going to be, I think, yeah, so this one's going to be up the top of Assassin's HQ. Brutes and brutality. The Borgia have sent large numbers of heavily armoured guards in the city, hoping to further dissuade any opposition. Go. Oppose them before they hurt any of the rebels. Niccolo. Full synchronization. Kill all targets in under 15 seconds. So the countdown for that won't actually happen until you kill at least one of them, and then the 15-second timer will activate. But I'm going to wait for the arrow storm ability to be available again. You can do it without it, but it'll just make it quicker. Ryu Ezio has what is love on his mind. Yeah, he's an ancestor of the Butabi brothers.
What's happened here? Where are the guards? May the Lord shelter you in the next world.
That's not good. The corpses are piling up around here. I'd best leave.
They're literally piling up. Yeah, Crooked, the other parts of the lyrics, baby don't hurt me. Afro escape from the Vatican with that chase got to be one of the most fun missions. Yeah, it really is too, actually. That's one of the things that I miss about the chase sequences in the series. They do some of them. Some of the newer games try to do them, but it just feels pretty bland to me. I prefer the chase sequences in the earlier games where it was really feeling like you were in an urgent chase. And then when you factored in like certain aspects of the cutscenes, you know, like when there was explosions and stuff happening behind, you know, it really added a sense of spectacle to what was going on. Whereas in the newer games, when you have to chase after a thing, it's just pretty plain and boring of a chase moment. There's like nothing really happening in the game world that much either. You know, he's just dancing on their corpses. Exactly. That's what we do with the Borgia. We dance and laugh on their corpses. Okay, so now we have all the assassination contracts done. Alright, so we have one more secret location left to do. I'm not going to do the Templar lairs though, just the lair of Romulus, so we've got that to do. I've done all the war machines, done all the Borgia towers, not worried about the Templar agents, done all Christina memories, done all the assassination contracts, the thief contracts, and the courtesan assignments, not doing the Copernico, or the guild challenges, or the additional memories. Alright. Now we go and we do... Actually, there's no point going to that. We may as well just go directly there. Let's put that back on the map. There we go. Afri, you really don't remember chasing anything or anyone in the modern RPG games? Yeah, like there's a couple of examples I can think of. One is in Origins when there's that dude at the quarry who you need to speak to, and you need to chase him down and chase him across the equipment or the towers, I guess. Then in Odyssey, in the Fate of Atlantis DLC, you have to chase one of the Isu through that laboratory if you're doing the side mission with it. They're the two that come to mind. There might be more, but those chase sequences are very bland and soulless. There's no excitement to them either. When does the metal plate armor unlock? Not too sure. But I do know that when we get the armor of Brutus, I won't be having Ezio wear it, like, for longer than just showing it. I don't really like the outfit that much. Hey, Nero Toro. Welcome on in. And nice use of the Arbaz Mir emote as well. When I get to the Chronicles trilogy of games, I'm going to have individual challenges for each game. Yes, it's a drunken wager. That's it. We will be hitting a dead end soon, but it won't be a dead end for Ezio. No, Borgia, it is you who have hit a dead end. Let's wait for your friends to turn up. Afro, the last long chase that you can recall is from Syndicate chasing that ghost. Yeah, that was an interesting mission. The Charles Dickens stuff. I still haven't decided what content I'm doing for my annual Syndicate playthrough this year. But I've still got plenty of time to think on it and decide. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Find the shrine to Romulus. Full synchronization, complete the memory within 8 minutes, and I've also got to make sure not to actually fall and take damage. Hey there, Etone. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed character quote. Okay, so I've got a quote. As gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. What man with a sensible mind would choose the former life? For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man. That's from Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and that's Bartholomew Roberts. So I finally had a fall damage happen in this stream, hours into the playthrough. It was in the Thief mission where you have to use a parachute to go from the top of the Colosseum down to the starting marker. And I forgot that in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, when you use the parachute, once you activate the parachute, you can't deactivate it and then activate another one. You can do that in Revelations, but you can't do that in this game. So because of that misremembering, it cost me a fall damage.
Benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater et Filius et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen. Ite missa est Deo gratias.
Did you hear? The Baron de Valois is dead. No. Now Bartolomeo d'Alviano is sure to rise up against the Pope.
Cesare's campaign will be in trouble.
Is that such a bad thing?
Perhaps not.
It's Steve Carell. No,
Some
Etone.
say the papal funds lie in disarray.
So say no. The Pope's treasury is never empty. His Holiness will simply kill another wealthy cardinal if he requires funds.
Disgusting.
I've never actually seriously wanted to be a speedrunner or attempt one. But it's not the kind of playthrough for me. Because, I mean, there's so many factors, right? Especially if you're a streamer of it. There's the expectation of viewers, there's the expectation of what it means to be a speedrunner, and I just don't have the time, plus the mental patience and energy to devote to doing speedrunning, and it'd be one of those things where you'd need to devote all your time to it, and I just don't don't have the mind to do that.
His name is Ezio Collection.
Who? The assassin. He killed the banker. Some say he even walks the halls of Il Vaticano with no one able to stop him.
There is hope after all. Perhaps Cesare's rule will finally end, and the church will be restored to its former glory.
I will write the sermons, then leave them for you within the shrine. Make sure you deliver them convincingly, with passion.
The followers will do anything we tell them to, Padrone. They believe their god commands them.
Bene. Do you have the key?
Yes, Padrone.
May the Lord be with you.
And also with you, Padrone.
So at the end of this chase sequence, there's going to be something I'm going to show that I didn't know myself until my last playthrough of this, before this one. So it might not be new to everyone, but it was new to me. But I just want to show it anyway, because it was kind of cool.
Assassino! You will not get me!
My ascension takes me closer to God and away from you, Assassino!
Sanctuary denied. It seems God is on my side, Assassino!
Has he lost his mind?
What do you want, Assassino?
My face on the $1
The
bill.
followers of Romulus work for the Pope's gain. Of course. They are ignorant. We are enlightened. Their savagery will lead the people to the light of the church.
That was close. Lucky I didn't take full damage.
Godspeed!
You have nowhere to run.
What a fool! You wage war against the very instrument that prevents the people from overthrowing order.
Your order is no order at all.
You saved me! Praise God!
I never knew you could do that until last playthrough I did. And I've played this game at least once a year since it came out. So you can either kill him outright and you don't get that scene, or you can throw him over the edge and then you'll get that cutscene before he dies. Alright, time to go and get the Armor of Brutus, just to show it off and complete that whole story thread. Afro, can anyone translate what he said? Anakin, a slightly dangerous mission for your challenge? That is true. No idea, Afro. Nero Toro, he said God is great. Worship God or something like that. You don't know, you don't speak
There he goes again!
Me neither, Nero. Me neither. Etone, yeah, it's tedious. This is true. Yeah, I think you need to have a certain level of... because it's not just skill, right? It's also memory as well. You'd have to remember so many details. And misremembering one detail means restart the whole game, because you know that it's not going to save you any time in the speedrun, you know. I mean, I find it exhausting enough sometimes to have to restart a whole game because of dying, you know, like in the Shadow of the Tomb Raider playthrough I'm doing currently on the channel, but, you know, to have that be the result of accidentally forgetting which way to go? No. Hey there, Lizzie, good morning to you as well. How's it going? Yeah, Fro, it's so funny, that part where they're talking about how Ezio killed someone, and Ezio's literally right in front of them. Nero Padrone looks like Daniel Ricciardo. Oh, does he? I don't... Maybe I've seen them, but I don't remember what they look like or knew their name. Afro, you know what you mean, you found it accidentally. Yeah, same here, dude. Like, I had zero idea about that. That you could get that cutscene of Ezio letting him fall to his death. Ah, this one's closer. Keone, you like assassinating the people who sing while playing guitar? It's hilarious to you. Yeah, sometimes they can be annoying, especially when they attack you. Well, not, they don't attack you, but they swarm you during a mission where you're supposed to remain undetected, and they interfere with your movement. Yeah, Lizzie, rip that random guy. He's gone. That was close, Anakin. I thought I was going to take 4 damage on that part. Nero, rip Danny Ricciardo. Anakin, are there 2 outcomes in that fight? You'd really like to meet the guy who designed... Oh, Anakin, are there 2 outcomes in that fight? Yeah, so if you just kill him by stabbing him, Ezio will just take the key. But if you actually throw him over the railing, you'll get that cutscene instead. It doesn't matter, I didn't really have it open, but then there was that one too I could have gone to, but it's alright. Afro, you really would like to meet the guy who designed the Armor of Brutus? Just a little chat? I didn't actually mind it, you know, but it's definitely not one of my favourite outfits. I don't know exactly why, but I mean, it doesn't look terrible. Like, there'd probably be worse outfits in other games, but I don't know, I just don't really like the armor, the way that it looks that much. Hey ZZ, welcome back. If we kill Cesare yet? Not yet, no. Afro, way too bulky and colour scheme, nah. Yeah. Well, that's true as well. I don't mind the red colour, but I don't know, it's just... Sometimes with stuff, I can't explain why it is exactly why I don't like it, but I just know that looking at it, I don't like it. It's like when I go shopping for clothes. I look at a shirt and I'm like, that's an awesome colour. Then I see this pattern on it and I'm like, eh. I don't like the shirt now. This pattern ruins it. Look for something else. Yeah, Brutus. Brutus's armour could be considered that, I guess. Afro, and it was competing against Black Altair armour. It had no chance. Oh yeah, Altair's armour looks really, really good. Look, I'm going to have to go now. Have fun and good night. That's no worries at all. Thank you so much for joining. It's good to see you in chat again. I hope that you have a good rest. And thank you, I definitely will. Going to be finishing the main game in this stream. We just need to get this armor. And then all I've got left is the final memories. And then that's the main game done. And then in tomorrow's stream I'll start the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC. Nero, years later the game still looks fine. I think so too. I mean, yeah, can it compete with today's graphics? No, but games don't have to still be enjoyable. This will probably take me a while to find, because normally this place is like a maze to me, especially when trying to find the right pathing to get to the actual chamber where the armor is. So this is the kind of thing remembering in a speedrun would fuck me over. This feels like it's going out, and it is. Not the way we need to go. Dizzy, you think Alma Illuminacy 1 had the best drip? Not Revelations, because they changed it. It's not about the graphics, it's about the story. Yeah, I can understand why for some people it is about the graphics. Especially if they don't care about story. And that's okay, you know, because even games with great stories can have people not like them and all that kind of stuff. This is, I think, the pathway to it. There we go. There we go, there's the armor of Brutus. I mean, I don't think it's like an absolutely horrid outfit for him or anything, it's just, it's not my kind of thing. It looks good on display, but wearing it looks strange, which sucks since it's the best armor end game. Well, that's true. I mean, the armor that I had Ezio wear for everything up until this point currently was only what the game forced you to actually buy and equip. So you can tell how powerful this armor is when you look at how much health we've actually been given just by wearing it. Anakin, you don't feel like Brutus would wear this. Yeah, I mean, you even consider too when we actually met in the AC series Brutus in Origins. You know, it doesn't really seem like something he would wear. Afro, you just wear the Altier's skin over it. Yeah, that's a good idea that you can. That's definitely a good compromise. 19, too many layers and textures for you. Yeah. That can also be a thing. You can overdo stuff with designing it. I mean, I don't have any design experience, but from someone who, you know, looks at something when they buy it and think, especially clothing, you know, do I actually like it? You know, there might be something about it that I'm not really quite able to put my finger on, but it can, you know, come across as this is over-designed. You know, like there's too many patterns and weird, like, little iconography and stuff. So now that I've shown that, let's actually go back to... That's right, I'll have to go to a thingo first. Wonder if I can get out of this area quicker by leaving the Animus and going back in.
Welcome back, Desmond. Ready when you are.
Hippie, you know what you really would like? Boss fights meaning boss fights. Like, you get it's a task to reach the final boss and all that, but you would like that Prince of Persia type boss. Has special means to fight, more health points, like a dang health point bar at the bottom of your screen. You know, like you expect the boss to have something different than just the ability to not be directly assassinated. Yeah, you know, something about what you need to do as well to actually get around the boss fight and actually succeed. There's definitely a lot of games that have some real tough boss fights as well. Hey Absolution. Afro, isn't there a Metal Gear Snake skin in the game? I do know that there's a Raiden skin that you can get. Absolution, this armor works best in Assassin's Creed Rome and Odyssey. That's true. Yeah, if they brought this outfit back in a sequel that actually followed on with Aya / Aminette in Rome, it would have been cool to see Brutus actually wear this. So I'll go back and take this armor off and just go back to having the armor that we already have. Although maybe I can't just go to the blacksmith to do it. It might be like in Assassin's Creed 2 where I need to actually go to where the armor's held. I'm pretty sure that's probably what it is. It's like he's wearing a gown. In a way, it does actually. Armor. Yeah, re-equip. There we go. Oh, hang on. I thought it would take all the gear pieces off associated with it, but no. Or not.
Yes, you seem rather rustic for my high quality.
I don't remember having that much in the way of health before. But maybe so. Oh yeah. Alright, so... Ah, that's right, shit. I've also got those glyphs left to do. Which are over this way. Let's have a look at documents and scrolls, since we have all of them. I leave my family's armor here, one of the finest that's ever made. May you who finds it receive strength in battle. Change in handwriting. We have taken it and set it back, behind the iron door. 6 keys unlock it, spread amongst our brothers. It shall be said to come from Romulus, and they will worship it. So there's a representation of what the armor looks like, without the whole fur coat part. I've dropped to my knees, breath catching in my throat as I try to grasp the spectacle before me. This same cavern has haunted my dreams. I've spent countless nights exploring it in my sleep. I was compelled to find it. I have decided. It is here that we will hold council. Here we will plot to the downfall of our enemy, our friend, our dictator Perpetuo. 40 of us, each a senator, each a liberator. Cassius has tasked me with the plan, though I do not yet have one in mind. The first council has ended. Our problem is clear, our response undetermined. Caesar moves away from the Senate, placing his trust in foreign rulers, adopting the ego and pomp of his Egyptian whore. He refuses to rise when he addresses us and scoffs at our concerns. He has created his own private Senate, filled with deceivers, manipulators, people who have no business in Roman affairs. My brothers are eager for blood, but I am not certain I can spill it. After my brothers left, I continued to explore the cavern. I have found traces of whatever pulled me towards this place. Whispers, lights flickering through cracks in the earth, a doorway that is also a puzzle. I must find the solution. The door is opened. What lies inside has altered my perception and left me shaken. The very pillars of my beliefs toppled. Every event is a link in a chain, forged by something long dead. Or does it still live? I calm myself and venture into the light. The ghosts howl inside my head, calling me forward. I have never seen architecture built to such a grand scale, lit by phantom radiance. Something lies at the center of the chamber, something powerful that I cannot reach. Surely gods must have had a hand in its design, but which gods? A pedestal has emerged from the ground. I consider fleeing this madness, but I know it will draw me back. I rest my palm upon it, and I am blinded. Filled by prophecy, I see Rome in flames, and I am driven to action. So this area right here that's been depicted, Desmond, at the end of this game, will actually visit this same location. And there's a closer look at the pedestal. We meet in the cavern again, but I have hidden my discovery from my brothers. I relay my plan. Some details are my own, but others driven by my visions. My contributions are practical. We will attack, as a group, to prevent escape and to ensure each of us is committed to this task. We will lure him to the Senate, where none of his allies may enter. The visions have shown me that we must strike on this day of Mars, that today my resolve will be tested, and that I must not falter. I am not a violent man, but I ready my family's heirloom dagger. I pull my toga up into a cowl, and leave for the celebration. And that's the dagger that he was talking about. Which, incidentally, you also get this weapon as well, the dagger of Brutus. Caesar is dead, stabbed 23 times by his own countrymen, many of whom he once considered friends. Dead not for his deeds, but not for fear of what he would have become. My own guilt has devoured me, for Caesar resigned himself to this harsh to his harsh fate only once he met my eyes. Did he see what I had seen, reflected within them? I, Marcus Junius Brutus, have returned to the cavern and the chamber below it. I have left behind my dagger and my armor. Perhaps one day another will be called here for some similar tragic purpose. Perhaps it is you reading this account. Despite my ordeal, I have no answers, but I suspect I will have them soon. For you who would enter the chamber, you must speak aloud. The final piece of the scroll is missing. I know the words, though. Glatu, Brata, ne.
Roma has fallen
Surely
prey
there's
to
no need to
Bravo.
be rude.
Salutatemi, miei servini. I am much sensitive.
Absolution, although you do love the dagger animations you get with this armor, just like the sword of Vlad the Impaler. Yeah, I'm looking forward to replaying Revelations again for many reasons, but one of those reasons is definitely to have the Vlad the Impaler sword again, because I love using that sword. The kill animations are just brutal with it. Especially the one where Ezio stabs them through the head and then twists their neck around so that the head goes back around the other way. Afro Blacksmith shit-talking us. Always wished you could kill him. Yeah, that's something that's interesting that you couldn't do. Someone should mod that so you can do it. Crooked, you're going to be lurking for now, but hope you have a good rest of the stream, Senny. Thank you so much, Crooked. I absolutely will, dude. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you have a good one. Thank you for leaving the lurk as well. And that didn't kill them all. Interesting. I want to highly recommend people check out Crooked's channel if you haven't before. He's also a massive fan of this series like myself. He's currently also doing an annual series run. He's up to this game. And he's doing, with all the Montreal games, he's doing a stealth challenge. And every game that has optional objectives, he's also doing all those on top as well. So he streams those games at the moment. So he's a big fan of those. And he's a great streamer. He has a lot of funny channel points rewards. A few that are related to Bully Maguire. And he has a great atmosphere. Great community over there as well. So definitely recommend checking out Crooked's channel if you haven't before. And I hope you enjoy your lurk, dude. Thank you so much for leaving it.
Son of, what do you think you're doing?
You hit like a vegetarian. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Absolution, that's the regular sword animation, the neck twist. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's still cool anyway. Let's have a look. Map. It's not what I want. Alright, so the Aquedetto. Still need to do that one. That's okay, Crooked. Absolutely no worries at all for the shout out, dude. 19, that was good. That sure was. Absolution, what is your favourite mission in Brotherhood? Don't really have one, to be honest. I don't really think about that kind of stuff for games, necessarily. But I quite like that final layer of Romulus that I did, with the chase through that. I don't mind the tailing of the banker. I quite like the full sync requirement in that of killing him by sitting on a bench. Sorry, citizen, you'll have to help yourself. Thank you for the follow, Truff4Elm. Absolution, good judgment of not having a favorite mission, but what about a favorite moment? There's probably a lot of moments that I could probably say I like a lot, but I really like when Claudia becomes an assassin. I like that moment, and also the conversation between Machiavelli and Ezio in that moment too. But also Machiavelli's, when he says, you know, Jesus was resurrected 3 days early. Sorry, citizen. Alright, save time because I don't want to be streaming for another 5 hours. Just going to look up where the other one that I'm missing are. Ah, brilliant. Another guide that doesn't show you on the map where you need to go first. Brilliant. Always love when that happens. It's like, here's a guide for where to find something, but we won't show you first on the map where it is. We'll just expect you to know in the game world where it is based on our video. Which is a shame because they actually had chapters listed for which location it was. Whereas this other guide now I have to look through, I have to cycle through everything. Well, time to rely on good old images. So let's just look for the locations that way. Don't have time to scrub through a video. Alright, so let's go here first. Oh, there's already one here that I'm at. Alright. Alright, so let's go to the Colosseum. Absolution, that's a good scene, agreed. Yeah, it really is, you know. But there's also stuff with Leonardo. I like how when you talk to him and Ezio's like, I lost all the codex, you know, designs that you know, all the pieces that you fashioned for me. And he's, you know, saying how he needs money for the raw materials. And Ezio's like, they're not paying you a lot at the Vaticano or whatever he says. Let's see. There was one over this way, I think. Goodness me, you've been streaming for nearly 9 hours. That's true. Yeah, I just had a look now. You're right. Almost 9 hours. So a pretty short stream, really.
Give, and it shall be given to you. For whatever measure you deal out to others, it will be dealt to you in return.
Come
These are insightful words. Words to live.
Don't know why the map is saying here that I'm looking at. That's not right. Beside a blacksmith? That doesn't match. Great, looks like I've got a map that is wrong. Let's look at a different map on a different website. Yeah, there's not one there at all. In fact, there's this one over this way. You were on a phone call, forgot to send the message. Oh, that's fair enough, dude. Absolution, every scene with Da Vinci is always a win for you. It really is. He's such a great character. Except for Salai. Salai ass haircut.
Travestize fires in their bed.
You hurt someone.
Yeah, I think I've already done this one. That might be one I haven't gotten. Yeah, it's easy. It's a great piece of music. Yeah, the Roman masks in Valhalla. Yeah. Yeah, I remember collecting those. Plus that little jingle, or whatever you want to call it, that plays.
Dio dal cielo.
Oh, you sold 40 puzzles and looted 40 masks. Here is a tattoo design for your efforts. Yeah, that kind of thing isn't that exciting of a reward to get.
A real modern Romolo.
Not yet Absolution, no. That is on my list though. Definitely plan to play it. But I think what I want to do is replay God of War 1 and 2, because I haven't played them for a long time, and make a bit of a marathon out of it, because I haven't actually played ever God of War 3 either. So if I do that, that'd be good. Replay God of War 1 and 2, play God of War 3 for the first time, and then 2018 and Ragnarok for the first time. See, it reminds you of when you finish a hidden tomb on AC2. Yeah. Yeah, they're all things that are very memorable. Say what you will about Valhalla, but some of the side quests are fucking hilarious. They are. Yeah. There's definitely some funny ones. Bit of a crack up. Especially tattoos you can't see unless you're running around naked. Yeah, well that's the other side of things too when it comes to that kind of stuff for your character.
What's my melody? Not your liking, senor! Cavallo di Roma! Fate largo!
Alright, guide, where do you want me to go? Over this way, I think.
I wrote it for you!
Strike the bastard for the benefit of all Romans. Houses presently on the side are to be vacated by tenant immediately. Property owners can petition Il Cardinale's notary for compensation. Bishop Filippo of Collection has made it known a miracle is being celebrated and investigated in his deeds. Whilst attending to the Eucharist, as was witnessed by all faithful brethren, the marvel burnt in the dark, were bread of the blood.
There we go, here it is. Absolution. For more context, try playing God of War Ascensions first. You know PlayStation no longer has the PSP version, so skip and start your 1, 2 and 3 journey of God of War. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to look into it later on.
Loading.
They listen to us with these vehicles that are faster than race cars. Power lines.
Loading.
Or phone lines, or whatever you want to call it.
I know you are there. I want to go home. Home. Please. I need you. Don't leave me here, in the dark. Loading.
Loading. Stogo Field Records, November 2004. I hate this one. Fuck it, I'm looking up the solution. This is taking way too long. Alright, so that's cluster 9 solution. Alright, so reset it. So the answer is this one, this, and that.
Pull over here.
What's going on, Gary?
I want to speak to you alone. You know that CIA stuff for my new book?
About the corporations?
It's so much bigger than I thought. Bilderberg is just a red herring. I'm going to give you a name. Abstergo.
I have no idea what that is.
A shadow corporation. They aren't listed anywhere. No stock options, nothing above the boards. But their members have holdings in other companies. Coke, Kraft, the pharmaceutical industry, Detroit, Wall Street. Basically, every company above a certain size has ties to Abstergo.
So?
They're on their way to running the entire world. They have people in government too, for Christ's sake. Listen, I needed to tell someone about this because I've been keeping all the research a secret and I can't hold it in anymore.
What will you do now?
The book. It's going to be about this. Trust me, once it's on the shelves, everyone's gonna know.
Vehicle monitoring system terminated.
Hello, D. Tell headquarters I'm monitoring a situation. Now, it's nothing serious, but we'll need someone to take care of a security risk. Perfect. Congratulations on that promotion. Keep up the good work.
Loading.
Oh, that's okay, Absolution. Thank you for the good luck wishes. I appreciate it. I hope that you have a good rest. Requiescat in pace. Indeed. Hope you have a good sleep. Thanks for being here and for watching and chatting. ZZ, what's the side quest in Valhalla? My arrows are more deadly when they are covered in shit. I like the one where you have the priest who doesn't like the singing that's going on. Says, you're also blessed to be a young kid when Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Star Wars, X-Men, Spider-Man, and Pirates of the Caribbean were all coming out at once. Yeah, it's crazy to think, isn't it? All of those franchises having something coming out in the same year. Hey there, Ranasune, welcome. You're glad they changed this puzzle to how it was in Black Flag. Yeah, I don't mind the puzzles in Black Flag, actually. There's only a few that are a bit time-consuming, but overall, I do like the ones in that. You have Absolution, I don't blame you. I'm the same too, you know. Granted, I don't do these every single playthrough, but there's just some stuff I don't have it committed to memory. Yeah, Nero. Clown puzzle. So annoying. Hey there, Lidus. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. You were lurking this whole time until you saw this mess. Umbrella. Umbrella. We're behind everything. The Dark Horseman approaches, messenger and fool. She can hear you along the straight and narrow, but once on the Aegiston slope, observe the whites of her eyes. I don't play chess, so some of these answers aren't clear, but I think there's also some solutions which don't follow the rules of chess as well. Yeah, Anakin, yeah, I get that part. It's just that some of these don't seem to follow chess rules all the time. as to where to move a piece. Because I had one where it was like I moved the piece like up twice and then to the left, which I don't know if that's actually a move you can do. Maybe it is. There we go. Got it.
Loading. Quarantine zone.
The peasants are like the sea, raging and unpredictable. That is why we have built walls.
I do not see any walls.
No? Look around you. A shelf of soda here, a case of candy there, magazines, talk shows, pills. The walls of the 21st century surround us.
Alrighty then.
Quarantine lifted.
There we go. Alright, so there's only one more left of those to get. And now I have to figure out which one it could be. So, if we have a look at database and locations. Okay, so that's the one that we've just done. So there's a few locations we still haven't visited yet, which haven't come up. So looking at the map, again, have to explore a spot. So I know for sure I've got that one there. And I've gotten that one there earlier in the game. Got that one there now. I've already gotten the Colosseum one. Then there's one over here, but I think I've already gotten that one. I know I've gotten that one, but maybe somewhere over here there's one that I haven't gotten. About there. Thanks for the advice though, Anakin and Nero. And so now from memory, there's even a chess puzzle where the solution is to move a piece off the board. That's true. Yeah, there definitely is one of those, which you wouldn't necessarily think is the solution, but it definitely is. Alright, so once we do this, we'll unlock a special sequence for Desmond. And then once that's done, I think that's pretty much all the side content I'll be doing for the playthrough. And then we can focus solely on the story and finish that off today, the main story. I'll be doing the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC, but I'll be doing that as the last bit of content for the whole playthrough, and I'll be doing that tomorrow. So all the rest of this stream will just be to finish the main game.
A nice bit of work.
Okay, it can't be this one, because I've already gotten this one. So the one that I'm missing, it must be in the Vatican district.
Come, friends. I've fresh.
I'm not Anakin, no. Just 100% in terms of like getting all the optional objectives. And so the other day you bought every shop in Rome and renovated all buildings. You're surprised there isn't a trophy for that? You would have thought that they would. It's very weird that they wouldn't. Or maybe it was in the Centro district. Yes, the Centro district. There's one supposed to be up this way, and I think that's probably the one that I haven't gotten. So we'll go up this way. Somewhere around there anyway. Haha! Most entertaining.
Did I just see that?
I got one.
Nero, remember there was a trophy for throwing money in a well in this game? Yeah. It's funny little things like that. I like when they do that in games. Whenever there's a game that has a dartboard in it, I always try and get a bullseye, even if it's just like a shooting game with no ability to actually pick up a dart. Just to test to see if there's ever an achievement or anything like that for hitting a bullseye by shooting the dartboard.
You heard the Araldo?
There it is.
That's a curious way to get about.
Santa Maria dei Miracoli and Santa Maria di Montesanto. Nope. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you as well. Welcome on in. It's going good. I've only had one instance of taking fall damage. There was a race, and you start up the top of the Colosseum, and to get to the first checkpoint, you need to actually use your parachute and glide down to the bottom. I forgot that in this game, as opposed to the next one, Revelations, you can't use your parachute and then drop and then use another one to make your descent faster. So what did I do? I pressed the button to stop the parachute with the intention to activate another one and couldn't activate another one. So boop, down to the ground, took fall damage. So I've taken fall damage once in the entire playthrough. And we're almost at the end.
Where have you been? I missed you.
Thanks, Animus.
Loading.
Yeah, now we have one of the worst of these puzzles in Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood combined. Hey, Super Meat Hands, welcome. Maybe they didn't add a trophy for that because they knew not enough people would 100% it to justify the small micro amount of money to make it. That could be a way or a reason as to why, that's for sure. You never know sometimes, I guess. Hippie, you could rebuild the entire Rome by looting citizens over and over. Then Ezio would pretty much become a proper government, looting the people, giving them infrastructure and facilities in return. Well, I guess you can, like in a way, if you steal from every citizen you see. Sure, Absolution, yeah, go for it. Lucinda, oh no, they changed the mechanic in a later game. Yeah, so something like that, but it was expected, like I was expecting somewhere something would happen. Oh cool, you'll be able to catch the end today. You had to reschedule your breakfast and errands today because it's snowy and icy today until later today. Ah, I see, yeah. That's understandable too, to have to do that. It's better to wait a bit until later instead of trying to do it at that point. So that's understandable, Lucinda. Absolution, you all are good grinders and you'll seem to have a good time doing it. You just want to say never give up the good work. Well, thank you so much for that, Absolution. I definitely really appreciate it, for sure. This is actually the 7th year, I think, that I've been streaming on Twitch. It's gotta be, I think, now. But thank you so much for all your support. And I want to thank everyone for their support as well. Doesn't matter if you're a lurker who never says anything or doesn't even follow. Thank you so much as well. All across the board. Hey Rubine. Thank you so much for the lurking. Thank you very much. This one can be tricky. It can be very confusing because the way the pattern moves can make you think you're doing it the right way. But then you discover, oh shit, it's the wrong way. Holy shit. I thought it was going to take another hour to do it. O brave new world, what a mortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry?
Loading. Reasoning centers active. I understand. I understand what I must do. Why I am here. I must. Long-term memory centers active. No. No. Get it out. Get it. Kill me. Loading.
Rubine, you're my favourite streamer by the way. Was so sad when you changed your work hours, so rewatch where you can. So calm, fun and engaging, but in such a chill way, even when the game is trolling you. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for that, Rubine. Especially to, you know, being able to still, you know, catch some of the content, you know, even though you've had to change your work hours. It's definitely one of those things where it's understandable also. And thank you so much. I'm glad that you have been enjoying the content and that you also have a great time. Especially too because when I get really pissed off at games, you'll hear me swearing my head off. So I can go from very chill and calm to what the fuck very quickly. But thank you so much, Rubine. Super Meat Hands, you can't recall what video you watched, but someone was talking about being excited for one of the later AC games until he found out that the Animus aspect would be in it, which killed all excitement he had. Really? So the fact that the Animus was in it at all? Yeah, I guess I could understand why, like if you don't really like the Animus stuff. Thanks, Lucinda. Thanks for that. I'm surprised it didn't take as long as I thought. Absolution, you're welcome in my highest regards, although you must apologise for your internet delay. Oh, that's no trouble at all, Absolution. I definitely know what that's like. Here in Australia, our internet is very, 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 very unpredictable a lot of the time, and, you know, sometimes you think, surely the internet should be faster than what it is. You know, I'm paying this much money for it, and even if you're paying the most for the best, you still aren't guaranteed you'll get that constantly. A product that we make without hands or machines. Ah, I hate this one. Product we make without hands or machines. Can't remember which ones it is. So we'll just do this for a bit.
What could possibly be produced without hands? An idea?
An idea. Yep. Not that any of these has, you know, anything not related in any way to an idea. Like someone had to have an idea to make this look like that and 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 that. Maybe it's an idea. I have an idea game. Look up the solution. Because I don't have all month. Let's see how close I was, or not close enough. Alright, so this was one of them. Eiffel Tower was one of them. This was one of them. That was one of them. And then this.
Loading.
Access denied.
It's about genetics. They were born into their place. We merely have to help them accept it.
Anasune, something you found out about Brotherhood is, in Bartolomeo's fight ring, if you pick the last fight and put your bet to 500, you can earn over 20,000 florins every 20 minutes, assuming you have the patience and depending how many of the fights you win, which is more than a fully upgraded bank. I had absolutely no idea about that, but that's crazy. 20,000 florins every 20 minutes? Holy shit. It'd be something about Taj Mahal in the second picture. After years and years of work, when the peasants were done building it, the emperor decided to chop their hands off so they could never build something like that again for anyone else. The emperor got it built as a tomb for his wife? Bloody hell. Jeez. Huh. Yeah, I had no idea about that, that's for damn sure. I guess there's logic in that, but then there's like, what the fuck? Harbinger 10-hour mark soon, gathered strength after taking the day off yesterday. Yeah, it depends on the playthrough. You know, like, not being able to not die has a different pressure than not taking any fall damage. Especially when you consider that if I take fall damage in this playthrough, I don't have to restart the game from the start. But could you imagine if I did? 19, you were never good at these, you're getting flashbacks. I don't blame you one bit at all. And the thing about this is, no matter how many times I do these as part of the playthrough, which isn't every time, but when I do, I think to myself, come on Rod, surely over the years your subconscious knows all these answers. Maybe it does, and the subconscious is just like, fuck you. You try and work it out on your own. Nero, you too, you wonder how you didn't rage quit as a kid. Yeah, well that's the thing, right, too, when you go back and you play these games again, the ones that you played when you were younger, and you're like, holy shit. Super Meat Hens, they all required hands and machines. That's true. Which makes you think, you know, solely, an idea isn't solely the one thing related to all that. So it's interesting when Sean says that. 19, you always looked up the answers. Sean was no help. Yeah, sometimes his hint is like, maybe there's a pattern to this pattern that you need to work out so you know the answer. Okay, thanks, bye, thanks for asking for advice. It's like, thanks, Sean. There's no logic whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, some things can be very obvious, and, you know, you're like, right. But then there's some things where you think, where's the logic in it? Honestly, no, you haven't done many of these, but just by watching them, you already hate them, lol. Yeah, that's the thing. I think there was a playthrough where I tried to get them all as much as I could, but I think there was one or two I had to actually look up. With each passing day, the people get stronger. Freedom ascends, heralding a revolution. Stand against them, united. There's the AC logo. We are changing. The consensus is shifting. The eagle? So that's the answer, but I want to read the stuff first that's left. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Laws arise not from divinity but reason.
The numbers in the code wheel are changing drastically. Is it possible that each place value is being treated differently? Look at the ones column and the tens column. The numbers in the code wheel are changing drastically. Is it possible that each place value is being treated differently? Look at the ones column and the tens column.
I know, Sean. I'll look at the solution column. Alright, so 4 is 89. There's no 89 on the wheel, so you can't figure it out with the code wheel, as in what numbers are on the code wheel. The 0 is supposed to be 5, which if we put 8 on the 1, 0 is 5, so you can get that number with the code wheel. 21, 334, which again isn't actually on there, and then 21. So yeah, that's the solution. 89, 5, 334, and 21. Listen, you'd say most of the time when you look up the answer to a puzzle, you can work backwards to see how they got the answer, but sometimes even after knowing the answer, you still don't get it. Those puzzles make you feel dumb. I mean, that is sound logic, backtracking your way through it, but there's some puzzles where, when they design them, they're like, ha! We'll make people who think that way suffer by making it not the way it actually works. Tell you these are not 100% necessary to complete the game. They are not, Lucinda, no. No, they definitely aren't. You don't need to complete the game. The game won't be like, before you can finish this final mission, you must do all these puzzles. Hippie T, glad they got rid of these puzzles going forward. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see why, because the stuff about Subject 16 that you learn, I like that side of it. And that can be very mysterious with the music and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, some of the actual puzzles themselves were a bit of a headache. Nero, your favourite part while playing Brotherhood is solving the puzzles, said no one ever. This is true. Super Meat Hands, that was a waste of a voice line. Yeah, that's true.
The numbers in the code wheel are changing drastically. Is it possible that each place value is being treated differently? Look at the ones column and the tens column.
Listen, I know each place value is treated differently, and it's a dick move, Rod, probably. Yeah, that's the funny thing, isn't it? You know? Like, that's just like saying the advice of, it looks like there's numbers you need to solve. Perhaps, by choosing the right numbers, you'll solve the solution. So we made hens, the year the world ends is 4048. Well, I will not be alive to find out. 19, we made it past 2012. Humanity might be okay by then. Who knows?
Loading.
Abstergo Industries. Abnormal brain activity discovered in children aged 3 months to 18 years old and adults aged 19 to 30. Abstract. Several recent studies conducted by internal marketing teams revealed that entertainment sales are dropping, protests are mounting, the economy is in turmoil. All market research indicates that the system should be stabilizing, but instead we're seeing the opposite. 1. In response, our team set out to discover the cause of the declining efficacy of Abstergo's control methods. Past studies of bilateral brain activation during television, film, and video game use have shown the characteristic ARAS patterns induced by Abstergo signal patterns. Our study was conducted on a range of test subjects, 30 subjects aged plus to minus 10 to plus to minus 30, who viewed TV programs while resting state fMRI scans were conducted. In contrast to previous studies, 80% of test subjects showed heightened cortical brain activity. Detailed scans using our prototype DMRI machine revealed an increased rate of neuronal development, plus minus 30% over that of older age groups. Such a marked increase does not fit Darwinian models. Further studies are required to define the ultimate outcome of this abnormal evolution. 1. Abstergo Quarterly Marketing Report, 4/17/12.
Loading.
Abstergo, Top Secret, January 2012. Super Meatheads, that's spookily familiar to what's happening today. Yeah, and in a way, it's probably something that 20, 50 years from now is still going to be happening too. Finally, a simple solution. You just select all of them.
If you are playing this tape, it means I have left this world. And I have left this grand enterprise, Abstergo Industries, our great hope for humanity, to you. Don't trust the advisors around you. They're too enamored with surface, with lifestyle. We created capitalism, but we are not capitalists. Our purpose is noble. The crude system of control we enact through money is merely a bandage on a wound we have devoted our lives to treating. The people of this world are confused, lost, frightened, and incapable of independent productivity. Without us, they'd just be animals, slaves to the others who did not deserve such responsibility. We saved them, remember that. But enough about the past. I must warn you of the great crisis to come. Although those around you deny it, soon we will be unable to manufacture new markets. The people will become immune to our economists and entertainment. When the free market dies, they will turn against us. Therefore, do not delay. By now you have been shown what only the Grand Masters of our order have seen. Now you know why Abstergo, why all of it had to be. And now you know what you must do. Stay the course. We will give them freedom. Freedom from fear. Freedom from pornography. From disgusting base animal desire. Freedom from democracy. Humanity will thank us in the end. In hoc signo vinces.
Loading.
64 squares, all ranks and files, every move anticipated, every response engineered. Abstergo created it. It's the company's game. There is no way out. H Act 2 SC 2192. Abran los ojos. Tuam libera mentem. The King F2 your move. F2, huh? Two F F2 2F F2. Oh, that's right, I forgot. This is the one where you do that.
Loading. I shut it down. I can shut it down, but it does not go away. It is almost time, Desmond Miles. I know how to open the path. Soon my true purpose will be revealed. Soon I will not be alone. Loading. Quarantine zone. Quarantine lifted.
There's nothing here.
Strange. I'm seeing a massive amount of data.
What does he mean? The miracle is in the execution?
I don't know. Some kind of commentary on nihilism?
He's playing with us. Unless...
It isn't a video. Hang on. Launch it yourself when you're ready.
Super Meatheads, the computer lady voice sounds a little like Scarlett Johansson. So there's actually the person who does the voice for the Animus. I can't remember all the games that she's done the voice for the Animus of, but has been doing it since Assassin's Creed 1. Niraturo Siri version 0.4. The mind-reading one. Amazing. Yeah. It's so funny that like in Assassin's Creed 2, the final puzzle, like the glyph puzzle, any answer you put in is actually correct. So it's a bit similar to that, except in this game's case, you just pretty much select all the things to make it. Super Meathead, she does not look like she would sound like that. Like, her face does not match the voice. Yeah, just goes to show how talented people can be with their voice. Hey there, Miriam. Welcome to you. I hope it's going well. Yeah, 19 safe. Yeah, Desmond doesn't take any fall damage. Here we go.
Compiling subsystems. Infrastructure. Tendons. Heart.
Voice. Subject 16?
Yes. Yes. Subject 17.
You're dead. I saw your blood.
No time. It is far later than you know. Too late to save them.
Who?
She is not who you think she is. Everything you hope to become, everything you hold dear, it's already gone.
Explain. Please.
Eden. She... In Eden, find Eve. The key, her DNA.
Tell me.
I cannot. The sun. Your son. Too weak. Must replenish energy.
Don't go!
I am with you till the end. Find me in the darkness.
This glitch that you'll see always happens.
Desmond, you're safe. We thought we'd lost you.
I'm here. I saw 16, I think.
Desmond's back.
I don't know whether it actually happened. It feels like a dream.
Well, whatever it was, it's gone now. The Animus is behaving normally.
Take a break before going back in there, okay?
Sorry for frightening you.
Don't worry about me.
Okay.
When you're ready, let's continue.
Desmond's been in the Animus too long. 19. Hey buddy. That's true. Clay Kazmarek, subject 16. The Abstergo test subject that was there in the same place that Desmond was, in Italy. That's right, Nero, the man, the myth, the legend. I love how they expand upon his character in the next game, Revelations. And at this point, when we see him, his consciousness within the Animus core has become evolved to that point. And then in Revelations, we see the simulation of his consciousness in a more fully formed state. A different voice actor plays him though. In the next game, Graham Cuthbertson plays Subject 16. Super Meat Hands, what happens to Desmond? So Desmond's physical body gets destroyed, but his consciousness gets uploaded to the Grey. The same kind of thing that Juno's consciousness was stuck in.
You're all set to go.
19, always thought it was your game. Oh no. Yeah. I don't know if I don't think it happens in the original Xbox 360 version or the PS3 version. I think it's only something that happens in the Ezio Collection, which is not available on PC. You can't get this version on PC. I'll probably start it tomorrow, Nero, because I'll be doing the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC for this game tomorrow to finish off the playthrough.
Break time.
So I'll be able to start. Super Meat Hands, so he's dead, but not dead. Exactly, Super Meat Hands, yeah. He's not dead.
Focusing on this.
Focusing on this.
You know I love talking about this stuff, Desmond, but we have work to do now.
I'm kind of busy here.
Desmond, go away. Alright, back to the Animus we go.
Ready when you are.
Alrighty then, so the only thing we have left in this the only thing we have left in the main game is to finish off the story now. We've only got 2 sequences left. So if I look at DNA, we're in sequence 8 out of 9. This one here. Okay, so I've done all the secret locations related to the lairs of Romulus to get the armor of Brutus, but I'm not doing the Templar lairs, these 2 here, not doing those. I've done all the war machines of Leonardo's war machines, done all those to 100%. I've done all the Borgia towers, got rid of those. Templar agents, not doing it for this playthrough. Christina memories, did those. Assassination contracts, was doing all of those, did them. Same with the thief missions and the courtesan assignments. Not doing Copernico, not doing guild challenges, and not doing additional memories. And we've done the truth, we've got that sorted, and all that, so all that's left now is the story. 19, the modern day story is where you kind of fell off the series. It took too many strange turns and you always thought there were too many loose ends. Yeah, that's the thing. Valhalla, the present story in that is an attempt to bring it back to a more linear kind of thing, because it did go all over the place. You know, after AC3, they were trying different things. And then even when they settled on another character to flesh out, I feel that what they did with Layla in Origins was setting up something that in the next game, if it wasn't Odyssey, potentially could have been something that made the character better well received. But we didn't get that potential, and it was squandered with Odyssey. But in Valhalla, they sort of bring Layla back to a point where it almost feels like back on the path that they could have gone and taken her, but there's so many problems inherent in games in the series now where it's like there's multiple endings and there's multiple times at which things can be done, it just creates uncertainty and it creates confusion. And the dialogue choice system in present day in Odyssey just doesn't work because it sets up something that is impossible to fully continue with, because people will want one thing and then they won't get that because they chose that ending, but the developers are like, no, we don't want that ending. That's why I think the series doesn't need multiple endings. Have multiple ways that you can do a mission, certainly. Make different routes that the player can use. Have things that can be unlocked through finding a character in the game world that if you don't speak to, you won't get the information necessary to find out something that could be beneficial, you know.
I've seen him before.
But I feel that Odyssey didn't need dialogue choices at all. But if they were going to have them, not have them in present day.
I see him.
There he is!
Sneak around.
I got the rat!
19 agreed. AC3 hurt your soul. Looking forward to Mirage and seeing what happens, since it's back to the roots and AC1 is your favorite. Yeah, I really hope they deliver on that. It's just that they don't have any gameplay footage yet, and given what they're talking up about the game, you need gameplay footage to prove to people that what you're saying is actually true. And the fact that they haven't even shown a little tease of gameplay footage is concerning. Nero, yeah, when you first started playing, you always thought they were using Animus to also learn how to be a great assassin, not just to find stuff so they can use those skills in modern day too, but that was not the thing, and the game never really gave that. Yeah, see, with Desmond, that was the purpose of getting him to experience these memories. Obviously, there were other things tied into that. They wanted to get the Apple location to make sure that they got it before Abstergo did, all that kind of stuff. But with the other protagonists, because you didn't get actually a more fleshed out character until Layla, because you had an unknown in Black Flag, Unity, and Syndicate, it means that when they did a character like Layla, the story is more about her rebelling against Abstergo and wanting to find something that will put her in the map in the eyes of Abstergo's higher-ups. Because she feels like she should be on the Animus project. She feels like she should be one of the top people involved in everything going on at Abstergo, but they just don't want to put her in that place. So she wants to find something to spite them, you know. So that's her motivation for exploring the memories of Bayek and Aya. But she also gets to feel their emotions and feel what they were going through too. And I think subconsciously that's one of the reasons probably why she joins the Assassins, is those memories that she has of experiencing what Bayek went through and Aya. Because the thing about the Animus is when you're experiencing the memories of someone in it, you're feeling their emotions in the memory. And you know what they were thinking at that time. So if your ancestor was feeling, or later in the series they made it that you didn't have to be related, but if the subject from the past whose memories you're experienced sadness, you would feel the sadness too. The anger, you'd feel the anger as well. Any sensations they felt as well. If they got punched in the face, you'd feel a sensation in your face, but you wouldn't feel pain. You know, I guess if you were to just get your finger and run it along your arm very softly, that's a sensation, right? It's not pain. So imagine that sensation is what you feel experiencing the memory of someone getting punched in the face. And that's the kind of thing I'm sort of like talking about. You don't feel the actual pain from the person in the memory experiencing that pain, but you feel the sensation. Desmond doesn't scream out in pain when Ezio gets the burnt around his ring finger, but he feels the sensation and he rubs his finger in that same spot. But he doesn't feel pain or anything like that. He just feels the sensation. So when Layla feels the anger of Bayek using the hidden blade on an enemy, she also feels the sensation of what it would have felt like for Bayek's hand when he did the deed with the hidden blade, you know, all that kind of stuff. But I feel what they should have done with Layla in the next game after Origins is, number one, they should have made it so that it opens on a flight where Layla is speaking to William Miles and she decides to become an assassin on that flight. And then what would happen is you would be sent on a mission as Layla to kind of prove yourself, you know, and she does that, she proves herself. And then we see the ceremony in modern day of what it means for an assassin to become an official assassin, you know. And then you could do the story about the Spear of Leonidas. She finds the stuff on a mission that leads her to it, you know. Actually have us play as that, you know, and expand on the idea in AC3 where Desmond goes to a location and has to sneak around, you know, but have it that you have to take out security cameras and all that kind of stuff as Layla. You know, something like that I think would have been better instead of what they did with Odyssey. But who knows what character they're going to use yet. There is speculation that it's going to be William Miles experiencing the memories of Basim in Mirage, but we'll have to wait and see how that all comes out. Requiem. Breach the perimeter of Castel Sant'Angelo Breach the perimeter of Castel Sant'Angelo and confront the Pope inside the papal apartments. Full synchronization did not be detected.
I want to see the Pope! His Holiness waits for you at the top of the castle in his apartment. Get out of my way!
Get out of my way! Hopefully so, Nero. As a big fan of Splinter Cell, I always felt that you could add a little bit of that into the series by having your present-day protagonist go on missions where it's more than just go here, go there, cutscene, go here, go there, cutscene, end of present-day section, next cutscene, you know. Actually have a mission that you need to go on. Make it that you have to plan where you're going to enter the location from. You know, what tactics you're going to use. Surveillance systems. What are you going to do to disable them? Either permanently or temporarily. You know, take out enemies without being detected. You know, using equipment. You know, things like that. Plan! It's always good to have a plan. And the good thing about plans is that if a plan fails and someone points out to you that the plan failed, you can just point out to them that that was part of the plan. Because the other part of the plan, beyond failing that part of the plan, was to do another part of the plan. And all those planned parts together create the overall plan. And sometimes this overall plan doesn't fully reveal itself until the final moment when the plan has fully been completed. But sometimes that time window can be 1,000,000 years. But that's all part of the plan too. Yes, didn't take damage. That's good.
I don't understand. I ordered a fresh batch of La Cantarella last night.
I am terribly sorry, mia signora. But the Pope has taken it all.
Where is the Pope?
He meets with Cesare.
Strange. He did not tell me Cesare had returned.
That woman gives me so much trouble. Why didn't I stay on the table? What a family this Pope has.
I was wondering if he was going to fall once he hit that plank platform. Lizzie fully planned. Exactly. From day one, before Dutch was born, he had a plan. That's how well thought out his plans are. Alright, there'll be a dude crossing in front of Ezio now. No, not that floor. Hey, Stocks, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to you. Thank you so much for doing that, I really appreciate it. How was your stream? There, you motherfucker.
What? There!
Stocks, it was good. You did some night glitchless. Got a 4 hours and 17 minutes and 33 seconds, which is 20th place. You thought you'd raid you before because you watch so much. Well, thank you so much for doing that, Stocks. I really appreciate you doing the raid. And full synchronization failed again. But that's good though that you got 20th place. Do you, what were you before? Of course, take the hidden Take the crossbow off me, game. Thank you. You're like 29th or something with a 4 hours and 50. Well, that's good to go up by 9 places. That's awesome.
Get out of my way!
Stocks, you're going to push it more. World record is a 3 hours and 21. We'll definitely keep it up, Stocks. You know, keep pushing and keep pushing it, and keep persevering. You know, even if it feels like it's going to take forever.
I don't understand. I ordered a fresh batch of La Cantarella last night.
Dude, it's light outside. You started stream at 1 AM because it's like, is that the sun coming up? No, wait, it's been up for hours. Yeah, but when you're playing, you're like, oh yeah, this structure makes sense, but why did the building really have a bunch of rods sticking out of the wall? That's true, Hippie, you know, when it comes to places that actually exist in real life. And I think back to the old school Tomb Raider games, and in Tomb Raider Chronicle from 2000, you actually have Lara visiting the Colosseum. And what does Lara find? Underground? Under the Colosseum? Gladiators from that time period that are still alive somehow. I mean, I could understand the dinosaurs still being alive that she finds, given where they actually are when she finds them. But I don't think humans are able to live that long. Super Meat Hens, did he wait by the door until nightfall? Now that's actually a good question, to be honest. That would be a lot of waiting. Alright, so we're almost up to where we were. That time there is a patrolling guard there. Shit. Alright, so the thing about this is, even if I lock onto that dude up there, the bolt will actually bounce off of the railing. Unless... oh no. If I stand back enough, I can. Cool.
Dio, we've a body Which of you peasants saw what happened?
Not me. Oh. That son of a bitch. There we go. Nero, even if humans could have lived that long, you think they would be like, screw this, I'm going to go out and get a beer or something at some point? You would think so too, or at the very least try and find a way to get out of the area under the Colosseum that they're stuck in. Super Meat Hands, you just got to put it down to the effects of the Philosopher's Stone as to why they live so long. That or she was in an amusement area and that she killed a bunch of poor employees. Maybe that's actually what happened. That could possibly explain it. Hippie, to be fair, it is possible to climb around like this. It just needs a lot of training to have the ability to pick your own body weight. Oh, absolutely, that would be the thing too, and hanging off of something and how long you could do so and everything. Jonas, beer, excellent. It's great when it's beer time. How's it going, Jonas?
What has happened here?
I do not know what you mean.
My funds, my troops, gone!
Financial difficulties strike all of us. Even those with an army.
You intend to give me money?
No, I do not.
Then I will use the piece of Eden to get what I want. Your help is not necessary.
That has been made abundantly clear to me. Are you aware that the Baron de Valois is dead?
No. Did you?
What reason could I possibly have to kill him? Was he plotting against me with my brilliant, traitorous Captain General?
I do not have to stand for this!
The assassins murdered him.
But why did you not stop them?
As if I could! It was not my decision to attack Monteriggione, it was yours! It is high time you took responsibilities for your actions.
My accomplishments! Despite the constant interference of failures like you!
You are not going anywhere. I have the piece of Eden.
Get out of my way, old man.
I gave you everything, and yet it's never enough.
Cesare! He intends to poison you!
You would not listen to reason.
Father, do you not see? I control all of this. If I want to live, I live. If I want to take, I take. If I want you to die, you die! Where is the piece of Eden?
Stop! I know where it is!
And you did not tell me he had taken it?
Cesare, it's me, your queen.
You are my sister, nothing more. Where is it?
You never loved me?
Where is the apple? Tell me! Tell me!
Alrighty then. I thought I'd grab a drink while that was going on. Stocks, you're becoming more powerful in your chat, Rod. 11.4 thousand channel points. You missed 10 hours of channel points. Oh no. But that is a lot of points to have. Thank you so much, Stocks, for building that up. Good evening to you, Maxi. Welcome on in, dude. It's going really, really well. How about yourself? I hope that your weekend is off to a great start. Super Meat Hands, he seemed happy that he started to eat the apple. That's true. An apple a day keeps Cesare away. Well, not really. Not in this case, though. Hey, Captain Tomato. Hey, mamma mia. Welcome on in. How's things? Exactly, Captain Tomato. Heartbroken. It's like, yuck. You know, brother and sister. Ugh. Hippie, what a banger of a story. Yeah. Yeah, we finally see Rodrigo get killed. And I know that a lot of people are like, Ezio should have killed him in AC2. And I mean, I can understand that. If he did kill him, you know, that'd be fine. But I kind of like the idea of him dying because of his own flesh and blood. You know, his own son kills him. And I think that's more poetic of a getting revenge. You know, especially because Rodrigo killed Ezio's, you know, father and brothers. So it's kind of like Ezio getting revenge on the idea of a family member being killed. You know, and having Cesare kill his own father is quite fitting. No, not beer, Hippie. Yeah, not beer. I like beer, but it's just Coca-Cola. So we met hands are sad when siblings don't get along. Yeah, they used to, and in some moments they did, but not in ways that a brother and sister should. Max, are you doing good? Thanks, dude. Having a relaxing day. How's AC Brotherhood going? That's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear that. It's really, really good. And it's going well. Going really, really well. Almost finished the game, actually. But I'll be doing the DLC, the Da Vinci Disappearance, but I'll be starting that and doing that tomorrow, though. But this will be the main game done today. An apple a day. Beat Cesare to the Apple of Eden. Full synchronization, do not kill anyone.
All right, Cesare. I am coming through that window.
I want the apple!
Come on, give me the apple! It's smart decision, little thing.
Requiescat in pace.
I know... I know where that bastard is going. San Pietro. The pavilion in the courtyard.
Thank you.
Assassino!
Cazzo.
I will come for you later.
Oh yeah, Super Meat Hands. Too strong of a bond.
Don't lose him! Damn it! I see him!
Alright, so I've got to see... I've got to be careful. I can't use parachutes in this mission. Even if I do it over water. And we should take no fall damage. But if I can dive into the water, then that'll be fine. Yep.
I hope you have made your peace with God. Found him.
So we can't kill anyone for the optional objective.
Kevin, watch yourself, friend. What? There you go. There! Get him! There he is! No! I'm losing time! After him! Get him! Now, move! Ora! Come! Check faster! There he is! Look!
I love the timing of throwing the smoke bomb. Made it look like the smoke bomb made the enemy disappear. I wish I could say I actually timed that on purpose. Nero, it really feels weird that there were popes who were married and had children. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, you would normally think that they weren't able to, and if they did, that they had the child before they were pope. Rodrigo didn't really seem to go through the ranks like other popes would have gone through, you know. But I guess that's part and parcel because he bought his way to that position. Lucinda, did that guy just disappear? It sure looked like that. That was really cool. I had no idea that would happen. Exactly 19, just magic.
You!
Looking for this.
It ends now, assassino! My sword will take your life. Guards! Guards! Guards!
The Apple of Eden. Escape the Vatican with the Apple of Eden. Full synchronization, do not lose any health. Alright, so we don't have use of our weapons anymore.
You won't get away this time.
I can use the apple, but there's no point worrying about it.
Break something, B. Get the bastard!
That's okay, Absolution. I hope you have a really good one. Thank you for watching and chatting. Apparently there are Lucinda. Not even I knew.
Rodrigo Borgia is dead.
And Cesare?
Poisoned, but alive.
We must not allow him to assemble his remaining supporters. The coming weeks are critical.
With your aid, I will hunt him down.
My men will patrol the city, but we might need an army.
We have one.
Super Meat Hands, feel sorry for the guy as he's sounding like he knows that his time is running out. That's true, he definitely feels that way. I mean, that's not his fate, but in the moment, that's what he's thinking, you know. Demilitarization. Destroy Cesare's Roman army, leaving him with little support to wage a counterattack. This is cool. It's like a montage of sequences that we play where Ezio, at every turn, thwarts or is there to see Cesare's plans thwarted. Like a thorn in one side that keeps popping up all the time.
You must find them.
They are everywhere and nowhere at once.
I do not care how you do it.
We cannot on our own, Signore. You must help us.
I am ill, you idioti! Micheletto will soon be here with my armies, and then you will see how quickly the Assassini fall.
You delude yourself, Cesare.
God!
What sorcery is this?
Please, Lord, do not smite me!
How is this possible?
Il diavolo!
We're dying for mercy, please! I need you, Capo!
You also can't use medicine. You have to wait for your health to regenerate at this point in the game. Hey there, Grace. Ahoy there to you as well. Welcome.
The Cardinal revealed under stress that Cesare plans to meet with Templar loyalists in the countryside. The Cardinal departs for the meeting tonight.
I will follow him.
Wherever he may go. Stocks, that's absolutely no trouble at all. Thank you so much again for the raid. Really do appreciate that. Hope you have a good sleep as well. Definitely understandable given that you've also done a bit of speed running. But thank you so much, Stocks. I really do appreciate that. But wait, there's more. You'll be lurking because you're in your PC for maximum points. Excellent, Stocks. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk as well. Really appreciate that too. Want to highly recommend people check out Lethargic Stocks if you haven't before. He's playing through Batman Arkham Knight, is actually a speedrunner, and is playing through that game to get and work towards personal bests, but also a world record as well. So if you're interested in speedrunning and speedrunners and looking for another speedrunner to watch, definitely check out Stocks. And if you're also a fan of the Batman Arkham games as well, check him out for that too. That's okay, Stocks. No trouble at all for the shout out. I hope that you have a good rest. 19. Oh no, it's the Copernico location. More flashbacks. Yeah, that mission where you have to not take any damage in the fight while protecting him while the timer ticks down. Super Meat Hands, thanks for redeeming the random horror movie quote. Grace, good time zone Rod, how's your day today? Oh, it's going great, Grace. It's actually Sunday now, 1:27 AM, but it's going really good. Going to be finishing this game, get it done, and then that'll be the main game complete, and then tomorrow's stream will be doing the DLC. But yeah, it's going great. How's yours? Crooked, thank you so much, Senny, for the raid. Thank you. Welcome on in, everyone. How was your stream? Hope it was a good one. Alright, so I thought of a horror movie. Just need to grab a quote from it. Alright, so I've got a quote. By the way, Dr. Allen, what did you dream about this afternoon? A woman in your arms? The sea at your doorstep? No, you dreamt of me and of the grave. I know, because I was there. And I can be there every time you close your eyes. The pain I cause you in the room upstairs is nothing to the pain I can cause in your own mind. Remember that, Dr. Allen. So that is from a movie called The Serpent and the Rainbow. It's a horror movie directed by Wes Craven, who had directed the original Hills Have Eyes, Last House on the Left, as well as the original A Nightmare on Elm Street, and also the 7th movie in that series, Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Also directed Scream 1, 2, and 3, and directed a lot of other stuff. The Serpent and the Rainbow was also one. The People Under the Stairs was another. And that was a movie with Bill Pullman in it. If anyone remembers Independence Day, he played the president in that movie. And it's actually based on a real person and their experiences with voodoo. So that's the scene from that movie. I haven't seen it for a very long time, but it's very, very, very creepy. It's definitely a movie that messes with your mind. Good hey again, Senny. It's been a long time. Yeah, I think the last time you were in here was probably 1 billion years ago, I think. I remember it just like it happened a couple of hours or so ago. It's going well. It's really going good, dude. I got all the side stuff done that I wanted to get done, so that's all complete. And now we're just finishing the main story. Figured to join for the end of it. It was good, thanks, definitely getting better at the snowboarding, but some jumps are still insane. Could not for the life of you pull off a triple backspin, lol. Yeah, that's the thing, trying to pull off those moves. I remember in the Tony Hawk games trying to pull off some moves in that too, which were quite, really tricky as well to get out of. But I'm glad that it went well, and that you're improving at that. Grace, still Saturday here, had a nice lay-in, and you're just getting around to getting your coffee and having a few minutes to relax before stream today. That is excellent, Grace. Having some delicious coffee, even though Lucy is drinking tea in that emote, but the fact that she thinks that tea is delicious, and the fact that you're having a coffee, which is also delicious because I love coffee too, I think it still fits. Seeing red. Break up Cheselet's meeting with the Cardinals to ensure he does not successfully petition for aid. It's funny, actually, I didn't realize what time it was for me. I thought, oh yeah, it's probably just 11:30, and I'm like, it is 1:30. Like, it's 2 hours. Yeah, I don't drink tea that often anymore, but I still think it's delicious though. It's always good to have something that does taste good. Cricket, it's been so long, your last chat message is considered ancient writing from the Old Kingdom. Yeah, I love that ancient writing from the Old Kingdom. I also like the fact that you just dig up your house as well. It's also good too. And at night, when you're ready to go to sleep, it's good to become motionless like Osiris. But then you want to make sure that you're not being woken up by a Necadia. Thank you, 19. Thanks for the happy Sunday. Oh, are you Nero? Oh, that's cool. Cardinal, wait up.
Join me and I will take back Roma.
We have decided to elect Della Rovere to the papacy. We are sorry.
I paid for your appointment.
Roma is not the same as it once was. Borgia money has become tainted.
You will regret this decision!
Assassino! Run!
Hired men promise you their blood, but as soon as you need help, they turn against you.
Guards!
Now, kill him!
My men tell me Cesare rallies his best soldiers in front of the main gate into Roma.
Gather the assassins. We face him together.
That's true, Lucinda. Yep. And the thing about Cesare is he's been spoiled his whole life and brought up to believe that, you know. Hey there, Sailcat. Welcome on in. Sometimes, Sailcat. Sometimes it doesn't go so well. All roads lead to join the other assassins to confront Cesare and his last remaining followers.
Why do I think I know that? Never seen
All of Italia shall be united! and you will rule beside me. Come to watch my triumph. Soon Micheletto and his army will arrive, but you shall be dead before then.
Insieme per la vittoria!
Vittoria agli assassini.
My men will never fail me. Get them up. They know what awaits them if they do. Kill him.
Okay, so I didn't have that command set up. Whoops.
Rip the assassin's throat out.
Unless I spelled it differently when I did the command. Or when I set up the command.
I want the assassin name to die today. Your uncle fought back. Look what happened to him. My men will never fail me. They know what awaits them if they do.
Ah.
You will pass from this earth, and my dominion.
Maybe that's what I had it as. No.
Rip the assassin's throat out.
There we go. That's what it was. I had the command as Assassini. So pretty much in this part, you just have to wait for the time to go down.
Soon you will pass from this earth, and my dominions will be returned to me. Rip the assassin's throat out!
The devil grows cold.
So cool. There's so much potential that they could have done with Claudia. Especially if they did a game that was set once Ezio retires and she takes over as the head of the assassins in Italy. I think that would have been awesome to play as her in a story like that.
Throw down your arms, Cesare Borgia.
Micheletto's troops mass behind me. We will take back my city once and for all.
This is not your city anymore.
By order of Pope Julius II, I arrest you, Cesare Borgia, for the crimes of murder, betrayal, and incest.
No! 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 This is not how it ends! Chains will not hold me! I will not die by the hand of man!
It was the manner in which he said it. Chains will not hold me.
If you are so worried, there is a way to find out.
No, it is too powerful. It must be hidden outside the domain of men.
What a shame. Hiding a masterpiece where no one will ever see it.
And yet, what if he meant what he said? I cannot risk it.
Cesare was right. I have to leave.
What about your friends?
I built this Brotherhood to last, with or without me.
What do you intend to do?
Plant a seed. Here, a gift.
If this is goodbye, then keep your money. I do not want it.
We will see each other again. You have my word. Buona fortuna, my oldest friend. And take the money. On your meager salary, you will need it.
My patron has been arrested after all.
Salcat, the guy in the brown cape looks a lot more believable as an assassin than Ezio's outfit. Yeah, La Volpe, the fox. So now we see again what we saw at the start of the game.
How did you find me?
The apple you stole from Mario Auditore led me here.
Kill assassin! Tear the maldito bastardo to pieces!
Yep, bye Leo 19. 19, bye Leo, until the DLC though, which I'll be doing in the next stream. So haven't seen the last of Leonardo in this playthrough, that's for sure.
I need munitions.
Help yourself. There are more than enough to go around.
Faster to travel by horse.
This is the only part in the console versions where the game lets you actually make the horse go full speed. And I think one of the Laser Romulus as well. Castelviana. Pax Romana. Chase Cesare Borgia across the Navarrese battlefield at Viana and kill him. Full synchronization, do not drop below 5 health squares. Or take any fall damage. Yeah, unfortunately Salcat. Yeah, the horse gets killed there.
Yet he once ruled all of Rome. But after, I heard an assassin killed great ruler of life.
¡Ayúdenme! ¡Mi hijo! ¡Mi hijo está herido! ¡Déjame en paz!
I will not hurt you.
You brought this upon yourselves through sin. This is how the Lord punishes you. Ours is a just God, and this is justice. Lord, give it, and the Lord will take it away. So the justice Amen. You won't get away.
Super Meat Hens, this horse bit is like the first motorcycle level in Tomb Raider Legend, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to replaying that game yet again as well, come to think of it. I don't actually mind those motorcycle sections, the music in them is great too. I mean, the whole game's soundtrack is excellent. Yeah, Lucinda, that innocent woman getting killed and then, you know, spat on by those pieces of shit. Zelkat, that was a bit brutal for an AC game. Dang, getting a knife in that woman's stomach. That's true, you know, and showing just the brutality of Cesare and how uncaring and everything.
Get him! Eccolo!
Cesare! The walls surround you! There is nowhere to run!
Come then, Ezio! I cannot die! Fortuna will not fail me! I am the best fighter who ever lived! Stay back! Take that! Defeat will never take. No matter what you do, I will conquer all! And Auditore will never best me! Roma, Italia, Hispania, they will all be mine!
Big mistake!
Ma che cosa aspetti?
The throne was mine.
Wanting something does not make it your right.
What do you know?
That a true leader empowers the people he rules.
I will lead mankind into a new world.
Che nessuno ricordi il tuo nome. Requiescat in pace.
You cannot kill me. No man can murder me!
Then I leave you in the hands of fate.
The throne was mine. What do you know? I will lead mankind into a new world. You cannot kill me. No man can murder me!
So Ezio goes back to the lair of Romulus underneath the Colosseum, but then takes it to a different spot.
Colosseum.
Let's go. We can be there before dawn.
Wait, there was something about that door. I don't think I saw a handle. Let me run an analysis.
Great. So we need some kind of futuristic key.
It seems to open with a verbally triggered mechanism. I've never seen anything like it.
You mean it needs a password?
Try humming Beethoven's Fifth.
Damn
Or the Simpsons
European
theme.
power grid. Now we can't scan Ezio's memories to find the password.
We have to find that password.
Ezio knows the answer. Problem is, he's dead.
I can't believe we're stuck here.
Lucinda, this part of the game reminds you of a chapter and section of Thief, kinda cool. It's awesome when that happens, you know, and depending on whether it was a good or bad experience as well. Lucinda, I'm the best fighter that ever lived, he says as he's literally getting the dog shit beat out of him. Yeah, it's like when enemies are being killed and they boast about how they're going to kill you and they're in the middle of dying. Hey there, Tall. Welcome on into you. What time is it over there? It is almost 2 AM in the morning. Yeah, I wanted to get the main game done today, so we're going to keep on going till we do that. And then the only bit of content I have left for Brotherhood for this playthrough is the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC. But I'm going to do that tomorrow, which is already here for me, but later, my tomorrow, which is today now for me. But but later on, my time, probably about like 12 or 13 or 14 hours from now, I'll be doing a stream of the Da Vinci Disappearance and then starting Assassin's Creed Revelations afterwards, doing a no HUD challenge with that game. Yes, Nero, Ezio the ball kicker. I thought I'd bring that back a bit, considering I used that move a lot on Rodrigo in Assassin's Creed 2. Hey there, Dr. Ronnie. Welcome on in, dude. Welcome to the end. How's your plan for today going? Nice ear. Thank you so much for the follow. Tall Ezio taking on like 30 guys. Exactly. If it was modern times, it'd be like Rambo standing in a field against 100 people and not taking a bullet. Thanks for the GG, Salcat. Thank you for that. 19 Fate said, wee! Yeah, it's so funny how he was like, you know, I will not die by the hand of man. No man can murder me! As he yells. Exactly, Dr. Ronnie. Gravity is no man. 19, you always remember Cesare, oh Cesare, a man of great depravity. Believed himself immortal till he had a date with gravity. Exactly, 19. I love in Revelations how Ezio sings lyrics, and some of those are referencing events from, you know, Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood as well. Thanks for the GGs too, by the way, I appreciate it. Salcat, remember when Sean fell off the bridge during that epic cutscene? Stumbling idiot. Yes, Salcat, I'll actually see if I can make that happen again. I actually figured out how to make Jonah in Shadow of the Tomb Raider keep on falling off, or almost falling off, the cliff face. So maybe I can find how to do that with Sean. The last time I had the camera in front of Desmond and them as they were walking, and that's what triggered it that time. I wonder if that's how you can trigger it every time. Right, I just need some mangoes to make it perfect. Exactly, dude. Just some mangoes, some faith, some money. Plan. Oh, that's okay, 19. That's no worries at all. It is a great quote, though. It was one of those ones where I just had to have it as a command.
Hey, maybe it has something to do with this.
Symbol matches the one on the door to the vault.
1419, 1420, 1421. What if they aren't dates?
1419, 1420. Oh my god.
What?
God!
Tell us already!
I am! The Tetragrammaton, the 72 names of God. You see? They're all contained within 3 verses, Exodus 19 through 21. And get this, you'll like this, if you arrange the 4 Hebrew letters in God's name within an equilateral triangle, their numerical values add up to the same number. 72.
Are you absolutely sure about this?
That's kind of why I'm saying it out loud, Rebecca, yeah, but I haven't got to the kicker yet. Construction on the Colosseum began in the year 72.
I think we have our password.
Sean, go get the van.
Deja vu.
I bet.
Let's go.
Whoa, what about us, eh? You might actually need a historian down there.
Sean's right. That tunnel should lead under Capitoline Hill. I'll help them find another entrance. Be careful, Desmond.
I'll drive.
Ah, yeah, nice try. I've seen your car.
Listen, the password has literally been here the whole time. Could you imagine that? And what's with Sean coming up with a solution that quickly? It's like, why didn't you do that for us when we were doing the puzzles, Sean? 19, you like that in the middle of Italy on an ancient structure, the passwords are in English. That is so true. Nero, never write your passwords on a wall. Exactly. That's definitely not a good thing to do. In Tomb Raider, the Angel of Darkness, there's actually a password that is put near the door that you have to access. So it's like, that's a good idea. Put the password to the door next to the door. Super Meat Hands, thank you so much for leaving the lurk. Full 11-hour stream was insane. Aren't you tired? Not yet. No, I have enough in me to get through the rest of this game, and then I'll probably stay up for another hour or 2 or 3 after that. Ronnie, system security was not as well studied in the 1st century. No, I guess not. You have to sort of like take that into consideration. So I wish I could say that I don't have to worry about fall damage for the rest of the playthrough, but The fact is, I still am going to have the challenge active for the DLC as well. That's it, Lucinda. That's true. About noon your time. It's about a couple of hours
Lucy,
from now.
I'm making my way toward the entrance.
Okay, good.
If you see any gladiators, my advice would be leg it.
I'll keep that in mind.
I was saying earlier how in Tomb Raider Chronicle, Lara finds some real-life gladiators still alive after centuries, hidden underneath the Colosseum.
I can't believe I'm actually going to hold the apple.
It's been a long time coming. You've earned it.
I wonder if it'll change things. Whether it can tip the scales in our favor.
I'm sure it will. It has to.
Little did the characters know, and neither did people playing this game for the first time back in 2010
What do you
would know.
think we'll find?
Hopefully a map to the temples.
The apple's just gonna give it to us, is it? Yeah? Or is it Elvis over there?
Hey, maybe this time we'll be lucky.
Something else is going to happen once they get the apple. Right, maybe you should not hold it. Could it be dangerous? Quite possibly.
There's so much construction. This place is like a maze.
The Hypogeum housed the cages of the gladiators and the machines which raised them to the circus. The whole area you're in right now was originally covered by the arena.
But Ronnie, where would the fun be in that, though? Alright, won't worry about trying to find a shortcut.
Something's bothering me. Today's date is October 10th.
So?
Guess how many days there are until the Templar satellite launch?
I have a feeling I know the answer. 72.
Why is today so important? We're just picking up the apple and leaving.
It's the door code. Someone wants to make sure we get it right.
It's all part of Juno's plan. Every single step, every single detail. For millions of years. Well, not millions. 70,000 years.
Okay, I'm back on familiar ground.
Ronnie, that's true. As a scientist, you would definitely mess with it. What's this do? Exactly, Salcat. The plan. It's a long game plan. That's a bust of Brutus, who we got the armor of by doing all the layers of Romulus. He's one of the people that killed Caesar in real life, and also one of the people who finished him off in the AC series. In Assassin's Creed Origins.
We commit to this space the epilogue of our ending. Let it be found by he who is deemed worthy. Let it guide him. Let it shape his path forward. Let it save the world we leave behind.
Who are you?
What's going on, Desmond?
Nothing.
In the beginning, we set our truths to parchment, to stone, to the memory of men. These proved impermanent things, cleansed by fire, cleansed by famine, cleansed by flood. All the world is innocent once more. Innocent and ignorant.
Ronnie, that seems like too much work to plan 70,000 years of anything. You haven't even planned your whole weekend. Yeah, the minutia of everything. Every single event, big and small, all happening, converging to certain points in the timeline to get things to where they need to be for a certain outcome to happen. ZZ Desmond Miles, first you were pouring drinks for celebrities, now you're an assassin. Oh, it's been fun, hasn't it, Desmond? That's true. That's a great quote from Subject 16 Clay Kazmarek in Revelations. Nero, the last time you planned something, COVID happened and screwed it up. I was like, There's always something, though. It's like best laid plans.
Okay. I'm coming.
Took you long enough.
What is this place?
Santa Maria alla Quelli. See those columns along the aisles? They're lifted from Roman ruins. Now, supposedly, this church was built on top of the ancient temple of Juno.
I like the ceiling.
Do you? You like the ceiling? Oh, you are a fascinating traveling companion.
Oh yeah, Ronnie. Got to go to the subcontinent soon, but this part is so interesting. Yeah, the twist at the end of this, I remember
There's something up there.
playing this for the first time in 2010 when it came out. It was just like, holy shit. Was not expecting that.
Oh, well, we'll just stay down here then, shall we? Just pray or something.
Just pray or something.
We did not build them to be wise, and now they are our final, vaulted hope. You are they. You possess the potential for understanding, but you broke our tools, or turned them against one another. We have destroyed what we could, sealed away what we could not.
That's understandable, Lizzie. That's no trouble at all. Thank you so much for being here, though.
Something's open.
I hope you have a great one.
Not all. And it does not take many to unwind the world.
And thank you, Lizzie. I definitely will.
Here is a safe place, eternal, to store objects, words, wisdom, but not life. Almost did we have the means. But time erodes us. We can distract him. We can see past him. Feint left when he strikes right. But his reach is so very long. His stamina, unending. We cannot evade his grasp. Not forever.
Here goes.
Hello. That wasn't in the blueprints.
Desmond, get down here!
On my way.
Whatever this is, it doesn't do anything. It's a dead end.
Oh yeah, Ronnie, you like that these ancient designers thought we need to find someone who is good at parkour to solve this mystery? Absolutely. Make sure that not just anyone can waltz in. So coming up, there's a moment where I didn't actually know how I made it happen, but Sean almost fell off a section. So I'm going to see if I can have that happen again. When it did happen, I had the camera in front of Desmond as they were walking along. So I don't know if that's what actually triggers it, or whether or not it was just a fluke, one-off thing.
I'm not so sure.
What's going on?
If you want to kill us, mate, you're going to have to try a little harder than that.
We're here.
Now for that password. If Sean's right, that is.
I'm always right.
About that dead end.
That never happened. I was misquoted.
Do you think it speaks English?
Just say it.
Okay. 72.
After you, I think.
You guys have to see this.
This is amazing. Wow.
I'm actually impressed.
The apple seems to be in the center.
Time to find out where those temples are.
Hey, Desmond, those beams poking out the walls are like switches. If you hit all of them, you might get some power to the central platform.
Or you might cause this room to turn into an alien spaceship and fly
100
away.
years
Think
I might
about
speak,
it.
and still you would not know us. You with 5 senses, us with 6. The one we kept from you, to be safe. Now you can never know, only try. Grasp. You can see, smell, taste, touch, hear. Knowledge has been locked away. After, when the world became undone, we tried to pass it through the blood. Tried to join you to us. You see the blue shimmer, you hear the words, but you do not know. It is hard to stay contained, knowing as we do. We wait for you, Desmond. You will come here. You will activate it. You will know only when it is too late.
Did you hear any of that?
Any of what, Desmond?
Lucinda, wow. Not sure what that says, Dr. Ronnie. Nero's parkouring skills still necessary to be a priest? That's probably the first question they ask you. Ronnie, great powers of observation, Rebecca. Absolutely. Oh yes, Annie. This music is still amazing. Let's see if I can actually get Sean to almost fall off again like he did before. Ronnie, that was 72, and just in case you need it someday. Oh, that's what 72 is. I gotcha. Lucinda, whenever you're unsure what a puzzle solution is, you're just going to try speaking 72 into your microphone. You know, that could solve it so many times. Exactly, Ronnie, in Latin.
We did it.
I can't believe we're finally here.
I just realized now that's almost like a spine connecting to a head, connecting to a brain, which, given the fact that the pieces of Eden actually communicate with the human brain, I just thought of that connection and all that just now. Aw. Sean, what are you doing?
So where are the temples?
You want me to ask it?
Or think it or something. You sure you asked it the right thing?
I know this, I know that symbol. That's a Phrygian cap. It stands for freedom, and that's a Masonic eye. Now those two come together in only one place.
What's happening? I can't move.
Your DNA communes with the apple. You have activated it.
Let me go!
On the 72nd day before the moment of awakening, you, birthed from our loins and the loins of our enemies, the end and the beginning, who we abhor and honor, the final journey commences. There is one who would accompany you through the gate. She lies not within our sight. The cross darkens the horizon.
What are you doing?
The path must be opened. You cannot escape your part in this. The scales shall be balanced.
Stop! Please!
You know very little. We must guide you. Cease your struggle.
No!
You must be done, Desmond. The traitor to the assassins The person who could have saved Clay from his fate but didn't.
It is done. The way lies all before you. Only she remains to be found. Awaken the Sixth. Go, alone!
Shit! He's gone into shock. Put him back in the machine. It's the only way to fix this. But the Animus did this to him. Am I the expert or not? Do it.
No.
So because we haven't done the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC yet, you get a different scenario happening because Desmond is in a coma right now. So if you do the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC after Desmond is in a coma, you'll get something different setting up the DLC than you do if you do it before you actually finish that last present day section. Yeah, Ronnie, in Latin as well. Got to say it in Latin. Very specific. Lucinda, Evil Within 3 confirmed. You know, I wish that would actually happen. Like, it's come on. 2023, Evil Within 3. Come on. The numbers are there already in the year. You know. On the 23rd of the 3rd, 2023, they should announce Evil Within 3. At 3 PM or AM, whichever the time might be. Yeah, 19. I just thought of that then. You know, seeing the bridge extend out to the section where the Piece of Eden was, and how the texturing and everything of it looked like, you know, like a spine-like looking thing. Hey there, Drake. Welcome to you, dude. Fun times with Rod and assassinating Templar scum. Yeah, Crooked, it's more like, yes, Desmond, yes. Kill the traitor to the assassins. That's it. Yeah, Lucinda, so back in 2010, playing this game for the first time, had no idea that was going to happen. Like, completely left field, and the game won't actually progress to the point where she gets killed unless you actually move Desmond. But yeah, that was such a big surprise twist. Thanks for the GG, 19. Absolutely, Drake. Yep. Yeah, if only Lucy actually helped him escape, you know. But she was already a Templar by that point. Ronnie, is she going to be okay? Are they taking a nap? Yeah, a very, very long nap, Ronnie. It's going to be a very, very long nap. One of those deep, deathly sleeping kinds of ones. Oh, did you, Nero? You waited 15 minutes without pressing? Yeah, I mean, the other thing is too, like, at this point, you don't know the reason. You know, back in 2010, when you play this for the first time, you don't know the reason why Lucy gets killed, but you find that out in Revelations with the Lost Archives DLC, which I will be doing as part of the playthrough for Revelations. But before I do Revelations, though, before I jump into that, I'll be doing the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC for this game. Crooked, she got it coming wearing a turtleneck like that. Yeah, Desmond just doesn't like turtlenecks, that's why he assassinated Lucy. That was Lucinda, yeah, it was a very super fast credits transition. It's interesting in Assassin's Creed 2 because they kind of have an interactive sequence during the credits as well. Ronnie, thank you for the GGs, dude. And thank you for that as well, Lucinda. Thanks for the GGs. Drake, if you listen closely, you can hear AC Rogue theme. Nah, sorry, I just can hear Amazing Assassins theme. Yeah, Nero, rest in peace, Lucy. Drake, Slavic music intensifies. 19, interesting. Nero, how different? It's not really majorly different. I think if Desmond is still, you know, naturally not in the coma, and he gets the notice about the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC, I can't remember if it's in an email or what it is off the top of my head though, but if you wait until he's in the coma, I think it's audio that you hear or something. Drake, emo within 3? Practices putting on eyeliner. Even for a Templar, Lucy seems to care for her team. Yeah, that's kind of her guilt gnawing at her for what role she had in Clay's ultimate demise. Oh no, the deposit failed for Ezio? Ezio's got 138,930 florins. How will he ever live without more money being put into his bank? Alrighty then, so that is the main game content that I wanted to do done. I'll just go over what we've done. So we've gone through every sequence and we've gotten 100% sync, getting all the optional objectives done. Sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And secret locations, I haven't done them all. There's still 2 Templar lairs, but these 2 I'm not doing. But we've done all the lairs of Romulus and gotten 100% synchronization on those. So that's done for the playthrough. War Machines, got all that stuff done. That's all done with 100%. Borgia Towers, you don't have to get rid of them all, but I just wanted to for this playthrough, so I did all that. Got rid of every single Borgia Tower. Templar Agents, not doing that this playthrough. Christina Missions, done all those. Assassination Contracts, did all of those, but also did them all to 100% sync as well. Same with the Thief Missions, all done to 100% sync. And the Courtesan Missions, done all them to 100% synchronization. Copernico not doing, Guild Challenges not doing, and Additional Memories not doing. So the only bit of content left for this playthrough that I want to do as part of this playthrough is the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC, which actually takes place between sequence 8 and 9, but I wanted to leave it till last because it's just easier to consume that content that way. Then there's not a really big gap between, you know, the end of sequence 8 and 9, but it does take place in between. But it's very difficult to make a smooth transition from out of the main game into the DLC, because you've also got the cutscenes that might be playing and all this other stuff. So that's what I'll be doing in the next stream. After I finish that, I'll be jumping into Assassin's Creed Revelations. So if you see me streaming this game again, or if you see me streaming Assassin's Creed Revelations, then you know it's Sunday for me in Australia. That's where I'm going to end the stream. But for some more Assassin's Creed live action, Maxi is live with Assassin's Creed Syndicate. So I'm going to go and give Maxi a raid. I haven't been able to give him a raid for a while, so I'll give him a raid. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it. Drake, Ezio cries in money. The stream has just begun. Yes, Ezio cries in his money. No worries, 19. Absolutely. See you tomorrow as well. Thank you, and thank everyone for watching the stream. And I really appreciate that. Just going to give some shout outs before I go. Absolutely, Drake. You definitely will. And Lucinda, that's no worries for the stream. Definitely catch you next time. I hope that you have a great rest of your day as well. So, I'd like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda, Dr. Ronnie, Grace, and Crocodiles. Lucinda is doing a Resident Evil marathon on her channel at the moment, and currently playing Resident Evil 2. We'll also be including the remake of Resident Evil 2, as well as the original and remake of 3. And is a big fan of stealth games also, like the Dishonored series. Also likes games along the lines of Fallout 4, as well as Thief. And is also a fan of horror stuff too, like Evil Within as well, and is a great streamer, has a very good chill atmosphere over at her channel, so I highly recommend. Dr. Ronnie is playing some Assassin's Creed Chronicles India. He's playing through the Chronicles trilogy. The first one in that trilogy was China, so he finished that game off, and now he's playing through the second one in that trilogy. He's actually a scientist in real life, working in the fields of regenerative medicine, so he's working on cures for things like Parkinson's and MS. He actually wears a hat as well when he streams, and changes what he's wearing depending on that, depending on what game he's playing. Definitely recommend checking out Grace, is a fan of games like Stardew Valley. Is another streamer who has a great vibe and atmosphere with a great community over at her channel, so I highly recommend. And also definitely recommend checking out Crocodiles. He's a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's actually doing his own annual series run as well. This year he wanted to do something different, and he's actually doing the Ubisoft Montreal studio games in the series. So not every single game was done by Ubisoft Montreal. There were some done by studios like Ubisoft Quebec. So he's leaving those out. But he's also doing a stealth challenge playthrough with all the games in that marathon. But not only that, in all the games that have optional objectives, he's actually doing all of those as well. So if you're looking for another great streamer, but also a lot of good Assassin's Creed content, highly recommend checking out Crooked's channel as well. He's also a great streamer, and you'll have a great time there as well. Lucinda and Grace, that's absolutely no trouble at all. More than happy to give you both a shout out. Drake, don't bother checking you out. You don't stream. You simply breathe to Pester Rod and backseat. But thank you so much, Drake, for being here too, dude. I really do appreciate it as well. I hope that you have a good one too. Going to post in chat a raid message that people can feel free to use. So with Maxi playing Assassin's Creed Syndicate, we're actually jumping quite ahead from this game and its time period. Assassin's Creed Syndicate is set in 1868, and he's played through the game before, so I do believe that this is another playthrough that he's doing, but first time streaming it though, as well. There we go, and that's also a version which has some a free follower emote in there as well. Grace, you do enjoy a good Rod pestering. It's like the Rod Legion pestering raid. London time, exactly, Nero. That's it. Yeah, Victorian era London.